All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to NECC week number 8 of Rainbow 6. My name is Fellow, also joined here by Weelku or Wes for short. That's what I prefer. It's been a long time since we casted together, but I think it's a warm welcome regardless. And we've got a great lineup for week number 8 starting off. It's going to be Johnson and Wales versus Buffalo Bravo. And exciting news, we get to cast over Chalet. It's been recently added into the Pro League scene. And I think it's going to be such an exciting matchup. It's one of the most attacker favorited maps in the ranked pool. And I wouldn't really be surprised if that actually transitions into the competitive pool as well, especially since it's such a new map.
Yeah, before the rework, I would argue that it already was that way. So the rework seemingly hasn't changed that. Now, I do think it does allow the defenders more retake opportunities. A lot of the rooms have been more conjoined together, so there's a lot more rotation. So that's something I'm certain we will see. But looking at the teams themselves, want to get into the details a little bit more, the nitty gritty. One team is 2-5 right now. The other one is 3-3 on the games they played. They also had the bye, so I don't know if that really counts as another win for them. But both these teams kind of having a rougher season so far here, and hopefully one of them can kind of start to bring it back here. I believe each team had lost their most recent game, maybe for the most recent two games, so they're not even coming off of a high right now. So both these teams really need this win. So we'll see which one of them can grab it. But you said Chalet, that's the first map I think we're going to find ourselves on. But the next one will be Clubhouse, and if we get there, Villa will be that third decider map.
Yeah. It's gonna actually I thought Villa was the second map, but I mean either one of us could be wrong. We'll find out once we get through Chalet, and that's probably something I'm gonna want to talk about for the most part. Like I said earlier, incredibly new map. It's been around for such a long time, but after the rework, it has seen a little bit of a breath of fresh air, I guess you could say. But the bans will probably most likely be pretty concise. Going to be a Thatcher first and foremost. Going to see if that's confirmed. Though I could be wrong. Nope. Didn't really surprise me all that much. Johnson and Wales kind of sticking at the forefront of normality, and the rest will probably be somewhat normal as well. But what do you think we'll see for bands 2 through 4?
I would be surprised to see a hard breach here being denied. Ace is probably really powerful on this map, so seeing him off the board probably a good move, but we'll see for sure here. But they're going to go with the
Ooh,
Buck. That's an
okay.
interesting decision. I don't know if he really brings all that much utility. Yeah, you could go below in some specific instances and try and Buck from below, and that's the only real advantage he has over a Sledge. But I just don't see it being actually that impactful. Perhaps it's a target ban on one of the players who like to play him, but Mira will follow suit now, first defender out of the gate. And well, that makes sense to me as well. She's really powerful on most maps, especially this map. Plenty of places to put those Miras.
Valkyrie, another great intel gatherer as well. One of the strongest operators on Chalet. She'll get on the chopping block as well. That also doesn't really surprise me. I think the only oddball ban here is the Buck, but he is still pretty reliable on Chalet because you can do vertical play on the site master and offices, for example, and break those bandit batteries or ace, or sorry, not aces, Kaid claws. That way you can ace open the wall. And we're actually going to be seeing Ace as the main hard destructor, and also a Rooney on the board who also recently got added into the competitive and pro league scene. And I'm very excited about it. She may have a lot of utility that can be kind of dumped in front of Bravo, but it is still a new operator, and a whole boatload of new strategies will be coming out because of her new arrival.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lineup as you're talking about it. The Frost being brought more often, those mats can certainly play a key role in helping you win around if you get those late pushes where they can't always look it down. Now, the first bomb site is going to be the games and the bar, so that's an interesting decision. You really wouldn't think that that would be the first bomb site. You think maybe basement or upstairs in the office and bedroom. But I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out. We're going to see probably an upstairs hold. We already saw Rooney break open that hatch, so be able to look down and watch and especially deny that window push into the games area. So anything else that you're seeing here?
I mean, you mentioned it pretty easily. You see the extension coming up above. I'm a little shocked that we're actually seeing this site as well, Wes, because it's not really that good of an objective room when you don't have Mira on the board. Because when Mira's on the board, you can actually deny the push coming in from that big games window. But since she's been banned during the ban phase, she's not going to be allowed. So this is going to be very difficult for Johnson and Wales unless they just have a really strong roam presence up above, which is the case currently. But the real question comes from that: will they be able to outfrag Bravo, or Buffalo Bravo, I should say, or will they just get outgunned in this first round?
Yeah, my main concern coming on the defense is there's not really a lot of intel gathering. We do know that the Valk was banned, but he still could have brought like the Maestro or even an Echo. In this case, they don't have any cams. And then on top of it, where's the denial? Maestro could have played both cams and denial potentially, but there's no smoke on the board either. So that's just really confusing me. I think a smoke instead of the alibi probably was the play. But again, if they can get the kills, it's not going to really matter.
Right, I agree too. The MX Storm is a decent weapon, so we could see Gent Ed Ted actually frag out a little bit, but we're gonna have to speculate for a little while longer. It's a minute 50 on the clock, a lot of drone work still being done by Bravo as they're working their way closer in towards the southern side of the map. Locky going for a nice little angle around that Z ping, but he's not gonna find anything. No one's sitting in the middle of offices. It's actually a bait and switch, but Ash charge going off, that could allow him to rotate possibly. Still a very oh, it went through the actual soft destruction. Oh no, that was actually intended. My mistake. That way he can get in towards balcony instead and maybe find some nice sight lines against Johnson and Wales. But so far, pretty decent upper roam extension by Johnson and Wales. They haven't lost a single soul, and we're almost down to that final minute on the clock, West. This could be very hectic for Buffalo Bravo.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is, while I think the smoke would have been a better pick because he brings that shield, Alibi does have the shield still, so there's still some utility being brought. And smoke, or excuse me, the frost has a shield as well. So there's still two shields potentially here. They're going to have to contest with. The coin flips is getting in an engagement. We do see some damage being dealt by these attackers onto these defenders. Nothing's really coming through yet. As you mentioned, we're ticking down on time, close to 45 seconds. First kill will come out. That's Meow getting a kill on the lock to start things off.
There's a reason why I gave this player player of the week on week number 1. He just simply hits all of his shots, claiming the body of Locky. That's going to slow down the push from Buffalo so much. Coin flips finding one as well. Tokyo will get a refrag, but Strict Viral follows suit. Now in a 4v2. There's only half a minute left, and Johnson and Wales still has a firm grip up above as they have the man advantage twofold against Buffalo Bravo. Candela comes out by Sakura, trying to impair the vision of one, but oh no, the Frost map by Meow will shut him down. It's just a 1v4. Civ picks up one, but it's down to 10 seconds. It's all but hopeless for the lone ace player. He probably won't be able to clutch it, but maybe he'll find an impactless frag. Hops off the balcony, but doesn't get it. Ted will finish him off in a great opening round for Johnson and Wales.
There wasn't much of an extension outside of directly above the bomb site, right? So I'm just a little confused on what took so long for them to finally make a push happen, and they never even got control really at all near the bomb site. So it seemed to me like they were wasting a lot of time trying to probably gather information on where the players are playing, but it's just too much time. Then you have to start pushing, you lose gunfights. It's just, it looked pretty poor on the attack. And I would like to see more coordination. But as we've been talking about, this is a really new map. So I kind of start to expect to see defense having a little bit of an advantage, especially because there's going to only be going off of scrims at this point. They're not going to have any other things to feed off of.
And mind you, doubling down on the point of how new Chalet is with the rework at least, it's only been out competitively for a week, and it kind of just happened out of the blue. I personally thought that Theme Park would not have been banned because it's not played all that often. It's kind of like a black sheep if you want to kind of use that perspective, I suppose. So I actually kind of enjoyed going to Theme Park. It was a nice breath of fresh air, but hey, Chalet could hopefully fill that gap in my heart and soul. It is also an attacker favorited map, which I also enjoy too. There's only one map like that other than Chalet, and that's Coastline. But at the moment, pretty defensive at the moment. And we're going to Dining and Kitchen, one of the best sites to go to back in the day when it was Trophy Room. But as in the new meta, I really can't say the same thing. But still, Johnson and Wales have a decent chance of winning this. At least I believe it to be.
I do think this is still a pretty strong defense. And the thing is, above, you still need that verticality control. In the past, they would get the control above kitchen, but you couldn't get control above the trophy. So we're going to see, is that a deficit or a boon to these defenders now to have the verticality above? Can they play above, or will it just help the attackers with their push? I'm curious to see how it all plays out here. We're seeing a Rooney being brought a lot is another thing I want to point out. Every round so far, I mean, it's only 2 rounds, but I think that even watching Pro League, that's just going to be more of a mainstay in the lineup.
Yeah, she brings so much utility to the board, and especially since so many operators, like the Goy, for example, they're getting ready to become a nerfed operator. He'll be useless in the meta in a couple of seasons, I suppose, or maybe in the mid-season reinforcements, possibly. Who really knows? Only speculation from there. So Aruni filling in that utility hole twice as much. She has 4 laser gates that are indestructible. You have to waste your own utility to break through them. It would be dumb not to bring her, and a lot of players are already comfortable with that P-Roni SMG. It's a very easy gun to use in close quarters combat, and that DMR, if lined up perfectly, you can get some nasty one-taps with it. So she's overall, she has a great kit, I'm going to be honest, Wes.
Yeah, and then being able to make soft breaching holes by punching, that's also very useful in her kit. And the other thing I want to point out for this round specifically is they're pairing it with a castle. I'm not quite sure if that's the play or not, but it does require these attackers to waste even more utility, so there's at least that benefit to it.
Exactly, and oh, nice shot by Locky. Returning the favor on a coin flip, that's going to give Buffalo Bravo the man count up. There is still the player of Meow lurking up above. He'll get spotted out by 1, and now a second drone rotating on in towards master bedroom right near that little cubby area. And oh, he narrowly misses the shot on the duck, but he could possibly find another opportunity as he rotates once more, and he's getting ready for a frag. Ash is so close, but Locky will just hit his shots. A 2K for the lurking Ash player above. That's going to allow the University of Buffalo Bravo to go for that vertical play, but there's only 40 seconds on the clock, Wes. Johnson and Wales could win this out by time, but they are down by 3 players and have no C4s to deny the vertical play. This could be a huge round for Buffalo Bravo if they find another frag. That's exactly what's going to happen. Duck picks up 1, and oh, Locky with a 3K, making it a flawless round for Buffalo Bravo, and they're going to equalize out the round count 1-1 going into round number 3.
Well, just to add to the stats that we like to point out a lot, each team got the opening kill in the round that they won. So it's staying true to that statistic we like to bring up. I think before I've said somewhere between 80 and 90% win rate when you get that opening kill. So far, 100% on the first 2 rounds here. So something to watch going forward to see if it'll really have that much of an impact. But in this case, Locky getting that triple kill, really locking up that upstairs as well. Those roamers, I don't know what was going on. I didn't feel like they were really playing together very much. So it was a lot of one-on-one engagements. And clearly the Ash had the upper hand in those.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were prepared for the amount of aggression that came out by Buffalo. It does make sense. They kind of mopped the floor against them the round prior, but hey, Buffalo Bravo, they're going to remain quick on their feet and they'll just clap back. We're going to see a return to the exact same site, and I believe the exact same lineup. Don't mind that very loud motorcycle in the background if you can hear it. I apologize, but I'm not a big fan of returning to the exact same site twice in a row. It really makes it so much easier for Buffalo Bravo to read into your play style. And again, they have a fantastic lineup to deny this dining room hold. They have the Ying, they've got a Nomad for flank watch, plenty of vertical destruction, and the Ace as well. This is a phenomenal lineup on the side of Buffalo Bravo.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you just said. You're not a fan of going to the same site. And I think Scott and Fernosis says the same thing. Now, I'm not always in agreement with that. I think it's depending on a situation, right? Now, normally what you do is you'd return if it's a simple, oh, we just lost a very easy round that we should have won. Like we threw it, right? Then maybe you go back because you feel like you really had a dominant round. You thought it was that close. You just got flawless. You lost in the flawless round. Now, no, it's going to get the opening kill on the duck. That's not going to help the attackers here, but it will give a little bit more confidence to these defenders who just got flawless on the site. So it's already a better start, but still going after it, losing it flawless, that's where I'm a little concerned. It wasn't even close last time.
Great start so far for a dose move, and Meow is just sitting comfortably in the middle of library, I believe it'd be, and it is. I was almost uncertain for a moment, but a dose move finding that opening frag and Meow wasting so much time up above. This is actually a much better opening position for Johnson and Wales. They're still denying a boatload of time against Buffalo Bravo. Almost a nice shot comes out by coin flips, but he's narrowly gonna miss it. About a minute 50 on the clock now. Drone comes out, spotting Meow for a second time, but he's still just sitting pretty. He's not being contested whatsoever. Sakura will find a refrag, and Locky finally hops right on in and shuts down Meow. Wide swing comes out by coin flip. That will equal things out. Beautiful double kill for coin flips, and that's going to allow Johnson and Wales to take back the man advantage, and they'll retreat from their above position and waste even more time against Buffalo.
Man, Soccer really seemed like they're about to help that attack out a lot, getting that double kill, and then all of a sudden it flips on its head. I don't know, they just weren't able to take care of coin flips. And you mentioned how good that Roni gun is in hand, and we just saw it in action. The rate of fire on that gun is rapid. So seeing them pick up 2 kills in succession, not all that surprising, but these attackers now they're gonna be on their back foot, only a minute remaining. They have a man disadvantage. They still have at least the hard breach in pocket with the Ying, so they could still very well do this. But the Runegades, on top of that, the ADSs they still have to contend with. It's a lot to do.
They do have a lot of utility to work with. One thing I want to eye out is those Candelas. There's 3 of them left in Sakura's back pocket. They could completely blind out the opponents of Johnson and Wales, but they don't have a lot of time. They're going to go for a reposition in towards that trophy window. Actually, no, they're going to go all the way underneath. This is going to waste so much time. That's going to allow for a funnel to happen most likely. We're down to 20 seconds, West. This is not looking all that well. They run up West Main, go right in for the push. Sakura takes a boatload of damage, and the double peak comes out by both a dose move and coin flips, landing the buddy ace, as Johnson and Wales will actually end up winning dining room and kitchen on their second attempt.
Well, we saw rounds come out where a player got a triple kill. Bravo won on the back foot of Lockie's triple, and now we see on the other side of things, Coin Flip getting a triple and just basically winning the round for their team. So each team having players step up in these rounds to just seal the deal. I will say you mentioned they wasted a lot of time on that rotate. I agree with you. It was really not the play. And then on top of it, there was still that camera that just fed the information. So they're just sitting ducks waiting to die.
Also, Meow was basically just a human ADS and human drone, I suppose. He was just like, "Oh yeah, they're burning everything on me, guys. Just refrag my body." That's exactly what happened. Coin flip, he peeks around a singular corner, picks up one, and then finds a second right afterwards, and that is just a huge slap in the face for Buffalo Bravo. That's going to give Johnson and Wales the round count again, and they're going to return to Barn Gaming. I'm surprised that we have not seen a single basement defensive hold or a master hold. Those are the 2 most played sites in ranked, and like we mentioned earlier, Chalet is brand spanking new. You're going to most likely have all of your strats rely on ranked, and we haven't seen that yet, Wes. I'm honestly quite shocked, but very intrigued at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's very different, right? This isn't what you'd normally expect. Now, I do want to point out that this is not Johnson Wells' map pick, so I don't know. Were they prepared for this? Did they let it go through and hope that they would choose this map? I'm really unsure. But at the same time, at least they're throwing them off, right? They're not going with what we would expect and probably what Bravo was expecting, Buffalo. They were probably expecting those holds upstairs and in basement. In this case, they're just going to throw them off by going to these odd sites.
That's probably it. I'm leaning a little bit more towards that Johnson and Welsh just has not had the time to practice, because a lot of collegiate teams, they have a lot of time that they would like to have, or they don't have a lot of time to work with. That's what I was trying to phrase. My apologies. But speaking of time, first minute just about to come to an end, and Buffalo Bravo already working their way up towards Solar. Lockie going to try to find an opening pick most likely, but he's still got a lot of distance to cover before he really encounters anyone on the side of Johnson Wells. But that drone feeding him so much intel directly in front of him could be massive for either him or Sakura, as they're both stacking up in the middle of Piano and could probably find some type of opening frag, as they have some of the best weapons in the game on the attacking side.
The only problem I see with this push is it's still that one-dimensional kind of thing. It's all pushing from the same side. It's really not going to give any crossfires. Now, if they could take the position over here to the south and on that balcony, and then pair it with a push maybe over towards the west area here on the stairs, they could find something potentially. But I am just a little bit worried that this isn't going to be enough of a versatile push.
Oh, not again. Lockie, he's going to get injured, down but not out, and I'm pretty sure that was by Meow with the 9mm in his hands. Tokyo getting lit up in the process as well. This attack is just falling apart completely, as Johnson and Wales is still sitting pretty up above and wasting so much time. We're down to that final minute. It is a 5-on-5, but both Lockie and Tokyo are one shot away from meeting their maker. That headshot will do the trick, as Coin Flip picks up one. Gent Ted gonna follow follows suit as he finds one onto Duck as well. Now a 2v5 essentially as Sakura gets injured as well. This is looking horrible for Buffalo Bravo because they have not found a single pick and have not been able to clear up above yet. A dose move from Library Stairs shuts down one. It's basically just up to Civ as he claims the head of Meow, but still has to find 4 more frags in about 30 more seconds. Can he do it, or will we see the third round win favoring Johnson and Wales? It's going to look like he'll reposition. Not completely, though, as he ends up pushing right in through Library Hallway. He's aware of a dose move's position. He looks away at the wrong time, but a dose move is not going to mark it off that. A 1v3 now as Civ picks up his second, but he only has 10 more seconds to work with, and Ted from around the stairwell will finish off the final player on the side of Buffalo. That's going to be Johnson and Wales' third round win, doing quite well considering all things that we've seen so far.
A lot of chaos going on, and it's the same problem they had in that first round. Same bomb site and the same problem. They can't get something going. They lose the opening engagement. They can't get any control near site or even above site. These shields are really stalling them out. And from there, they just don't know what to do. They look very lost. And this is kind of, again, a new map. So I'm starting to kind of expect that. But at the same time, you don't want to just let the momentum start just tumbling down for JWU on top of you. You need to start making adjustments. So far, I haven't really seen any coming out from Buffalo Bravo.
Well, we'll see more adjustments on the side of Johnson and Wales, at least for where they want to go to defend. Their lineup is almost the exact same, except for Meow on the Malusi, another great operator that burns through so much of Buffalo's own utility in exchange for those Banshee devices, or Wubs, as most people call them, the superior way to call them. But we're going to see Master being defended. Another extension, though, comes out in towards Library. Some reinforcements being put up to deny a couple of common choke points or sight lines you can gather throughout the map. Pretty standard stuff. Frostmats being deployed, the whole shebang. This is what you typically see on a Master side defense, or at least somewhat. This is kind of winging it at this point, to be honest, Wes. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, to me, the Frost, even on the old Chalet, was very common, right? You saw it all the time. And so to see it being brought again, it's the same idea. And that's because the map still has a lot of similarities to the old map, even with the rework. There's plenty of windows and choke points that people are going to try and push. And then you know that this is a map that's pretty big. You can extend out, you can stall them out. So those Frost maps are going to have an even higher likelihood of catching someone because they're not going to have the time to watch out for them necessarily. So I like that being brought by this defense. On the other side of things, these attackers, they're going to have a little bit more of a boon here, I would argue, simply because they're going to be more familiar with attacking this site just because of the ranked games they've probably played.
Locky almost going to get his head ripped clean off by his own teammate, but some shots luckily evade him. That's very thankful for Buffalo Bravo as they're still evened up on a 5-5. Minute taken off of the clock now, and they haven't actually worked their way inside the building up until now as we actually get past the first minute of the round. Wide swing comes out by Locky, but a C4 from underneath by Meow, or no, a toss-up from the side of Mez. What a beautiful toss by Meow. Great opening frag, might I add. And now Johnson and Wales again has an early lead against Bravo. Meow coming in for another wide swing. He'll get droned out from behind, but he really hasn't been contested entirely. He also has backup from the player directly next to him in towards that cubby area next to Library. Frag grenade gets tossed by Duck, but it's going to completely miss. That's going to allow Meow to reposition, but that's going to cost him his own life as Sakura picks up the head onto the rowing Malusi. Tokyo follows suit with the kill and the coin flip, and all of a sudden, Buffalo Bravo has picked themselves up from the trip, and now they could possibly work their way into the actual objective room because Civ is still alive and kicking currently.
Alive and doing very well, and they have the mana advantage now on this attacking side. You only lost the Ash, which, I mean, yeah, that's some utility down the drain, but you really have what you need. You have plenty of throwables to throw into the Aruni gates, and then you still have your hard breach in pocket. But the grenades are used up, so their destructive capabilities are limited here.
Ooh, a little bit too early on that push coming out by Civ through that laser gate, but it's only going to be a minor bit of damage. That mute jammer, though, stalling the push coming out from the main wall. I believe they're going to have to funnel in right through off this doorway. That's an absolute death trap because anybody can be watching that on the side of Johnson and Wales. Candela comes out along with the smoke grenade. That's going to hinder the vision of Johnson and Wales, but they could still win this. They have a little bit of utility to work with. Sakura finding a massive frag, though, onto Strict Viral. That can allow them to push into sight now and go for a possible plan. Ted, though, he'll pick up one on the Sakura, downing Tokyo as well. We're down to 5 seconds on the clock. It's going to be an act of desperation, and both defenders looking down this doorway like hawks, looking down at their prey. Johnson and Wales denies the plant and wins their 4th round on this series of Chalet.
Yeah, you mentioned they had to try something new. That's because they won both of those sites in a row on the middle floor, so they had to go upstairs. And now they're able to get the full rotation of sites, all 3 in a row. They're going to be able to go back down into that kitchen dining hold that started the whole thing off. And now they have a lot of momentum behind them. This is going to be their last round of defense. If they can win this, they'll be up 5-1, sitting in a really good position. On the other side of things, Buffalo, they're going to have to find something here. You cannot be down 1-5 going into your defense. You still want that 2-4 split at the very least.
I was upset that we didn't see the Echo pick West, but it does make a lot of sense. We actually have not seen the diffuser be planted by Buffalo Bravo. They almost did on round number 5, but a dose move and also Meow just staring down that doorway of offices. It just completely just destroyed the push coming up by Buffalo Bravo. But now we're going to return to dining and kitchen. The extension up above happens. We've seen this extension come out almost, if not every single round, West, except for the one time where master bedroom was actually played up above. But even then, we still saw players working their way in towards library and wasting so much time against the attacking squad.
I think if they do good drone work, they could find that there's still going to be areas that these defenders are not going to be watching. There's windows, there's other areas above that you can jump in, and you don't always have to push through that library side. You could just go straight above site. I don't think I saw anyone even playing near that bathroom area before, or if they were, didn't jump through the double window. Like, there's a lot of places that you could catch them off guard. They can't watch every single angle. There's a lot of entry points on this map. So I'd like to see them take advantage of that. Just make sure you do the right drone work. Make sure you're relatively safe, and then just take a risk, because so far they just keep doing the same thing and it's just not working. Where are the adjustments? Again, I'm just going to say it one more time. They need it if they want to find another win here before going into their defense.
Yeah, I completely agree. Maybe they will manage to pick things up on the defensive side, but that's still very uncertain, especially if Buffalo Bravo just keeps playing the exact same way. Johnson and Wales, they're just reading them like books. Funny enough, they've been pushing through library almost every single time. Haha, funny joke. I know, right? I'm a hilarious caster. But Johnson and Wales, they've been playing all these rounds almost perfectly except the one time that they lost. But even then, they still had a fighting chance. So Buffalo Bravo, like you said, they really got to pick it up. But a minute 45 on the clock now, and the push slowly comes out by Buffalo Bravo, but they haven't been able to clear out these roamers still. This could get messy pretty quickly. Meow's waiting for the perfect moment to wide swing around off his doorway and pick up one on the long angle. That almost occurs, but he barely misses the shot onto Locky, but it doesn't really matter. As long as he wastes time, this is still a huge position to sit yourself into. He's got to look out for the peek to his right, though, and he's not going to check it. Duck will punish him for his mistakes. A double kill now for the Sledge player, and that will allow Buffalo Bravo to A, have the man advantage, and B, begin that common vertical play.
This is what I was waiting for, honestly. I knew someone could get into the master bedroom and have the angle on Meow. He wasn't even watching it, and there was already a hole in that wall. So a really easy crossfire, and they finally managed to do it. They clean up both of them without losing anyone. They have that vertical control now. They have a sledge in pocket. Yeah, time is ticking down, but they still have plenty of time to get an execute. They're even making them waste those C4s. They're not catching anyone. Now, Strict is going to get a kill, but Duck gets a third one for himself on to Gent. That's Sakura picking up Strict as well, so now things are falling apart. Ado left by themselves. They're going to have to find 4 more here or waste time. 30 seconds remaining. These attackers are going to be trying to find this last man and get this round so they can go into the defensive half. But they're not going to be looking the right way. A dose move, getting a kill there, engaging, but Tokyo will come out on top. UB Bravo, that's going to be their second round before they switch sides and we go into that second half.
I'm not going to lie, Wes. If a dose move landed his shots onto the 0 player, he could have probably won that. It was 1v2, and they didn't really know where exactly he was until he revealed himself, but he got a kill on Ying. That's a huge frag. to say the least. But hey, it happens. You got to lose some rounds. Buffalo Bravo, they'll pick up one before the first rotate comes to an end. So now it's 2-4, favoring Johnson and Wales on the technically better side as we go into the second half. And Barn Gaming being played again, Wes. I'm bewildered as to why we have not seen Snowmobile and Garage. Maybe it's just a terrible sight when you go into the competitive leagues, but I don't know. I've seen it actually work pretty well in T3 and a couple of other like low key leagues similar to that. So it does kind of put a couple of thought bubbles in my head as to why we have not been seeing this so far.
But when I think about it, um, this is to go with the middle floor sites at least. You can get that vertical control. You can extend out a lot better. If you go in basement, it's really, really hard to try and extend above and hold lobby, for example. And so, and then it's not that hard to get the garage wall, the snowmobile garage wall open. So I do kind of see where it does have a weakness. And I think that trying to just play the game that they feel most comfortable with, which is that extended hold. And you can't really do it as well on the basement site. So if that's the strategy they like to go with, then I can kind of start to agree with the mentality of, okay, let's not go there. Now, the only problem with that is going upstairs instead of basement. You can't, like, the extended hold doesn't necessarily work because you're top floor, right? So that's where it gets a little bit debatable. Where what's that third site going to be then? Is it basement or is it the top floor if you'd like to do the extended hold? I don't know. But so far, what we've seen, if they just go upstairs for their last site.
That's a good point, I guess. I didn't really think about it like that. Thank you, Wes. And so far, had a cough there for a second, but the top floor extension, it comes out again. Johnson and Wales trying to clear that out almost immediately. The Jackal scan could spot the Malusi player of Duck. It'll do just that. The ping comes out. Huge information, but Ted's going to miss his shots. A peek comes out by Duck, but he's only going to find one bullet on the Ted, and sadly, it was not on that head. It'll still remain a 5-on-5. Lucy going on her camera, maybe to find some intel. Should go for a possible C4 toss, but that Aruni gate works both ways, and she actually does not have nitro cells. It's an impact grenade, but still, that could deal a huge amount of damage against the Jackal player, but that won't be the case. Last minute off the board, and still a 5-on-5. This is not looking all that bad for Buffalo Bravo. If they can bring us down to the last half of this round, they could be sitting pretty on their third round win, Wes.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, if they would just drone a little bit, they'd see there's no ADS here. They just got to burn their Rooney, or they could even go all the way to that end of the hallway, which is a little more dangerous. But getting some angle where they can use these sledge grenades can easily take care of this player, at least flush them out. But they're just not doing it so far. They're not adjusting. They're not switching their positioning very well, from what I can see. We do see Meow going over towards that library side, so that might be the adjustment they need. Ted will find the kill on Sakura, so that's good. That's going to be the Rooney off the board, but they still have to deal with the Malusi playing on that shield.
Nice shot by Ted, opening things up, but oh, Locky, what a wide swing. He picks up two, almost a 3K, but Meow will refrag almost immediately. Ado Smooth following suit as well. 3-on-2 now comes out with Bravo or Buffalo Bravo on the back burner. Johnson and Wales have a fighting chance. They've got about 50 seconds to work with, and they could begin to collapse into the bomb site as all the hatches remained open at the current moment. Ted, though, going to try to find some intel with those Jackal scanners. He'll manage to find one on to Tokyo and could mark it off that as he's in a really horrible position. He'll walk right into the gunfire of Ted. It'll work out perfectly for JWU, and they just have to pick up one more frag on to Civ. He could possibly find one, though, shutting down Meow in the process. Only has to pick up two more, but Ted, with the immediate refrag a second time, will give Johnson and Wales another round win against the defending squad of Buffalo. Oh, I thought that round was so close to a win for Buffalo, but it fell out of their hands, Wes.
You know what's interesting? That's another round where a player gets a triple kill, this time Ted. That's 3 different players at least. I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping full track of all the stats. It's a lot to do, but at least 3 different rounds we've had 3 different players get triple kills to win that round, essentially. So good job to all these different players stepping up. I do want to highlight some things that were different from that attack, which is why I think they were successful. One thing that was not exploited that we did see JW, Johnson Wales, use is that jackal. They're going to extend out. Well, then let's just bring the tracker. Let's find where the positions of these players are. We've found on both sides, honestly, just to be a small criticism, neither side has had amazing drone work. But you can make up for that by having intel gatherers like Jackal, like a Lion, perhaps. Things like that can help you find the exact positions. And if you know where they are, you stand a lot better chance of clearing out those roams.
And also droning very thoroughly, it may allow you to have great intel, but if you don't have enough time to do a proper execute and actually work off that intel, you basically just cost yourself the round. I feel like that's what happened a lot with Buffalo Bravo, is they spend a good minute and a half every round on their attack, just droning people out and wasting utility almost right off the rip. And then Johnson and Wales just sat in like boulders and just punished them for that mistake. And it's kind of the same, I would assume, for Buffalo Bravo, even as they're on the defense. They really are just not in their A game currently. Johnson and Wells, though, doing a great job. Those Jackal scans, like you mentioned, gathered a lot of intel and made up for the lack of droning. And then it forced Buffalo to just lose a lot of players off the rip. It was a very well played out round by Johnson and Wells once we got to that middle game for round number 7. And already Johnson and Wells just hopping right on into the building, the first half a minute coming to an end. Ted could possibly find a huge opening frag if he is not spotted out by anyone on the side of Buffalo Bravo. This could be massive if he is just completely undetected.
So now here's one thing I want to point out that we're seeing a lot of. These drones are getting shot. And why? Well, they're constantly active droning, which can be good, right? You can drone someone into a certain situation so they know what's right in front of them. And then when someone gets distracted by the drone, you shoot the person while they're distracted, right? But the problem I'm seeing is there haven't been a lot of passive drone work, which means you leave a drone in a really cheap position and you just play off of it. And I just haven't seen those drones being placed in good positions without them moving around.
Minute 40 on the clock. Johnson and Wales, they've slowed down a little bit, but they still have a minute 30 to work with, so it's not completely over. Sakura trying to reset that laser gate. That's going to waste even more intel for Meow, as he's going to have to waste his second and last smoke grenade. That Jackal scan will come out and spot out Sakura just sitting in the deep corner of library. We could have Twitch maybe go underneath and go for that vertical play and try to wall bang her possibly, but I don't think she'll even attempt that, as they are now beginning to head towards that last minute of the round. Tokyo picking up an essential kill onto Ted, one of the best players on the last round, and Sakura finding the headshot on Meow. Johnson and Wales not in a great position, but they'll make up for it, almost getting a refrag immediately as both coin flips and a dose move pick up kills of their own. Now in a 3-on-3, there could be a slight recovery round for Johnson and Wales, but they got to pick up 3 more kills, and all the players on the side of Buffalo Bravo have managed to retreat back into the 2 bomb sites.
Yeah, the positions of these players, they're down in the bar stock area, both of them, and they have angles onto the sites. And then we have Duck being the last roamer trying to persist and punish these players if they move past him without clearing him. He's already going to kill on a strict viral right there. And now we're down to a dose move and coin flips already on low HP. This looks like a job is going to be sealed out for these attackers. They're not going to be able to get in. These defenders holding key positions. I'm already seeing this already as a win for Buffalo, unless something magical can happen on JWU's side. So far, not happening. We see coin flips is going to be downed, and then the last kill comes out, and that's going to be Sakura onto a dose move, and that's going to clean up the round for them. Just holding the right angles, playing the time game, they get that W.
Yeah, JWU having to just funnel right on into the main doorway from lobby or fireplace, however you want to call it. It was a death trap. It was pretty well thought out there. Great stuff by Buffalo Bravo. They'll pick up a round right after JWU just won against them. 3-5. We're 1 round away from match point, but Buffalo Bravo still have a fighting chance. They just have to play almost perfectly every single round leading up to at least the 11th one, just to give them a head start against Johnson and Wales. Nice 6-bit coming out by Tokyo. That could really catch the players of Johnson and Wales off guard, especially if we actually see a plant come out. There's plenty of smoke grenades on the side of Johnson and Wales to actually do that, but they need to get this roam clear down and then actually begin to work their way into the bomb site, most likely offices, as you can plant behind that indestructible half wall near the back area of offices. So if that does happen, Johnson and Wales could be in a great position, but there's still plenty of great operators to deny it, like that previously mentioned yokai wielder of Echo playing by Tokyo.
Now, this would be a good time to try and do a smoke plant. They don't have any bulletproof cams or the maestro cams to see through it. The only problem is they've been using these smokes to clear out their runic gates, right? And so they haven't really been utilizing them in their normal use. The other thing I'll say too, though, is Echo, while he can't see through it, he can still do that denial of the plant, as you had mentioned. So something to watch out for. Where are those camps going to be placed? And we have seen it even in Pro League recently. Kayak jumping off in a
Oh my god.
1v4 situation, clutching up just because he had the Echo drones in pocket. And these attackers, when they're in those moments, don't always clear all the angles to find that last man. So just keep your eyes on Tokyo on that Echo. I'm curious to see how much of an impact he's going to have.
One word to describe Echo, in my personal opinion, Wes, excluding Pro League, is underrated. He is never brought on the board, and I don't understand why. Because once you get to those last 20 seconds, give or take, his value just skyrockets compared to most operators, except for maybe like a smoke, for example, but that's a pretty good reason why. Even though his yokais are now completely visible no matter what happens, if you just hide them well enough, you can deny the plant pretty successfully almost every single time if you're still alive. And I'm so happy that Buffalo Bravo has actually brought him on the board. What I'm not happy to see by them, though, is they lost Locky at the very beginning of the round. Great shot by Meow, but not great positioning by Locky. That's going to give a lot more breathing room for Johnson and Wales as they begin to work their way towards Library Stairs. Oh, Meow, he's playing so passively, and it's going to bite him in the rear end. But luckily, the repeat comes out by a different player this time, and Sakura will in fact be injured. Peak comes out by Duck, though, and a dose move will actually hit his shots. Oh my goodness, what a peak by a dose move. And now it's a 5v2 favoring Johnson and Wales as they begin to actually just dogpile their way into the bomb site.
Yeah, we do see Echo as one of the last men standing, so this is still very doable. He's going to get a kill. That's Tokyo on to Meow. That's going to be the top frag off the board. He's going to have to keep surviving here. He needs to play a little more passively. The shield is already gone. Just play time. Make him waste a little bit more time, then he can play those Echo drones as we've been talking about. We've been hyping it up. You can still yet see it, but a 2v4 is still not a situation you want to find yourself in with over 45 seconds remaining.
Great position by Tokyo. He'll get Jackal scanned, but as long as he's not getting contested, it won't matter. But that's not the right play. He wide swings into Ted's gunfire, and he will meet his maker in the process. A 1v4 now for Civ, but immediately just annihilated by Strict Viral, and Johnson and Wales will bring us to match point due to their just overpowerment against Buffalo Bravo.
Another round where the opening kill leads to a win. And so it's been a really big theme on this map, specifically from what I've seen. It might have been every round so far. I can't say for certain. I haven't kept that good of track. But one thing I have kept track of, Meow, 3 opening kills, and Locky, 3 opening deaths. So something to keep watching as we move forward and even into the next map. Locky needs to survive a little bit longer, especially he's on the Jaeger roll. He has a really powerful gun in hand, and yeah, you get to play the guy who gets put down his utility, and so if you die, it's not the end of the world, but you still don't want to lose one of your top fraggers that early in a round.
I'm very happy that Meow is so confident in his ability to entry. I've seen him cast before. You and I actually casted their first game ever on NECC, and Meow even then was playing out of his mind. He may not be doing the best stat-wise, but he's finding the kills when they matter most, and that's all that really matters. KD itself doesn't matter, but you need to find the entry when needed most. That's exactly what Meow's been doing. And also players like Gent and Ted and also a Dose Move have been doing a phenomenal job as well, even though they're not necessarily on that entry role. But offices will be re-attempted now by Buffalo Bravo. I believe it to be a slightly different lineup. There's no yokai of Echo on the board, but instead the Pest operator of Mozzie played by Tokyo. But other than that, this is the exact same lineup that we saw a moment ago, West, and no changes at all on the side of Johnson and Wales. Could this be a repeat of round number, I believe it was 9. Yes, it was 9, round number 9.
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but what I will say is I want to highlight a Dose Move. You mentioned him. He's been the rock for this team, and we see him having a great performance at 2.0 KD 8.4. And he's just consistent. That's the one thing he is. We saw when they got lambasted in the past, they got 7-0'd by the Buffalo Alpha team, actually. we saw that he was the only one really who was still around. Like everyone else kind of fell off the face of the earth. Where were they, right? But Ado is the one person who will always show up every game, every match. And so he's really the unsung hero.
Oh.
Meow, though, is going to continue, and Locky can continue to die on the opening death. Meow getting the opening kill there, and that's going to set them up for a good round, looking like it at least.
Again, finding that entry when it matters most. Johnson and Wales, they're on match point. They can just win this first map right off, but that's a great pick by Tokyo, returning the favor, and that's going to remove so much active utility. There goes your best roam clear on the board, but luckily Meow claps back onto Tokyo's head, shutting him down. Now a 4-on-3, minute and a half on the clock. Johnson and Wales have more than enough time to continue this roam clear and then work their way into either of the two bomb sites. This is still a great round by them, but the exact same thing goes for Buffalo Bravo. They're only down by one player, and they do have a singular C4 to work with in the hands of Duck. As long as he does not meet his maker as well, this could still be a winnable round for the defending squad.
I want to point out that the Sledge did go and use the grenade on that position where they had been playing before. We see players play on those stairs over by Blue many times, and by Library, whatever you want to say. In any case, though, they are going to be utilizing and changing up what they're doing. I mentioned before they needed to bring someone over there to clear it out with the grenade. They do it this time, so adjustments already being seen.
Oh no, the refrag comes out, but Meow is on a tear, picks up a third on a Sakura this time. We're down to half a minute on the clock, and there's still the saving grace of that Nitro Cell, but Duck cannot be eliminated here, and that's exactly what happens. Strict Viral picks up one, and a dose move ends it off with a nice and crisp headshot onto the lone player on the side of Buffalo Bravo, and that's going to bring us 1-0 scoreline favoring Johnson and Wales. What a great performance on the final round where it mattered most.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about, though. What is the difference between these teams? Well, one thing for sure is that opening kill. We saw Meow get 4, and yet again, unfortunately, it was on to Locky a second time in a row. He's had 4 opening deaths. I've been highlighting that. That's something they're going to need to clean up coming into map 2. By the way, you were actually correct. It is Villa for map 2, so I will give you that one. I'm conceding, right? I made a mistake. But at the same time, Villa, it's not all that different of a map, in my opinion, actually. It has a lot of extended holds you can do. It has 3 floors. It has like a very balanced feel to it with attacking and defending. And I think teams are even still figuring it out to a certain degree. Some teams still just are, there's so many different strats you can use on it, right? So it's a really reactive map, I'll say. You have to pay attention to what is the other team doing. I have to counter it, because there's a lot of different things they can throw at each other. But before we get to Villa, we are going to take a short break. We're going to throw some ads out to show support for those who support us, and then we'll be right back with that next map. Stay tuned.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, to NECC Rainbow 6 again. If you were here previously, going into map number 2, it's going to be Villa this time, and Buffalo Bravo will be now defending first instead of the opposite that we saw. And we're going to Villa, like I just mentioned. We saw Chalet, a very different map, but surprisingly, the defensive side was actually favored a lot more. So maybe this will give Buffalo Bravo a huge lead against Johnson and Wales, or the exact opposite could happen. Who really knows? What do you think we will see, possibly, Wes?
Well, I would expect to see this be a little more even of a map as far as expectations. Now, I will say from what we've seen, Johnson Wells has been the better team. And it's not just because of the score count, it's just all the boxes being checked by them. The drone work, the opening kills going in their favor more often, things like that have just been falling into their favor. So I can't say that I'm going to see much difference here. I think their attacks will still be very strong, and that's the side they're going to start on. But I guess time will tell, right? We're about to jump in here onto the map, so we'll see for sure. But I do think that this map can really be defined by bans, right? So if Wamai and Jaeger are still available, it could really persist. If Mira's on the board, that could be very scary for the attackers. So I guess depending on what we see here with the bans that are just about to start.
Similar to Chalet, you see a lot of extensions come out right next to site, and also you see a lot of Thatcher bans. That's almost what happens every single map. I think the only one that is not that case is Coastline, just because of how frag heavy that map is and how tiny it is. You don't do a lot of hard destruction, therefore you don't need to ban Thatcher because that's his main job, to help out your day old heart breacher. So he'll get knocked off. Probably see maybe some type of roam denial, so maybe a jackal, but oh no. Johnson and Wales, they're going for the Cali pick. So it's up to A, the vertical play, and B, the Maverick player on the side of Johnson and Wales to get those hard walls opened up. This could be a very defender favorited matchup on Villa West.
I just don't see the point in that pick, to be straight up with you. She's just not that good, Callie, anymore. Now, the Mira's going to be more standard. So, again, that's one of the ones I was worried about for the attackers. So, they're certainly going to take care of her. No mirrors in play, especially in the aviation games room. That's such a menace to deal with. So they certainly are helping themselves out there. But I feel like they just chose Cali because they know they're not going to play it, and so they're going to leave more ops available for themselves. It's probably the mentality there.
That's a good point to bring up. Valkyrie getting banned as well. That's very common. She's one of the best intel gatherers in the game. She was just banned last map. You either see her, the Maestro, or the Echo. Those are your go-to intel operators to just get rid of completely because of how strong they are. We didn't see Echo in his fullest potential by Tokyo, but maybe we will be gifted to actually see that come down. Maybe not so much because Maz is on the board currently, but a 6-bit could obviously come out. I could be completely wrong, but back on the Cali pick, the cogs in my brain, they're beginning to turn, trying to process it. I'm not that smart of a person, Wes, you know that personally, but I was thinking that because there are so many long angles you can hold as a Cali, that maybe she can be really good. For example, both of the balconies on this map, you have the master balcony, for example, near the triple wall, and also the 2 double walls near study side through that balcony. Those are 2 really good spots for Callie if you actually get those main walls opened up. And if the plant goes down as well, she can have a very mean angle against that. So that's really all I could see possibly with the Callie ban, or maybe Johnson and Wales just has a personal vendetta against them. Who really knows? But going into the actual round itself, round number 1, Buffalo Bravo, they're going to extend on out in the closet. This is pretty typical, but to be honest, Wes, I think it's really lost its magic touch because you see a lot of teams now actually attacking from study side, which completely negates this extension on the northeastern side of the map. So this could just completely backfire in the faces of Buffalo Bravo.
Yeah, we're gonna have to really watch where JWU is gonna position their attackers. They just need one person, honestly, to watch from the windows of bedroom. That way they can't get on that bedroom door looking into statue. And then the angles aren't gonna really be there to help defend them pushing from study, as you had mentioned. So as long as they have one person who can choke off some of those angles that you could if you extended roam or extended hold into the bedroom, then I think that would certainly be an attacker side situation. But as you mentioned, that's just like, it's depending on where they're pushing, but I agree. I don't think the Ella is going to be all that useful unless the attackers play into that game type.
At the moment, that won't be the case. I could be wrong. Johnson and Wales, they are very close to the northern side of the map. They're not actually clearing out near study, but they're also not directly pushing in towards master. You're seeing players like Coin Flip, for example. They're going underneath to probably remove the Mozzie who could be underneath. I can't quite confirm if there's actually any deep roamers, and so far from the outlines that I've seen, I don't think that'll be the case, at least on the first floor. There's probably plenty of players extending on the second one, so coin flip isn't really going to find that much action just yet, but the first minute off the board, this is not a horrible push coming up by Johnson and Wales, but they're going to have to pick up the pace in these next couple of seconds if they want to actually make a huge impact on their first round on Villa.
Sip is holding a great angle here, looking down into that memorial art room. It's a mixture of a lot of things, I would say, honestly. But we do see Ted is going to get the kill onto them. So while I thought the angle was well, they had opened up an angle perfectly for Ted to get that kill. That was just a blunder in knowing which angles you are visible in.
That was a dirty angle. That was such a long distance right near that kill area towards astronomy and also the actual statuary objective room itself. Ted gonna just hop right on into the master bedroom area and will get punished for it immediately. And oh no, that's carrier down. Johnson and Wells are gonna have to go for the frags now. And they're currently down by one player as coin flip gets eliminated by the opponents. And oh no, Tokyo comes around the corner and picks up 2 with the pistol at hand. It's just a 1v4 now, up to Strict Viral, and he has no clue what he can do here. Instead, he'll just end up dying almost immediately by the hands of Sakura. I hope I said that right this time, and that's going to be a great opening round win for Buffalo Bravo.
It's fairly interesting that they would get the opening kill, and we saw that have a huge effect, and yet this time, that's the only kill they get for Johnson and Wales. After that, they just fell apart. And what I mentioned earlier kind of came into fruition. I said, if they play into that defensive hold, if they don't force the issue and counter strat it, then yeah, that hold in the bedroom with the Ella and that can certainly work out for these defenders. And what happens? They try and push in with the ace. They don't even check the closet or anything. They just get slammed. The diffuser's down. That round's pretty much over at that point in my eyes. And then on top of it, you see them trying to push from below, but they're not even cognizant of that angle being held from above in the Astro area that can look down perfectly at them. And then on top of it, like I don't know. My main concern there was, where was the drones? They just got caught off guard on so many different angles that should have been watched or should have been droned.
Yeah, no flank cams, no nothing. Johnson and Wells, they were very spread out that entire round. Like I mentioned earlier on the first round itself, you see almost everybody on the side of the attack just push in from study and then just push their way right on through into sight. That's normally what happens. That really felt like the last season of how you would attack on Villa. Everyone trying to just spread themselves out very thin. That normally doesn't work because the more 1v1s you can give to the defensive side, they're probably going to win them because they'll take every advantage they can get against the opposers. So great round by Buffalo Bravo, just playing into their strong suits, winning their 1v1s. Great rotate by Tokyo, finding 2 with the pistol out of all weapons, not the commando, but it didn't really matter. And now Johnson and Wells, they're down by 1 round, but, you know, we are only in the second one, so it's not that big of a deal. They could obviously come back, and right now, their strategy to attack this opposite side of the map, Aviator and Games, looks a little bit better because they are kind of stacking up a little bit more. They're still going for that bottom floor roam clear, and then they'll most likely work their way up in towards Master side and also that Astronomy Stairway, which could guarantee them an early pick, possibly.
Oh, Jen and Ted. I'm just gonna call him Ted. It's such a hard name to say.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that he's been on this ace role, and it's interesting to see him being put on that role because in the past I think I've seen him on the ash role. So I feel like this team, I didn't really talk about it in the past, but I feel like they have done some role adjustments, which is really interesting to note. But so far I just haven't seen much of a boon to that switch. I'd like to see him do a little bit more. Hopefully he has a chance to get the wall open, but Locky getting that opening kill on the coin flips. They were solo pushing with the Jackal, and they still get taken out by another man. Just wasn't able to find the feet marks in time.
The great thing about Villa is how dense and how just easy it is to go on the roam game. Locky will just prove that point perfectly as he picks up 1 on the coin flips, the main counter to that previously mentioned roam. Johnson and Wells, they're down now by 1 player, but they're doing a good job of working their way in towards 90 corner. Ted gonna take the first push, but Meow just takes his spot, and oh my god, what an entry on the Civ. That's going to even things up now 4-4 as Meow begins to work his way in towards 90 corner, leading in towards bookshelves. But the player of Tokyo could possibly deny this. He is sitting right behind that half pillar. He just has to wait for the sound cue, and he could wide swing with that MP5 and just begin to click on those heads. He'll get concussed out by Meow, but he's still in a great position to deny the push. This is not still looking that great for Johnson & Wales. Nice flick comes out by Tokyo. It'll work out perfectly for him as he shuts down Meow. Johnson & Wales now down on the man deficit yet again, and they only have half a minute to work with. The funnel will surely come out, and Duck is in a great position to deny that funnel.
I'm really confused. Ash should still have some charges in pocket, and they're going to finally do it. They should have been doing that earlier. Shoot through the drone hole, make it so you can open up the vault wall, flush the smoke out from there. You might still be able to get a plant down if they get the right positionings, but so far they're just going to have to rush in. Ado is going to get choked out and slammed. That's Tokyo and Locky each getting a kill, and Sakura finishing up Strict Vile. That's going to be the defense holding out for Buffalo Bravo, and they just looked dominant in that round. The attackers really had nothing going for them.
Buffalo Bravo, honestly, just playing so much better on Villa. I was kind of just, hinting at it that, oh, Chalet and Villa, two completely different maps. One's been in the competitive pool for so long, and it's technically more defender favorited. And Buffalo Bravo, they're doing a great job of proving me correct for once in my life. I'll probably have to note that down, maybe put it in my Twitter bio. This is a very special event for me, Wes, if you didn't know. But we're now going to be heading to one of the less favorited sites. It's dining room and kitchen. However, Buffalo Bravo has a really good lineup to actually defend this first floor objective room, or tertiary, as Scott would normally call it, even though I'm not a big fan of that word. And that pulse, along with the rest of the C4 wielding operators like the Goyo and Mute, could deny that vertical play pretty effectively as the basic attacking strategy for Johnson & Wales. You go up above, begin to do vertical play at the same time you clear out those roamers on the second floor, and then you just try to blitz your way into sight and go for a possible plant, maybe near the A-bomb site, or Tetris, as a lot of people like to call it. But that's at least what you normally see. Maybe I could be completely wrong, because we've seen a lot of different approaches for Johnson & Wales so far.
Yeah, Scott just likes to boast about his wide vernacular, That's just about how, that's the way.
He's a horrible vocab. He's just a great hype man. Like, I love working with Scott. I love him to death. He's a great hype man, but
yeah, I gotta throw a little shit on him.
I would never flame Scott like that. I love you, man. You're a great commentator.
It's loving.
Please don't leave me.
Way.
Please don't leave me. I can't lose you, man. But
yeah, seeing this defense, though, you mentioned this is that third side is a little bit more of an awkward hold. I do expect to see that roam above. So the extended roam here is going to be really reminiscent of the last map, and just to see if they're going to have as much success. Both teams having decent success with that extended roam, I would argue, on the last map. This, though, will be more familiar for these attackers. So if there's anything to say for their advantage, I would say at least familiarity is on their side.
Ooh, I don't like how Ted is setting himself up near that mud window, but he's not going to go. Okay, good. If he went right in through there, that could have been a death trap. A lot of roamers like to actually sit near library or living room. My mistake. I'm not very acquainted with that part of the map. It's not really played that much, but other than that, Johnson & Wales, pretty standard start, a minute off the clock, and they're beginning to actually hop into the building of Villa and start doing that vertical play, and also clearing out players like Civ and Locky, who are playing up above right near Astro. They'll retreat, or at least one of them will. Locky's still going to try to hold things down, but oh no, Ted hops in through trophy window and immediately finds success on the Locky's head. That's going to give Johnson & Wales the man advantage, but Buffalo, starting on my words, Buffalo has 3 C4s to work with. That is so much secondary utility to deny that vertical play.
Yeah, that's going to point that out with the pulse in hand, too. That's information. And Doc, speaking of the man helping out, probably gave that information to his teammate. I thought that was a pulse at first. It wasn't. But the pulse is actually going to continue to persist. I keep thinking one person's dying, it's another person. So Ado's move, though, is going to get that kill onto Tokyo. So that's one of the C4s off the board. Duck is the one who used this, but he's still alive. So at least one remaining in Sakura's hand. But the problem there is that is the pulse. So these attackers still have to be very, very wary. And even without C4s, if the pulse is feeding the information, they can still get floor bang.
Sakura could even things out like you mentioned. I completely agree. He has so much intel to work with. Great soft destruction by Meow. Almost nicks him a free kill, but he's just barely going to miss out on that. And oh no, he's not going to find another opportunity as Sakura will equalize things as he shuts down Meow. Now a 3-on-3. Half a minute on the clock. Johnson and Wales have to hurry if they want to win this third round and not give Buffalo a flawless first rotation. Coin flips beginning to work his way into sight. Duck picks up his second. Now a 2-on-3. Stun grenades just begin to fly right on out, but they're not going to find anybody. It's going to hinder coin flips. Push brought down now to about 20 HP. He'll be picked up by Duck. A 3K. Can he find the 4K? It's not going to be the case just yet, but a dose move is in a horrible position to win this. He'll pick up one, but he can't find a second. Time is not on Johnson and Wales' side, and Buffalo Bravo will win the round purely off of that factor, giving them the first flawless rotation, 3-0 in their favor.
Yeah, and even with a little more time pushing into sight, he gets one kill. There's still two men, and they're on opposite sides of each other. Not a really great situation to find yourselves in. That's really on the back of that opening kill, the C4 coming out to try and equalize, and everything just falling into the favor of those defenders, as you mentioned, simply because time. So they had the rush, they had the pulse feeding information, the missed opportunity from Meow. That's just hurt them so bad. Had he got that kill, then you know everyone's on that side of kitchen. You might be able to get the plant down. But the other thing I think I noticed was the planter was killed. So those people pushing side at the last moments didn't even have diffuser on them.
It really did seem hopeless for Johnson and Wales once it became a 3-on-2 as Sakura just refragged Meow, not giving him a second chance to bring the man count in the favor of Johnson and Wales at all. It was great display of gun skill there at the UMP, one of the worst weapons statistically in the game. And now that we've seen a flawless rotation by Buffalo Bravo, we're going to head back to Trophy and Statuary, and a closet extension will come out. We're seeing the exact same lineup by Buffalo Bravo, the Jaeger and Wamai combo along with Castle, Ella, and Amazi. The question is, can Johnson and Wales read into this and actually attack properly to deny this northeastern extension, or will we see a fourth round win favoring Buffalo University, or Buffalo Bravo, my mistake, a fourth time in a row now?
Say them spawn in the fountain area instead of ruins. Hopefully they rotate. But if they try and do a straight push through bedroom like we saw last time, where they really split and pushing in many different directions and all that kind of stuff, did not work out at all. And they're playing into it yet again. So this is really concerning for me. Now, maybe they're able to make this work, but I have a lot of doubt here, and I'm worried. These attackers really haven't gotten anything going. A full rotation has been done on them. They need to do better than this, and they just aren't adjusting in the way that I thought they would. This is their map pick.
All of Zophia's utility burned, and like you said, that's their pick, but oh man, Duck wide swings around the corner with the FO12, a formidable weapon to go up against, and that will pick up a fantastic frag onto a dose move. There goes your flank watch and one of your most crucial players from the last map, and Duck is still just sitting in the middle of walk-in closet, completely uncontested. Tokyo finds one on the roam clear of strict viral. There goes your Ash player. I don't think Johnson and Wales can deny this closet extension, and they're going to have to just purely go off of frags right now. And even then, I don't think they're in a great position to do that, Wes. They're down 2 players. They have a minute 30 to work with, but they still have to burn through so much of Buffalo's utility right now.
Right, and they're not going to be able to. Those ADSs are now timed, right? Instead of having just 2 charges, now it's just 1 every 10 seconds. Those things are going to be re-upped now. Now they're going to get a nice kill from coin flips, but it's going to be refrag instantly. Sakura taking out Ted and Locky killing coin flips. And now Meow all by themselves, somehow needing a 4K. He does have time to work with, gets a kill onto Locky, but he has many different areas to be watching, many different angles these defenders could be holding, and he has only a minute to play with in a 1v3.
He's going to go in for the Astro push. He'll pre-fire the melee hole, but that's not going to be where the player behind the desk is actually sitting. Oh no, Meow's not looking to his right or from the doorway around the waves near Trophy. Tokyo with the wall bang. Amazing shot with the P10 Roni, and that's going to give Buffalo their 4th round win in a row. What has happened to the dominant side of Johnson and Wales? They have just lost all of their momentum against Buffalo Bravo, and right now they're making lemons out of lemonade on this defensive hold right now, Wes.
Yeah, I just want to say this is why pro teams have stopped when they recognize the defense. They don't bother with the bedroom because it's so hard, and you're going to use so much utility you can't afford to use. So much time wasted, and then on top of it, you usually do lose the opening engagement, and that's exactly what we saw. And so you really have to adjust. You really have to read into them and then switch where you're attacking from. You cannot play into them like that. That's always going to give them a huge advantage and virtually guarantee them a round right there. And that's exactly what happened 2 times now. It's happened. I hope to see some adjustments here. They cannot do worse than a 4-2 split here. I think if they go 5-1 on their split, Johnson and Wells will have a very, very low chance of even making it to overtime.
Yeah, at the moment, I think Johnson and Wales should really consider this a learning lesson at the moment. Obviously, they should think about that after the game and not right now, but I don't think they're stream sniping. That would be pretty dumb to do that. We do have a gigantic delay on the board, if any of you actually know that. But moving back on to what I was saying earlier, Johnson and Wales, they really, like you said, need to learn from their mistakes that they consistently keep making on the attacking side of Villa, because they're walking right into Buffalo's traps, and they just have not been able to counteract it, even though it's pretty straightforward. A lot of T1 teams have basically just given out the manual or the booklet to attack properly on Villa, and right now, Johnson and Wales, they're just not reading up on their R6 lingo, so I think Villa would be a great map for them to either A, ban to not have to worry about it, or B, really go into depth on their next VOD review, possibly if they're, listening into us after this game. Hi, Johnson and Wales. Love you guys. Also a roadie guy myself. But moving back onto that, at least on this occasion, Johnson and Wales, they're doing a much better job of getting into the actual building of Villa, like I mentioned earlier. They already have master control, and it's really only a matter of time before they begin to actually push their way onto the southern side of the map and actually apply pressure into the 2 bomb sites of Plains and Games.
Yeah, and we're seeing the scans coming up by the Jackal. They know someone's on the roam below. That's really key information. They're going to have to be watching that rotate up. They do have the Nomad to help, but my problem with the Nomads, it does seem to make teams complacent. You can't rely on it only. A lot of the times the air jab can be shot. So they're going to have to be very wary of that flank from Astro Stairs. But look at them. They are taking a lot better control and a lot quicker in doing so. So I do like this attack so far from what I'm seeing. What I would like to see is an opening kill as well. That'd really be a boon for this team. But so far, nothing being found. Duck did take some damage just now, but half the round as he laps, they're going to have to start trying to get more control here and getting some of those walls opened up.
I think that's exactly what Twitch is going for. Meow. He's going to hop underneath through that hatch. Locky picks up one onto a Dose Smooth. Massive frag on Bravo, yet again, or Buffalo Bravo. But luckily, Coin Flips finds the refrag. Wide swing by Tokyo. No one's looking. 90 Hall! What is going on, Johnson and Wales? Tokyo gets away scot-free. Luckily, Meow picks up a refrag onto Sakura, but the damage, Wes, has already been done. What did we just witness? No one was watching 90 Hall through the bookshelf side, and Tokyo will mark it off of that free real estate. It's now a 2v3, Johnson and Wales on the back burner, and again, we're going to witness another funnel effect coming in when attacking this Plains and Games bomb site. We're down to about half a minute on the clock. Again, Johnson and Wales are not in a great position to win this. They have to burn through a lot of active utility and players on the side of Buffalo. Tokyo waiting around the corner. He'll get picked off by Meow, equalizing things in a 2-on-2. And another frag comes out by Meow. Can he get the 4K? The plant could obviously come down, but Viral, before the plant even happens, will pick up the lone player of Civ, stuck inside of Hunting. A great retake by Johnson and Wales, narrowly evading that loss against Buffalo Bravo.
That's what you call stealing victory out of the claws of defeat, right? Isn't that the phrase? Or snatching it, whatever you want to say. That's really what it was. That should not have been their round. The biggest blunder of that round, well, there's actually two, one on each side, right? One, they were both looking towards red stairs in 90, the attackers, and so that allowed Tokyo to move up and get that double kill. That's unacceptable. You cannot have them both watching the same angle, especially on a place where you know they're going to be trying to get picks onto your players from that classical hallway hold. So you have to have someone watching that. I don't know what was going on there. Huge blunder. But the other blunder is, I don't remember what op it was, but the person behind bar just not being aggressive enough at all, being too passive, letting the I believe it was Twitch, move in and just get the easy kill onto them. They just were not holding it aggressively enough. And the smoke really also, like, I know they're in a kind of harder position, but they also have the wall opened up. So there's 3 different angles they could potentially have looking towards that doorway, and none of them were watching it well enough to know that they had moved into the site. That's also a blunder. So both teams having a blunder. In this case, Johnson and Wells were able to capitalize more impressively, I would say, even though that double kill from Tokyo was really good.
That was, yeah, that was just right place at the right time. Again, just completely having Johnson and Wells slap themselves with their own hand with the amount of mistakes they made that round, but somehow they come back from it. So congrats to them. Great kills by both Meow and Strict Viral. Also, Duck had all of his toxic babes and was not throwing them near the bar doorway. That could have been an easy way to deny the push. Then they would have had to have completely rotated in towards Aviator or pushed through the smoke, which would have been devastating, but we didn't actually witness that. So that's going to allow Johnson and Wells to pick up their first round win. And if they get this last one before we head to the second half, Wes, they're not going to be in a completely horrible spot. They may be down by 2 rounds, but normally you see a 4-2 split favoring the defenders, which is currently Buffalo Bravo. And right now, they already have their 4 rounds. Johnson and Wales just needs to pick up their second one and will be in a very defaulted position on Villa.
Yeah, that's an easy kill. It should have been for these attackers. They should have had multiple angles opened up by now, but they're not pushing in to get that kill. And I feel like that a defender is playing by their lonesome over there in statue. So could have been a really easy kill, but still hasn't been found. Hopefully they're able to take care of it without losing someone. There's no second defender to really support that player, so this should be an easy opening kill for these attackers.
Minute 40, Johnson and Wells really trying to confirm where exactly Lockie is. They can pinpoint the player's position, maybe find a wall bang. Both coin flip and a dose move are waiting for the exact, and I mean exact moment to find this player of Lockie. He'll manage to get away, though, into landing, and he's just back into sight. Johnson and Wales taking far too much attention to detail on that roam clear, and that's going to allow this to remain a 5-on-5. A gigantic mistake for Johnson and Wales, and that could bite them in the behind later on in the 6th round as we get to the final minute, and it's still a 5-on-5. No clear winner just yet, but for the most part, time does favor the side of the defenders, especially when we reach that final minute, which is exactly what's going on right now, Wes.
Yeah, that was a huge blunder. Why are you not watching that angle? They should have shot a hole in that wall in the first place just to have the angle into the doorway, and they didn't do that either. So I'm not really sure what these attackers were doing, but the coordination was clearly not there. The calls were not coming. Yes, there's drone pings coming out, but are they saying right here, right here? Are they saying where is he moving? Like, I'm not sure what the communication was, but it was clearly a missed opportunity. Now, here's a missed opportunity for the Twitch of Meow. He does not get that opening kill. The angle held by Sid was actually a little off, so it really should have been Meow's kill there, and yet he wasn't able to capitalize on it.
It took him so much time to find that kill, but it doesn't matter. He'll stall so much map control, and oh my god, Wes, it's a sea of blue. Civ looks away at just the wrong time, but it might not matter. We're down to another 2-on-4. C4 soars into the skies. It'll shut down Ted. It's just a 1v3 now as Coinflip picks up 1, but he has no time to confirm the other 3 kills. It's going to be a great round win for Buffalo Bravo as they bring us to a 5-1 split and a very decisive first half transition for them as they're now on the attacking side, but they've already done so much damage on their defensive holds, they might be able to take us into map number 3 sooner than expected.
Certainly seems like it, being up 5-1. You'd hope that they can win it from there. Otherwise, that's just going to show us both of these teams, and I say this with like constructive criticism in mind, but both these teams, if this somehow was another 5-1 split, we got to overtime, both these teams need to work on their attacks. That's all that means to me. This is not that heavy of a defender favored map in comparison to something like Oregon or Cafe. That's where you can expect to see this maybe come up once in a while. On Villa, that really shows me that there's something going wrong with the attacks, at least on Johnson and Wales side. Now we're going to see, can they exploit weaknesses on the attack of Buffalo Bravo, or are we going to see the domination continue from that other side of things? Will Buffalo Bravo be more comfortable on this map? And if so, both these teams not looking very strong on their own map choices, which is strange.
Yeah, it's normally the other way around. I'm not going to question it, though. I'm just glad we're on Villa and not Oregon, like you mentioned, because, God, that map is so boring.
Yeah, Borgen.
And, yeah, they call it Borgen for a reason. It's straight up Resident Sleeper. There's no better way to put it. Oregon, please remove it. Bring back Theme Park. I mean, please. Come on. I know Oregon's a great map, but, I mean, just favor the casters a little bit for once. Johnson and Wales, though, they're going to go to Aviator and Games Room, probably one of the most played sites on Villa, and they have a really decent lineup. You have Meow on the Frost, played a lot more in competitive in recent. She's kind of a jack of all trades, a one-man army if you give it. Her Frost mats can really catch players off guard if not droned out properly. Her shield gives a lot of great secondary utility to extend out into certain parts of the map, and that shotgun can make a lot of great kill holes and rotations for your team. So, like I said, she can really do anything and everything if she ever so pleases to.
I'm a little worried about this defense. I don't see many people on the extended realm now. If they at least have someone in 90, I'd feel a little more comfortable. Then you can at least hold off a little bit longer, make them waste more time. But if they're all playing site and playing to the far south side of the map by main stairs, for example, I just don't think that's necessarily the best way to hold this. Now, they do have someone below. We saw the red outline below, maybe bottom red stairs area, possibly. That could be a key position that could capitalize on these attackers if they take too much time here. It could be that last second flank that really wins the round for them. We'll see. But so far, time is not being wasted by these defenders.
No. Buffalo Bravo, they're not wasting a lot of time either. They are pretty much on the exact same pace as Johnson and Wales were on their attacking side. The only thing is, they just look a lot more confident. I think that their morale game is just sky high right now because they're 4 rounds up, 5-1 split that we just witnessed. They're almost living in Johnson and Wales' heads rent-free, and oh, that could have been the case if Duck landed his shots, but it's going to barely miss out on a vital kill. Shots come out again by Tokyo, lighting up, I believe, his teammate for a split second there, as Duck just ran right past his sight lines, and that's going to allow Coinflip to get away scot-free as well. Still a 5-on-5, but a handful of players on both teams are a little bit worse for wear right now, but it's not that big of a concern, as there's still a minute on the clock. Anything can really happen right now, Wes.
Yeah, 5-3-5 in the last minute. This is where rounds get chaotic, but Strict Fire is going to take out Sakura. The opening kill coming for these defenders. Meow going to follow it up, and that's going to put them in a really good advantage here. 5-3, but a refrag might be found, and it is by Locky.
Nice start for Johnson and Wales. They still have the man advantage. A dose move taking a huge amount of damage, but returns the favor onto Locky, and Strict Viral will finish him off. Now a 4v2, and Buffalo Bravo are very limited on how they're going to approach this bomb site at the moment. Duck waiting for a possible flank, but I don't think that's going to be the case. He's wasting so much time and is really leaving Civ quite compromised at the current moment. Grenade gets tossed out. The Wamai gadget, though, will do its job perfectly. Duck now injured. Civ will pick up a refrag. He's going to go for the revive, but he has no time to do this. It'll bring it down to 3 seconds, and a dose move with the flank will shut down the lone 2 players on the attacking side, and that will give Johnson and Wales a impactful round win against Buffalo.
I get it. In moments like that, you feel hopeless and you're not sure what to do. Maybe it's chaotic with the comms, but like in the last 7 seconds, why bother trying to pick someone up? At least try and just get the kills, man. In this case, though, it was really a round loss anyway. But at least maybe you could have helped your own stats, not died there. You know, just hold off and just wait. In any case, it really doesn't end up mattering. That was a nice hold from Johnson and Wales. I will say, I thought they gave up control of the top like by 90 and by top of red a bit too fast, but in this case, it didn't prove to be of any consequence. No one punished them for it. They didn't push up real fast, get the vault wall open. They just got slammed on their gunfights. And so Johnson Wells showing that despite what looks like maybe a shaky defense, it was certainly stronger than I expected. And really job well done for them. But again, they were down 5-1, so they need to show they can continue this. That isn't a one-off round.
I almost thought we were going to see a closet extension. I'm not too sure. I don't think it'll happen because there's no castle on the board and they're reinforcing the triple wall completely. Nope, Meow is just going to reinforce the closet wall instead. Okay, so we won't see the closet extension. So maybe we'll see the extension come out near the southern side of the map where we just saw Johnson and Wales defend. Maybe they'll have a player like Meow, for example, just hold down some dirty long-range angles with that 1.5 time NP5K, and put some reinforcements there as well to kind of lessen the attacking points that Buffalo Bravo can go from. That might be the case. I honestly have no clue. Johnson and Wales have really been surprising me on Villa, not so much on Shelley. Actually, no, they did surprise me a lot because we didn't see the basement floor be defended once at all. But hey, we're going to not discuss that map. We'll stick right on in Villa. Meow will get spotted out quite quickly into this 8th round, but a reposition comes out almost as quickly as the spot did, so he could still find a gigantic frag on his own for Buffalo. If he peeks at just the right time, he'll find no shots on the Duck, now forced to retreat, and that's going to cause him to lose his life in the process as Lockie just doubles down on the counter extension and finds the opening frag on probably the best entry fragger on the side of Johnson and Wales.
Opening kill coming out for that attack, so that looks good for them. It is just the Wamai, which is kind of important. You don't have any more discs that will spawn in his hand, so you won't really help tonight. But you still have those ADSs in your pockets, and still have a decent amount of the map control. But a lot of time, it, again, wasn't wasted. I don't know why Duck just killed Locky, but that's very unfortunate. That was one of your top fraggers off the board now, and you're going to have to make up for it. It's a 4v4 now, that man advantage gone.
And that could have been a great player to remove Rooney Gates, to break the barbed wire with her Ash charges. The only soft destructor you now have is Duck, and he's probably not going to get a lot of soft destruction with that Sledgehammer, as we're not going on a bottom floor objective room. This is Trophy and Statuary. Sledge is almost useless other than his fragmentation grenades. That's really it. So Johnson and Wales could really work this out in their favor, as long as they just play very conservatively in the middle of the bomb site and just wait for Buffalo to make another huge error in their calculations. A dose move, though, he'll get lit up, almost being completely wiped off the face of this earth, but that will not be the case. He'll still be alive for a little while longer. He'll get another chance at life. Barbed wire being broken now in the background. 2 huge kills for Johnson and Wales. A 4-on-2 now pursues. Duck will get a refrag onto a dose move. However, this could give them a little bit more breathing room to work with. Beautiful double kill for Duck. No way you hit those shots on the viral. And now things are evened up once more against Johnson and Wales. The smoke plant possibly coming down, or that might just be to impair the vision of Johnson and Wales. Not entirely sure, but regardless, secondary utility being used up here by Buffalo. They've got only 10 seconds to work with, but it's an even man count. They're going to funnel right into Ted's position. It almost works out. Civ with the refrag, though. He'll go for the plant. Coin flip could possibly deny. There's no more time left on the clock. He's right behind Ace. He'll go for the knife kill. It'll work out. It won't be a blunder for Coin flip, and Johnson and Wales pick up their 3rd round win now on the defensive side. Great hold against the aggression displayed by Buffalo Bravo.
So defense winning out so far. I mean, this game is about clicking heads, right? And in this case, we saw plenty of heads getting clicked. Duck, for example, getting that nice headshot, 2 in a row, really. But at the end of the day, what happens? Time also plays a factor. So this game has a little bit more complexity to it, right? It's not just clicking the heads. But in that case, we saw some nice clips, some nice highlights. But at the end of the day, that isn't what wins the game always. Sometimes, yes. In this case, just no time. The ace had to stick it. And I felt kind of bad for him because he knew what was coming, right? I did hear one of those nomad charges. I thought maybe it would hit him on that double door before he can get behind him fully. And that actually could have been a huge difference. Even just the 2-3 seconds, that would have been enough time to get the plant and then flip around and look at that door. But unfortunately, those air jets just not placed quite in the right spot to help out that teammate in the moment of need.
I'm going to be honest, Wes. I really thought Aruni was going to go for the knife kill and just get 180 flicked by Civ. I would have lost my mental, man. That would have really just, I would have lost all hope for Johnson and Wales. At least on Villa, they still have a great chance on Clubhouse. If we go to that, I don't want to say anything too soon because Johnson and Wales has actually done a great job of beginning to thin out the round advantage that Buffalo had so strong against them. It was a 4-round advantage for them going into the second half, and now it's only a 2-round advantage. It's been cut clean in half from center mass, so it's a good start for Johnson and Wales. If they keep this momentum in their favor, they could surely come back pretty successfully against Buffalo Bravo. maybe they will actually end up winning on Villa. But again, like I said, I don't want to just throw out random stuff at people's faces and expect them just to catch it. So we'll wait and see how exactly Buffalo will attack on this first floor objective room. Maybe go for some vertical play, duck again on the sledge. So this could be a really big issue on the side of Johnson & Wales if they do not counteract it with a great and strong roam presence.
Yeah, it's going to be that third site you mentioned in the first floor and kitchen area. And so that's going to be a little bit of a help, I think, for the attackers. It's certainly not a very strong site, in my opinion. This is the site that if they win this 2 times, even if we get to that last round before we see a 4-2 split, you could say, theoretically, that would still give Bravo the win in regulation, right? They would still have that round advantage, being 5-1 on their side. So if they can win this round, it will put Bravo in the driver's seat, and it would be map point. So we could see that third map still. Well, the thing I want to point out that was going well for Bravo, they were in the advantage, but that team kill was like shooting yourself in the foot. They really lost momentum. Now Duck is going to be off the board early. That's coin flips getting the opening kill. So not looking so great for these attackers.
And that is your main soft destructor gone. Obviously, Ash has 6 different items she can select from, the 3 breaching charges and the 3 breaching rounds. So that's still a lot of soft destruction you can do to get a bird's eye view into the 2 bomb sites of dining and kitchen. But what players like Ados move on the pulse, just sitting pretty in the middle of sight from underneath, that could be a big C4 kill, but he's going to rip it far too early. The grip and rip, it's not going to work out. That's a big waste of secondary utility. Now only Coin Flips has his C4 to work with, but he could meet his demise quite soon. Meow with a spectacular shot in through Trophy, but just as I predicted, Tokyo swings around the corner and picks up Coin Flip with the pistol kill. No secondary gadgets of nitro cells to work with. It's just going to be the intel of that cardiac sensor for Johnson & Wales, but they still have a great chance of denying the vertical play, as actually there's no vertical play that can be done. Lockie and Duck have been eliminated off the board. That's the only soft destruction Johnson & Wales had to work, or pardon, Buffalo Bravo had to work with, and now Johnson & Wales are in a great position to win this 9th round.
Yeah, something else I want to point out, and this is a small criticism, but this is a map where IQ could very well be played. She's very useful on this map, and especially on this site. You know, they just won 2 sets in a row. This is the standard site, and they almost always will be bringing that pulse. Why not bring the IQ? Direct counter, easy wall, floor bang, whatever you want to call it, and could have just taken care of this before it became a problem. Ted will get a kill onto Sakura, though, and this is only going to make it harder for these defenders to hold up, but Meow going to refrag. Tokyo getting kills, but time is not in their favor, and that is going to be another round for Johnson & Wales. Now it's really close. I think they're at 5-4 on the round count.
The fire is alive and well inside of them, Wes, to say the least. They've made an amazing comeback. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They've not cut any slack against Buffalo Bravo. They're like, oh, you want to go 5-1 against us on the defense? That's fine. We'll return the favor. And now it's 5-4. Buffalo only has 1 round up against Johnson & Wales, and that could easily change as we're going by far one of the best sites to defend on Villa, Aviator and Games Room. And Johnson & Wales, they are going to just embrace what helped them win so much on the last round. They're going to bring a mirrored lineup of the last time. I think Buffalo Bravo has a slightly different changeup. The Yana pick, huge fan of. More grenades, great intel gatherer, keeps that drone economy alive. And I know you and I both love talking about that because information in this game, Wes, is crucial to winning a lot of these rounds on both sides of the board.
Yeah, and just to add to the point, she also has that Gone 6 now, so she has a backup weapon that can be helping with the soft destruction, take care of the shields, and they have been bringing shields. On this bomb site, they're bringing the same lineup you mentioned. What did they bring last time? Frost and Smoke both having that shield in pocket, so they really could help themselves out here. We're getting asked for a rehost. Not quite sure what is going on, but it might have to wait to the next round. I don't think we can do it after the prep phase has already elapsed.
Oh no, it's the famous headgear. Oh no. That's the last one that you want to hear about. I want to know what headgear it is possibly, because they could be right. There's some really oddball headgear bans that are not allowed in competitive R6. And quick heads up for anybody that's playing in any type of competitive R6 that's above ranked. Just good rule of thumb, just don't wear any skins at all. Just reset your entire setup to not have anything on your players. That way something like this does not happen, because this is a big reason why some teams just sweep away, because they will be able to guarantee forfeit round wins against their opponents and just win the entire map outright. So if Buffalo Bravo is actually true on this call, we might have them either A, go into match point, or B, just win the entire map and bring us to a decider of Clubhouse. That would be devastating for Johnson and Wales, especially since they are on such a great comeback. They're on the revenge tour right now for Villa, and they could possibly deny a third map coming into effect. So let's hope that that's not the case.
Looks like they said they're okay, so I think they're just going to play through it. If that was the same team, I believe it was the ones. I think it was Bravo who called for, or was it Johnson Wales? You guys fine with the head? Oh yeah, okay. So,
Okay.
head. Okay, yeah. So, they're going to just let it play through,
All right.
and I think that's fine. You know, it's just a headgear. Just move on, try and play the game. But that is half of a round elapsed. Just, it's just what it'd be.
It's all part of the self-sabotage, Wes. Bravo mentioned it, and now they are in such a horrible spot because only now have they actually entered the building, and we're down to the last minute. It's going to be a very quick and decisive round for either side, because either Buffalo Bravo just finds a boatload of kills against Johnson and Wales and gets a plant down and wins this, or Johnson and Wales just sits in the middle of sight and just mows down Buffalo Bravo. I'm assuming it'll be the second option that I mentioned, just because of how difficult it is to attack Aviator in games when you do not have 90 control, or if you don't have a hard breach opened up on either hunting or near study side. This might be a devastating round loss for Buffalo again.
Dr. shot Locky. Not sure what was going on there. Toki's going to be down, but probably from near red. And so these attackers, they know they don't have a lot of time. They're being really kind of desperate here in their attempts, but they might still be able to make something happen. Sometimes people do thrive on the chaos. We'll see if they're able to do so. But being down to man, that was a frost trap actually that caught them. So that's exactly what that was. Seeing it though, there is no kill being found by these attackers yet, and Coinflip's going to get that opening kill on the Duck, and things are looking dire. These defenders are just going to mow them down, as you had said. So it's not working out. Fall that's wrong, but not surprising considering how much time had elapsed.
Oh my goodness. Johnson and Wales, I mean, it might have been a little bit of a handicapped win there, but it was a flawless round regardless. They played into their strong suit similar to how Buffalo did a few rounds prior. That's going to even things up 5-5. Oh my goodness. What a great comeback by Johnson and Wales. They were down 4 rounds, and now they've evened things up, not losing a single defensive hold yet. That could change possibly. Maybe we'll see a rehost. I don't know. I thought they were completely fine with the skin thing. I have no idea. Maybe it'll happen. I don't want to say anything just yet. We might have the round play out. I'm gonna have these players confirm it before we actually, confirm it. I have no clue, man.
Probably should have paused it, but it is what it is.
I mean, they didn't make their minds up, so it's kind of on them, I guess. I mean, Narwhal's had like 80 things to worry about. I don't think a rehost is one that he wants to prioritize the most, so I don't really blame him.
Well, I don't either. I'm just saying, maybe just for the sake of, it's a possibility. It doesn't hurt anyone to pause it for a moment just to get everything figured out. But in any case, I don't think you can call the rehost. I think technically you have to lose that round if you had the headgear, right? I think that's automatically a round loss for you, if I remember the rules right. I hope I get corrected on that if I'm wrong. So in any case, they would have lost the round anyways, just because you can't bring it. Or you can TK the person. I think that's the other option, right? In that case, it didn't happen, and they lost round. So I think just moving forward, we'll see what they're able to do. That is 4 rounds in a row. That's exactly the same number of rounds in a row that Bravo had on their defense before the first round on attack was won by them, or by Johnson Wales on the other side. So now this might be the round. If we see the same pattern, Bravo could win this one, and then we might see that 5-1 split. But again, this is all still singing the same tune to me. These teams need to work on their attack on this map. I just haven't seen the coordination that I'd like to see.
Is Shorty like a melody in your head, Wes? Is that the kind of vibe you're giving off right now? I think it's about
every day.
It's like my iPod's stuck on replay, but oh no! What are you doing? That's not what you want to have happen. That's nothing as to what we've seen so far on Villa, and that's exactly why. That's a huge error in calculations by Meow, and Tokyo's gonna mark it off it. And he types lol in chat.
I
Oh
would
my
too, man.
goodness.
Like, what are you doing? Why are you jumping out
Oh,
like that?
yeah, why would you do that?
And
Literally, that's the worst time to run out. That is,
it
I
really
get
was.
it. Maybe catch him off guard, but so much is on the line. This is the round where either team goes into match point and could bring us to map 3, and you throw away the man count like that? Oh no. Meow, that's not a good idea.
To be fair, he did die last time on the same bomb site early, and they still won the round. So it might not be as big of a deal, but Ado is going to get that kill and refrag onto Sakura. You see Locky trying to find the kill, and he does on Ado's move. I thought he was going to get slapped because it didn't seem like he saw him in time, but I guess both players didn't react quite fast enough, and someone's quicker on the draw, and it's Locky in this case. Now we are going to see almost a refrag by Strick, but he's taking actually a whole lot of damage. And there's a 4v3 for these attackers. About a minute remaining. They have plenty of time to work with. These defenders are probably reeling right now.
Strict Viral missing some vital shots, and the foot will get spotted out by Locky. A 2K for Ash as he begins to work his way into sight. And now Johnson and Wales are in a horrible position to try to win this. It's a 2v4. We've seen this happen before, but I don't think we're going to see the exact same outcome as Ted will get shut down by Tokyo. It's now a 1v3 as we'll see a refrag come out by Coin Flip, but Civ trades it back instantaneously, and Buffalo, because of the run out by Meow at the beginning of the round, will bring us to match point as they give themselves the advantage for a second time now, Wes.
Hey, John, I said they won 4 in a row and then they won their first attack, and I said that's the pattern. Well, what happens?
Oh, yeah.
4 in a row, and then the attack wins. So it's just kind of funny how things play out like that. But in this case, it really did seem like it came on the back of an unrecommended jump out by me, I will say. So hopefully this time they have a little bit more sound of a defense. I still think that the momentum is still on their side, considering they've been dominating for many rounds in a row. And so they still have plenty of that momentum to carry them into another round win here and bring us into that overtime.
I'm still just mind boggled about the run up by Meow. I mean, he could have been such a great asset on the defensive hold. He could have done so much. He's a great player. He's found so many kills, and it's just I don't understand it. I mean, I get it, the wild card aspect of it, but it really seems like such a high risk, high reward play. It really just doesn't seem worth it in my mind. And now they're looking down that gun barrel of match point, Wes. They're going to return to Trophy and Statuary with the exact same lineup that they saw. And honestly, I don't blame them entirely, because I think as long as Meow just doesn't give himself up really early into this 12th round, that Johnson and Wales has a fighting chance against Buffalo Bravo, even though they are 1 round away from losing this.
Yeah, the thing you can say about going to the same site is the other site was kitchen for them, right? And I do think this is technically a better site. So, but at the same time, they didn't look really good on their basement hold. Like, they had that pulse feeding a lot of information and got some C4s going up and getting those kills. The roam game was working out for them. So I'm not really sure. I have like mixed feelings about it, but I actually am going to agree with your normal statement of going to the same site isn't usually a good idea. I actually don't think it's a great idea here, but maybe they'll make me eat my words in like a moment.
Yeah, no, I still agree with you. And to be honest, a little bias here, I actually like Dining Room more than Trophy, just because I think it's really easy for the attackers to just get into study, which is what we're seeing right now by Buffalo. They have study control, and they can begin to just push their way in towards the 2 objective rooms. And there isn't really that much that Johnson and Wales can do other than just winning their gunfights. And that should not be how you want to try and win your rounds, even if you have so many mechanically gifted players like Meow, Ado Smooth, Coin Flip. Just name off a couple of players on the side of Johnson and Wales. All of them really seem gifted with their gunplay. It shouldn't come down to that. It should be something a little more methodically, especially in a game like Rainbow6, maybe not COD, for example. But again, just really seems odd, maybe a little dubious to try to do that. It probably won't matter that much, though. But we're down to 1:30, and Buffalo Bravo is just knocking at the doors of Johnson and Wales' objective room right now. It's really only a matter of time before we see a bloodbath occur in these 2 objective rooms, Wes.
I don't know if he saw the Ash, but up and to the right, you can see that beeper. It's not that hard to shoot it, man. It's continually feeding that sound information. But instead, he's just going to have to focus on the doorway itself. But these attackers are not finding much for their trouble. They haven't gotten a lot of control. Tokyo going to be trying to put some pressure by getting on that back window of astronomy. Locky, though, can't get that kill onto Doe this time, and Duck does get that opening kill actually on the Gent before that happened.
4v4 now, even man count a second time. A little bit of utility being burned. Again, grenade completely missing. No one's lined up. ADS now reset, and so will the laser gate be reset as well. This is a great spot for Johnson and Wales because of how much utility they have to work with. Duck will get injured, technically upping the man count for Johnson and Wales, even more so now as Meow claims the head of Sakura. We're down to about 20 seconds, Wes, and this is not a great position for Buffalo as they have to just funnel right on through into sight. C4 comes out far too early, but it won't matter. Time is not on the side of Buffalo Bravo as they try to make lemons out of lemonade for a second time. A dose move picks up his second frag of the round. Strict Viral following suit. It's just a 1v3, and a nice C4 comes out by Viral, eliminating Tokyo in the 1v3, and that will give overtime back in the favor of Johnson and Wales as we will go in round number 13.
Yeah, well, job well done. We see that they are able to get back into that overtime. They made a comeback from being down 5-1, and that's really good kudos to them. But at the same time, I'm going to come back to it. The attack for both these teams has been lackluster, and we're seeing now overtime. I expect that to play into it. So what's going to happen here? I expect each team to probably win their defense, and so Johnson and Wales has the advantage here. They could take this map, and then it'll be a 2-0 still, despite going to overtime, despite having a really good showing on the second map compared to the first map. Bravo has now let go of that advantage they had, and now they're going to be in the disadvantage if it still plays out as we kind of expected to by having 5-1 splits in regulation.
Yeah, I really want to double down on the point that you made for the attacking rounds. Only 2 rounds have been won out of the 12 that we've witnessed. That is a huge disproportion to the ratio. That's not a good stat that Buffalo Bravo is definitely very well aware of, and only one of those rounds has actually been won by them. This could be a great pickup round for Johnson and Wales. That's going to ensure that they won't get immediately eliminated off of this second map, bring it to 7-6, and then if they get lucky enough, maybe they'll bring it 8-6, but it's most likely going to be 7-7, and just because Johnson and Wales has that defensive side coming out first on this overtime position, they might just win based off of that because of how just strong these defensive rounds have been for both sides. The exact same round count, 5-1, 5-1, like you and I both have now mentioned numerous amount of times. That might be the sole factor of why Johnson and Wales brings this 2-0 map score in their favor.
Right, and I don't want to harp too much on how bad the attacks have been because they looked okay, but it just seems really coordination, and sometimes the strategy isn't great, but other times the strategy is fine. They just aren't able to get those important kills. So I don't want to be too negative on it, but it does seem like a dire situation to find yourselves in if you're Buffalo Bravo, because you've already lost the first map. You're already feeling bad, and now Duck's gonna get hit by a frost mat. That's not gonna help you out. Low HP after getting helped up here. And they've put themselves in a bad situation. There's a shield contesting you, Locky. Did no one drone this? What are they doing? They're just pushing unwisely. And this is what I'm talking about, these attacks. They seem careless at times.
Oh no, coin flip from underneath though! What a huge C4, that might just seal the deal for Johnson and Wales. They pick up both Sakura and Locky. Oh no, that is not what you want to have happen. I was going to speculate that the player underneath might have a C4 at hand, and I was right on the money. That is such a huge blow into the stomachs of Buffalo Bravo. They're down by 2 players and they don't have a lot to work with now. Grenade gets tossed out by Duck in a last-ditch effort that could allow for the back wall of hunting to be opened up with the Selmas. That will happen almost immediately, but even with a new sightline added to the board, it still might be a hopeless round for Buffalo Bravo, as like I said, they're down 2 entire players and have absolutely no map control other than 90 corner.
Getting 2 kills is great. Now, what's really bad for the attackers is one of those kills could have at least been Duck, who was already down by the frost mat, and he might have felt okay about it because he's already half dead. But it wasn't. There's 2 full HP players dead, and Duck, who's half a breath left in his lifespan here. He's going to die very quickly. So you're in like a 2.5 man versus 5 man situation, and you have no control other than getting vault wall open. This is already looking like a round loss, and it was lost way long ago.
Yeah, this is not looking good. One player, though, Duck, will walk right into sight and be denied by the Toxic Babe. 5-on-2 now. This is not looking good for Buffalo Bravo. Coin flip with a 3K. Can he get the quad? He'll get denied by Tokyo. But like I said earlier, the damage, it's already been done. A dose move wraps up the 13th round onto Tokyo with a concise kill. And that will guarantee Johnson and Wales match point in overtime 7-6.
And interestingly enough, because they had started on tech, Johnson and Wales, this is their first time being in the lead all game. They had been down 1-0, and then they were down 2-0, and then 3-0, and then the 4 in a row, like I had mentioned. And then from there, they finally made it back to 5-5, but then they lost that round because of the jump out meow. So they had never ever been in the driver's seat. Let's say they've never been in that lead. They're finally in the lead. That probably feels really good to persevere through it. On the other side of things, to be in the lead virtually all game and now you're on the back foot, you probably are. You need a lot of mental fortitude here, and I just don't know if Buffalo Bravos can be able to make a miracle happen.
It's doable, but I also am beginning to be a little bit negative about that too, Wes. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of on the same boat here. It's give them benefit of the doubt. They're on defense. This has been one of the most defensive favored Villa maps I've seen in a while. But even then, Johnson and Wales will get the defensive round if we go into the, I believe, 15th round. It's still not looking good for Buffalo Bravo. They are really going to have to play out of their minds if they want to go to Clubhouse. And even then, Johnson and Wales, after they made up for their minor mistakes after the first half, they really just seem to be back on top once again. Not as strong as they were on Chalet, don't get me wrong, but again, they have the round count against Buffalo Bravo. It might be a really difficult third map if we actually go to it, but Johnson and Wales, they're looking a lot better than they were in the first half, and they have a decent percentage to win this 14th round and not bring us to double overtime.
You know, this is one of those things I was thinking about here in the late round, and maybe it's not appropriate to be doing so, John. But I'm wondering, like, is there even a highlight player that we can identify on Johnson Well? Let's say they win this. Like, who would you say is the star player? They've all been consistently doing very well. Ado's been doing well, but so has Meow. So has Coin Flips. Those three especially have just been top fragging in each map, and they haven't slowed down. So it's like we can't really point to one player as like a carry. Let's say this whole team has been on fire for the most part. On the other side of things, Tokyo definitely stepped up in this map, but it still hasn't been enough.
I mean, I'd probably would say, at least on this matchup, coin flip for sure, even though I am definitely a very big Meow simp. I'm not gonna, really talk about that too. Or Stan. Simp is not a very nice word to say on Twitch. I will say Stan instead. That is a little bit better, even though context has been provided. Jackal Scan, though, coming out by coin flip, another marvelous player on the side of Johnson and Wells. That'll force Locky all the way to the basement floor of the ejector room. He'll meet up with Tokyo. They could go on a very long flank, a great rotation possibly, but if they don't find any kills from that rotation / flank, this could be an easy win for Johnson and Wales, as because both of those players are underneath on the very bottom floor, they are basically giving their team up in a 3-on-5, but luckily Locky will begin to work his way all the way up above, now bringing things a little bit more favorable for Buffalo. But Johnson and Wales, they are really looming outside of these two objective rooms. Soft destruction being made by both Meow and also Strict Viral. They're just beginning to trench their way into the map itself, or the bomb site. My mistake. Locky trying to deny the push by Meow, but he's only going to pick up a little bit of damage now. We're down to 40 seconds, still a 5-on-5. This is not looking that well for Johnson and Wales, because they haven't done all that much. They're just sitting right outside of the point, but they have to begin to actually get into the two objective rooms itself if they want to win this.
And Jackal Pings are going to continue to feed information. I like his position, but it's really not going to help them all that much. The ADSs, the Smoke Babes coming out to burn off this time, burn up the health of these attackers. We do see the man from Study is going to do a lot of damage, and Locky will be down and killed, but Duck doing a lot of work with these Smoke Babes is also going to be helping his team out. The plant is coming down, however. The smoke isn't in the right position. I just realized it wasn't hitting the man behind the doorway. The flank is going to come up by Tokyo. He gets a double. He's not quite able to find the last kill here, but he gets help from Duck. They're going to get the defuse, and Bravo will win the round, but that was really dicey. It looks like the attackers might have been able to make something happen there. Luckily, the flank from Tokyo really shut it down.
I did mention it earlier. I'm glad it happened. Tokyo, right place, right time, found the last 2 picks, really helped out his team there. I did think that Buffalo had that in the bag regardless, but it is nice just to have reassurance, a backup plan, if you would call it. And now it's going to bring us a double overtime. No one can come out as just someone who wins another round and just continues on forward. It's either make or break for Buffalo Bravo and Johnson & Wales, because if JWU wins this round, then they don't bring us to a third map. They've already won the first one on Chalet. Buffalo Bravo have to win this if they want to pick up a win against JWU. And I don't know if they're going to have it in them. We've only seen 2 attacking round wins. This is going to be a huge outlier win for Buffalo Bravo. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Well, now is the time, right? If you needed to pull out one of your strongest attacks, this is the round to do so. You've only won 1 so far. So it's a lot to ask. You've already had plenty of rounds and opportunities. So if we're going by what we've seen, of course, the pessimistic view is probably not going to happen. But, you know, miracles are meant for moments like this. The max round overtime, round 15, we find ourselves here on. And if they win it, though, we will find ourselves on that map 3, and they'll equate their map count. So that would help out Buffalo so immensely here, but they're going to need it on the back of a really solid round on attack, which, again, I just don't know if they have it in them. I'm hoping, again, just like you said, I'm hoping that I'm proven wrong, because this matchup on this map has been really great. I'd love to see a map 3.
Yeah, we're on map point, match point, series point. We're on everything point at this point, Wes. And like I've said, I'll say it again, just to really hammer in that talking point. Buffalo Bravo need, and I mean need, to win this if they want to have a chance at coming back against Johnson & Wales. If that doesn't happen, then we're done. We're done commentating for the evening, and it'll be brought to Scott and Caro, I believe. And, you know, I wouldn't mind that. They're both great casters, but I would kind of like to see the redemption arc for Bravo at the moment. But it might not happen. Right now, though, they're doing a fantastic job of covering a lot of ground really early into this 15th round. Some pop shots come out near the red stairwell, but they're not going to find anything that's going to keep us in this 5-on-5. But first minute off the board, Buffalo Bravo, they're in a decent start, but they need to just add a little bit more emphasis on this southern push.
Yeah, looking at it, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were,
That's okay.
you were done there. I had a little bit of a lag, I think. But looking at the drone work, you're right. They're giving up a lot of control, though, on the defensive side. So I'm really questioning what they're doing here. They do see Meow down below, might be going for that flank. We saw Tokyo have really great success on a flank in the last round, really won it for them, essentially. In this case, Meow might have a similar impactful flank. But so far, it's going to have to take a little bit more time. These attackers are just now getting into that top of red, pushing on statue door and pushing on that landing position in general.
Great intel being gathered by that motion detector. It's going to spot out Locky most likely, and he's getting ready to push on out to that statue player, but he can't confirm the peak. Luckily, though, Tokyo picks up a great frag on the Ted. That will begin to give this man count in the favor of Bravo, and they'll find another one on top of that. C4 narrowly missing as well. They're just collapsing in towards Johnson & Wales. Tricked Viral has to deny the push if he wants his team to win this and not bring us to a third map. But oh no, the grenade kill comes out. Ado Smooth picks up one, but it's an impactless frag. And now Coin Flips, one of the best players on the opposing team, will have to clutch this. He'll find one though onto Sakura, a fighting chance for the lone Aruni player, but he's got to pick up 3 more. Amazing shot on the Duck, though. He has a fighting chance. He just has to deny the plant and find one more kill to do that. Civ, though, gonna confirm that defuse, and now Coin Flips is not in the best position, but it's still very winnable. He has a lot of time to work with now, about 30, give or take, but he's got to make this push quick. He's not entirely aware of the two players' positions in the site, but he could possibly just find a wide swing round with that P10 Roni, a devastating gun in close quarters. He'll go for the knife peek, very common nowadays, and he'll almost find one, but Lockie won't give it up! And that will allow Buffalo Bravo to bring us into a third map of Clubhouse, narrowly winning that round by the skin of their teeth.
Oh my goodness, they actually did it. They brought it back.
Whoa.
They went against the grain. We've seen 5-1 splits. They were on the disadvantage of having to attack twice in overtime. They managed to win one of the two. 50% is a lot better than 1 out of 6. So I'm going to give it to them. They really pulled through on that last one. They're going to bring us to that last map now, as you said, Clubhouse. And depending on the band, Clubhouse has really started to become a really even map, especially if you see the Cade band that has been really the meta now in this new season and the new changes that have come through. But again, as always, before we get there, we will be having a short break, short advertisement. We'll be right back with that final map. A lot of action. Stay tuned.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
All right, welcome back everybody to the third and final map for the best of 3 game between Johnson and Wales and Buffalo Bravo. It's going to be Clubhouse, like we mentioned earlier, and we're not going to waste any of your guys' time. We want to get this matchup over and done with and be a little bit on schedule. But again, a little reminder, fellow, also joined by Wielku or Wes, and I'm so stoked that we actually saw the win come out by Buffalo. They made it, ended up winning it in a 2v1 post plant, almost a clutch by coin flip, but just barely missed it by a thread. And that's going to bring us to the third map. And this could be the redemption arc for Buffalo Bravo. That could be the case.
Yeah, the first map was certainly not in their favor. Last map was really close. Both teams neck and neck, final round overtime, and they made it happen though. They're the ones who could clutch it up. That's what matters. But to be honest, it only matters in getting you here, right? Those 2 last maps are no longer relevant in a way. You're both here. This is the final map. Reset time. You have to take this as a new challenge. You both have to start thinking about this map here and now. The first band that's going to come out is going to be the classic Thatcher band. What else do you expect to see coming out, John?
Probably Habana. She's banned quite a lot. A funny thing, though, I don't know if you've been watching a lot of NAL recently, but they were actually banning a lot of Sledge to deny most vertical play in towards basement. But apparently, I'm completely off of my predictions. It'll be a Maverick being banned, which is also a great ban. That's going to make it very difficult for Johnson and Wales in the first half. But once we transition to them as a defensive team, they could get a lot of free round wins. The Kaid being banned as well, that's going to make Habana's job a lot easier for getting those hatches opened up near Church and Moto, for example. She is considered the queen of hatches after all. She'll do her job as the best she can. And the last ban that comes out, maybe it'll be something very unique, maybe an intel gatherer. I'm not too sure. Drum roll, please. It'll be the Mira. I didn't think this would happen, but you know what? She is the most banned operator for a reason. And I mean, that stat will just get padded up even more so now on this Clubhouse game.
I was actually going to say Mira. That's not very surprising to me. She really is strong on this map.
Yeah.
We've seen it help out teams a lot, even in the gym defense, for example. Very strong, being able to look. A lot of people have started to put it in that little closet in logistics, looking towards the construction and that wall there between them. And then the other one, of course, being played in this standard spot of the bathroom, looking towards jacuzzi wall. And so having that out will make that third set a lot more difficult to play, and then also in basement even like it could really be played on every single bomb set in this map. So she's really powerful. Get her off the board. Now the other person I was going to bring up that could have been banned potentially, we've seen him banned the last 2 times, is Valkyrie. On this map, maybe not as powerful arguably as other ones, but she still is just such a powerful op. Now that she's available compared to the last 2 maps, I'm curious to see how much she'll be played.
Maybe some cheeky runouts. Who knows? She's not on the board yet, but that could very well change after a few rounds have been tossed between both sides. But first, starting things off, it's going to be the double denial of Jaeger and Wamai, which is going to burn through so much utility on the side of Johnson and Wales. And they actually have the Capital, but now that Wamai is on the board, you cannot use him for the bandit trick, which will most likely happen by Civ. Instead, Capital is probably going to use his primary gadgets to flush out the push in towards Rafters, perhaps. A couple of magnets might be deployed by Sakura, as he is sitting comfortably on that top balcony area in Garage, and also an ADS as well, which, fun fact, Capital bolts will not be obstructed by ADSs, which is why Wamai is brought in counter action to the Capital, because he is the only true counter to the Firebolt and Smokebolt wielding operator.
The only problem is that these attackers are probably ready for it. And by that I mean they have both Hibana and Buck with flashes in hand. They just can burn out that window and just completely push out any denial and then push out the player themselves with the Capital Vault, as you had already mentioned. So they very well can still do that same strat. They just got to burn a little bit more utility. Some of these Hibana X Kairos are not going to be able to do their job, though, as Mute is on the board. And this is one of those maps where I can actually see Cali being brought. Now, they do have the alternative options, like you had mentioned, with the Capital trying to flush him away. But on the same token, with the Cade being banned, they have to place these things on the floor. She could clear the Mute Jammers, and she could clear the Bandit charges.
I think the best idea, just bring the Mute. Don't even try to bandit trick. It's so hard to bandit trick nowadays. Even if Thatcher's off the board, there is just so many things you can do to counteract it nowadays. Bandit's basically become a useless operator. He's really been pushed away to the side. Don't get me wrong, I love a Bandit play every now and again, especially when Civ is popping off with him, finding the opening pick onto strict viral, but even then, he could have found that kill with somebody else and still have been a lot more helpful later on into the round, but I'm not gonna be that harsh to him at the moment. It's a great opening frag regardless, and now Buffalo Bravo is in a great position to win this. However, Meow has something to say about that opening frag as he finds one for himself and will even things up 4-4 now.
Even man count, but time is ticking away. These attackers, I'm not sure what they're doing. They're starting to get some work done with the buck below, it sounds like. But that's only going to do so much. These defenders still have full control of site and garage, mind you. So they're not getting a lot of control for their trouble. Lockie's actually just going to shut down the buck, get the kill onto them, so they're not even be able to do any more of that work. And so these attackers, they have the man disadvantage yet again, and time is not on their side.
Buffalo Bravo also has a lot of their own utility to work with. That's a little bit upsetting, having that singular part of the wall not be opened up, but luckily the last Selma will do the trick for Ted that can allow them to work into the bomb site. Like you mentioned though, Raptors is still in the control of Buffalo, and they could deny the plant pretty easily, especially with those toxic babes by their side as well. Now going to take a chunk of damage, and that will remove a lot of his HP. Shotgun comes out by Duck, not going to find anything just yet, but the second wide swing will confirm it, and the toxic babe will finish off Ted. Sakura finding one onto Meow as well. A 1v4 comes out, and coin flips can do nothing in this position. He'll find a beautiful shot on the Sakura, but that's the best he can do. We're down to 0 seconds. He has to confirm the plant, and instead, he'll save his KD, and it'll be a easy round win for Buffalo Bravo.
The attack didn't look comfortable to me. That's all I can really say about that. These defenders had an easy time. For one, I was actually going to criticize the Lamai. He wasn't aggressively peeking the door, which you normally see, because you have a huge advantage when you're on the rafters if they're peeking that door of garage. That's why most people just don't peek it. It's very risky, and if you do, you quick peek and throw a utility to try and blind them, burn them out. And that's why that Hibana was opening up that garage wall, right? That's just the standard stuff that you'd expect. But despite that, it didn't end up mattering. These attackers, why didn't they burn out the side window and then burn them out with the fire bolts like we had talked about the Capital? Like the utility just felt like it wasn't even being used. So I'm really confused. And then the push from construction came very late. Is the thing is Meow by themselves pushing that. It's just like at that point it's already done.
The best thing Johnson and Wells could have done there was get the platinum wall or the main wall into CCTV opened up, however you want to, say the call out, and then try to get Raptors control at the same time, and then they can have a really well executed push leading into the CCTV bomb site and go for a default plant. That's the go-to, because then the player in Raptors has to worry about 2 to 3 separate angles at the exact same time and basically just gets flushed out due to how much food he has on his plate. But that wasn't the case, and because of that mistake, Buffalo will pick up a pretty easy win. Like I mentioned earlier, Johnson and Wells will lose the first one, and we're now heading to probably the best bomb site you can go on Clubhouse, the basement one. However, the lineup by Johnson and Wales is pretty gnarly, I would say. They got the Hibana because she wasn't banned in the ban phase, and a lot of SOP destruction as well. This is a very nice lineup, to say the least, on the side of Johnson and Wales. If they have a very quick and effective roam clear, then they wouldn't have a lot of trouble doing vertical play on top of that as well.
Yeah, I did want to point out, this is, oh my goodness, opening up the wall, losing the engagement. No, coin flips, he should have had him, but Tokyo comes out on top. And it's not the first time he's been able to have an impact like that on the opening kills. He's been pretty persistent. Last map, he really popped off, but Ted is able to shut him down and seal that rotate off. There is still Lockie up above, though, able to stay here in the master bedroom. Not sure if they're aware of it. I want to see the drone work, though. I don't like the fact that they just open up the wall and they weren't even droning it beforehand, so that's a little concerning. Lockie is going to take some damage, and he's going to probably get pushed from the window and taken out, and Ted gets another one from the same position.
That's the roam clear gone. Minute 40 on the clock. Johnson and Wales can begin to do that vertical play as both Sledge and Buck are alive on the board. And then Hibana, played by Meow, can get those 2 hatches of Moto and Kitchen opened up. this could be a great take coming out by Johnson Wales because they have so much to work with and plenty of time to perform this push to the exact credentials that they need. See that vertical play coming out. Selma's and Habana Xyros charges are detonating on the hatches right now. This is a great setup so far by Johnson Wales. Impact grenade comes out, but I don't think another one's going to follow up. This will allow Johnson Wales to get the hatch opened up pretty seamlessly. And now it's only a matter of time before they utilize both the vertical play and their man advantage to just swiftly approach into sight and get a returning round win, unless a miracle comes out on the side of Buffalo Bravo in these next 45 seconds.
Do you want to point out with the Ash off the board, it is actually a pretty big deficit for their attack because they can't clear the Melusis unless they use the Sledge's grenades. But then they also have to clear out these Maestro cams. So they have a lot of utility left in the pockets of these defenders that can persist on top of two Smoke Babes still in the pocket of smoke. So there's a lot of denial here. And I'm not sure these attackers have the utility to clear it.
I'm not too sure if they do either. 20 seconds, though. Ted hops down into sight. He looks the wrong direction, but luckily the coverage from Meow will do just that. Duck, though, will claim the head of Chen, and Sakura follows suit. All of a sudden, Johnson and Wales, they don't look like they have what it takes to win this one out. Duck with a beautiful shot onto a Joe's move, and Sakura denies the push. Coming out from the hatch of Kitchen. What just happened? Buffalo Bravo just suddenly come back from a 2-player deficit, and oh my goodness, how do you get away with that? And now they are up by 2 rounds instead of none.
I honestly was kind of alluding to that when I said I don't think they have the utility to clear this. Without Ash, what are they going to do? There's the Maestro Cam. It can see through the smoke, so it's going to feed the information. They're also hot dropping a hatch. They didn't have time to drone. Time wasn't on their side. The man with the diffuser is one of the people who dropped as well. So even if they get the control, even if they win that gunfight over in the church area, they don't have the diffuser. So it was really a losing situation for them as soon as they dropped that hatch because they weren't going to be able to clear the utility unless they got the kills there, which they didn't even look towards the right direction of the AK rack over there, the gun rack. It was a losing round at the moment they dropped and weren't watching the right direction, I guess.
That was such a winnable round for Johnson and Wales. Like I said, in the second round itself, they had plenty of vertical play. They had both the hatches opened up, and then Buffalo Bravo, like I said, miracle. They just made a miracle play happen, and it worked out for them in the end. Now they're up by 2 rounds. They're going to gym and bedroom, extending on out into the cash room, which is what you normally see. They are looking so much better than what they were on a chalet. To be honest, it might have just been the fact of the matter that they just didn't have a lot of prep going into that map. Possibly, I really have no clue because they technically did pick Chalet as their map, but even then, brand new map. Maybe they just picked it for variety's sake, and now that they're actually on some of the most played maps in the competitive pool for R6, they are just playing so well against Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, Johnson and Wales, they're getting stymied by these defenders. They know exactly how to hold it. They're bringing in the utility that they're not ready for, it seems. And the other thing I want to point out is if you're only going to have an Ash being brought and you know they have a Maestro on the table, which you should have known, it wasn't 6-pick, then you need to have someone else entry frag. And what that means is you have 2 soft breaches, at least they did last time, not this round. They had the Buck and the Sledge. You didn't need both of them. If you're going to have someone entry and risk their life, you probably don't want the Ash. They're the only ones who are going to really be able to have the utility to clear what you need to clear.
Minute being burned off on the clock, though, and Johnson and Wales, they're beginning to attack this cache extension. I'm not sure if they've begun to get the jacuzzi wall opened up at the exact same time. Maybe they're just primarily focusing on this cache-sided push. I couldn't tell you the truth, to be honest, but what it looks to be, they're trying to flush out Lockie from the red stairwell. They'll do just that. Now he has to play a little bit more passively, and for the most part, completely retreat into secret stairs. Not a bad position, but that's going to give Johnson and Wales a little bit of breathing room now as they try to completely get control of both construction and that cache room. Lockie, though, on that rotate could make a huge impact later on. A grenade being tossed out, it'll injure Duck just a little bit from his HP, but not finish him off outright. And it's still this 5-on-5. This is a really great position so far for Buffalo Bravo as they are wasting almost all of the utility and time on the side of Johnson and Wales' team.
I liked the push from Johnson and Wells to a certain degree, right? They burn out what ADS might have been there, and there wasn't even one there. And then they have the Sledge throw a
Oh
grenade, but that's a
no!
TK from a dove. What is going on? Meow does get a kill on Tokyo at least, but Strict is going to fall up into Locky, so they actually could make this happen. I thought they were going to be in a deficit here. Duck is bringing it back a little bit, but it's an even man count. 40 seconds remain. Pushing in Sakura with the shotgun in hand, and Smoke Babe is going to choke them out. Get some nice shotgun shots, do a lot of damage, kill one. A doe by themselves now. Ted off the board. They're going to have to push into sight, and they're going to get taken care of. That's Duck finishing it off. And my God, that just fell apart so fast for them. Bringing it back to even count, and then what do? They just feed Sakura with the shotgun in that little closet hole.
Oh man, that's rough for Johnson and Wales. They lined up. They just lined up to the carnival, and I think the prize that they found was death against Smoke. That was easy pickings for Sakura. My God. Buffalo Bravo should not have had that round secured, but so many errors on the side of Johnson and Wales guaranteed Buffalo a flawless rotation. This has really got to hurt where it matters most for Johnson and Wales. We're going to head back to CCTV and Cash Room, a somewhat similar lineup for Johnson and Wales. It's a little different this time as we're going to see no buck on the board, but a lot of soft destruction still in the hands of Johnson and Wales. Maybe they'll learn from their past mistakes and try to get that platinum wall opened up as quickly as possible and then get control of Raptors, or they might just be lining themselves up for another just hopeless round for themselves.
Yeah, they'd have double hard breach, so they could still have a dual push, right? They could open up CC wall, and then they could open up that construction wall potentially as well. The other thing is, if they burn the utility, they have the soft destruction, as you mentioned, and they just explosive power to burn away all these mute jammers and bandits that might be on the board, denying them from opening the walls up. So they just got to play utility a little bit more wisely. And I want to just harp on one point that's really important. They had a good push above onto that man on red stairs, but there's no one watching for the rotate downstairs. He gets to rotate out easily. If you just allocate one person down below, they have no way of getting out of that unless they have a rotate into the cash room, in which case you still could have potentially got the kill onto them. So that's just a blunder, in my opinion, on the strategy side of things. They should have had someone there waiting. And then also, someone should have rotated up at the sledge and got the hatch and logistics. They're just not playing the cross angles enough for me.
You're right. They also had a Nomad. Her entire job is to be flank denial. That's exactly what Jaeger was going for. And Johnson and Wales just missed out on a huge chance of getting that opening frag. And it ended up leading to a dose move, second guessing himself and finding a team kill on his own teammate. That is not what you want to have happen. Minute off the clock, though. 2 minutes overall, and oh no, a dose move. I'm not too sure where he got shot from, but he's injured in the middle of secret. Coin flip picks up one though on a Tokyo. I don't know if a dose move can get revived here. It might be the case, as there's plenty of players stacking up near the top of blue, but that is not a great position to put yourself in. A dose move now one shot away from being refragged by anybody on the side of Buffalo Bravo.
Well, yeah, 0 kills so far in the game, and Duck's going to pick up another couple of themselves on the Meow, so they're off the board. That's your Hibana, that's hard breach. Now you're left with only the ace, so your capabilities of opening up things are going to be limited. Civ going to fall up onto a dose move, so even though they're helped back up, they're knocked right back down, and this is not looking good for these attackers. Time just wasting away. These defenders just bullying them.
4v3 now for Buffalo. They almost had Carrier completely down in the middle of lower lounge, but Coinflip luckily was able to pick it back up. Locky, though, he's no clue right now on the side of Johnson and Wells' position. If he wide swings around and picks up this kill on the Coinflip, this could be massive for Buffalo Bravo. That will deny the Carrier again for a second time and force Johnson and Wales on the offensive side of things. Coinflip, luckily, though, will manage to escape the grasp of Locky and managed to rotate all the way around into main stairwell. Locky, though, still in a great position to find at least one. The soft ping comes out. He's aware of most of the players on the side of Johnson & Wales, but he's just waiting for the perfect moment. Smoke grenade falls through the holes from above. That's not a great spot to put yourself into. Sakura markets off of it perfectly as he picks up one onto another player on the side of Johnson & Wales. Now a 4v2, and this is going to be through the fire and flames on the side of Johnson & Wales. C4 comes out, Locky shutting down, coin flip, and Sakura picks up the last kill onto the 4th round. Buffalo Bravo bring it 4-0 in their favor. Deja vu, if you want to call it, West. They're just as strong on Clubhouse as they were on Villa.
Right, and I'm always that guy who's going to say the negative things, but I'm okay. I can embrace that role. It's all for the betterment, right? It's all for growth. It's the only reason I criticize teams. But yet again, no one's on that back window. They go below. They're not watching out for these peaks coming from garage door. And then why would someone at those last moments be on garage door? It literally doesn't do anything to help you. You're contending with 2 players in garage. Like, it's just, there's no power position there for you to play. It gives you 0 benefit to be there. So this attacks, I try not to be too critical and harsh on them, but they just really haven't looked great. And it's the same problem we saw in Villa. So seeing it repeat itself here is just showing that those old ghosts will come back to haunt you if you can't clean them up, if you can't get over it, if you can't find the solution, put them to rest.
Buffalo, they're on a hot streak. They almost seem unstoppable. I have a little bit of hope left for Johnson & Wales. The one Canon Rhode Island commentator has to, still show a little bit of support for Johnson & Wales. It's kind of a given, if you want to call it that, Wes. But Buffalo is just doing so well on these defensive holds. It seems almost impossible for Johnson & Wales to kind of find a crack in these defensive lineups. I don't know how much more they could really do to try to win this out. It like I said, really seems impossible. And time again, Buffalo has been just bringing so many great operators to the table. I mean, Johnson & Wales, they've got to bring their S game, not just their A game like we saw in Chalet.
Yeah, I think a big thing that has played a part that we haven't talked a bunch about, we've mentioned it a couple times, is drone economy, but it's not even just the economy, it's just drone usage, right? Like, how much are they actually using these drones? How much information are they actually feeding to each other? That is part of the comms, right? That's part of the strategy. You guys need to be playing off each other, helping each other out, getting those cross angles, as I had mentioned. And we see them checking camps there in defense, but those attackers, which we are seeing some drone work. Okay, good. But my concern is that they have been pushing positions where I felt they didn't have the information at the time. And it was very obvious because they just get slapped by a player that was just not caught by the drones.
Speaking of roam clear, though, great roam clear coming out by Johnson & Wales. You did mention the roam clear, right? I didn't just completely blank out for a minute. Okay, I thought I heard it. Didn't want to, just say anything wrong, but that's okay. Minute 45, though, because of this roam clear on the very top floor of the map, it's wasted half of Johnson & Wales' given time. It's down to a minute 30, and they have not begun to do any bit of vertical play. Luckily, though, that drone work coming into effect, spotting out Locky on the main stairwell, but he'll just fall back immediately, wasting even more time on the side of Johnson & Wales. They're not in a great position to win this right now. It's still that 5-on-5, and only now, with a minute 15 on the clock, are they beginning to destruct both the flooring and the hatches on that first floor moving down to the basement.
This is a small thing, but I've noticed they took a lot of time to do that drone work. Is there just one person droning? There should be 2 people droning, right? And you should already have drones on each side of the upper floor, let's say. That way you can have 2 people just doing the different drone works, or 1 on each floor. That way they can make sure both of the floors are going to be cleared, not just have 1 person drone the whole thing. That takes way too long. So I feel like that might have been a problem. I could be wrong. But again, no matter what it is, that's way too much time being spent clearing people. And there was no one even on the extended room this time. So a lot of time spent chasing ghosts that aren't there.
Yeah, a lot of mentions about the ghosts, but we're going to see a couple of souls be just drained out of the players' bodies right now. It's a 5-on-5, 20 seconds. Johnson and Wales, they gotta dip their toes into the bomb site. Stun grenades will come out, almost blinding Meow, but that won't be the case. But a headshot will rip his head clean off his shoulders. A 5-on-4 now. It's gonna be a bloodbath in the middle of sight. It's gonna be an ocean of orange. Sakura picks up 2, though, still denying the plant. A 1v3 now as Coin Flip steps down. It's all but hopeless as Ted tries to find 1 in compensation, but can't get through the barricade in time, leading into dirt. It's going to be the 5th round win in a row for Buffalo Bravo, and they have just not given any glimmer of hope on the side of Johnson and Wales.
5 in a row? It's even worse than last time, technically speaking.
Yeah.
It was 4 in a row last time, then they found one. This time they're not able to find even the similar, if you can even call it, success. I'm just very scared for this team going forward because their attacks just do not look coordinated enough, right? I've mentioned a few of their problems, but I think part of it even just comes to the fact that they don't even know what the other player is doing. They seem to be pushing different directions and they have different ideas of how they want the attack to go. And you can't just hot trap a hatch like that. You already need the people in other positions. Moving Ted through dirt might have worked if it had happened earlier, but it just came way too late in the round. So they're just not on the same page, it feels like. And it's really showing on the scoreboard. Now, if there's one thing you could say is that both teams last time didn't look very great on their attacks. So there might still be hope if Bravo looks dreadful on their attacks, just to put it out there.
We're seeing a lot of 20, 30-second pushes, West, that have just been failing completely for Johnson and Wales. And although some people still use the coined reference of that 20-second meta that Kickstar brought up so many seasons ago, I think we've truly just pushed away from that. You can consider it more of like a 40-second meta, give or take, maybe more of a Mutant Mozzie meta in some instances as well, because it's a great roam extension when you have both of them. It's coined as an SSG roam for the most part. You would probably know that very well, Wes. And it's mostly just Johnson and Wales making a lot of very common mistakes, which is forcing them to play in this quote-unquote 20-second meta, which it was the main reason why so many defensive rounds were won on the side of Buffalo Bravo and just in general from the last season for most T1 competition. But hopefully Johnson and Wales can eventually find their footing. Half a minute off the board, they're beginning to tread themselves in towards CCTV as we see the exact same extension come out in towards Cash Room, and Duck actually might back off of this push. He's not even going to bother wasting his own life there, as a minute has already been wasted off the board. He's done his job for the most part. Not a big fan of him leaving it really early, but I don't think it matters, as Johnson and Wales will probably waste most of their time just trying to drone everything out.
I mean, that's a good job opening the walls there, and it does do some damage on the player on the other side. Duck down to just 25 HP here. Another charge might come through and find him if they're not careful. I think they just placed one on the window right above, but that's going to be a nice down on the man on red stairs. That's Locky. That's the Jaeger off the board early there. Meow getting that kill, and this is actually looking really good for this attack. It looks a lot better than what we've seen. Now, the problem is, where's the a Doe getting a double kill onto Sakura and Tokyo. This attack certainly looks a lot more promising. They could find their first round here. A jump out, it's gonna come out, but they're watching for it. A Doe getting a triple now, all on the back of Civ, and I don't think they can do it with an ump in hand. 1v5 over a minute remaining.
There's so much time for Johnson and Wales to just confirm their first round win. Droning out the player of Civ, and Meow around the corner will finally give his teammates their first round win on Clubhouse. It'll deny the 6-0 flawless first half sweep by Buffalo Bravo, and will give Johnson and Wales a minor chance against the behemoths of Buffalo. And that's going to give them just a couple more rounds before we possibly see overtime, or pardon not overtime, match point itself. We're not anywhere near overtime yet. Don't be thinking about that just yet, John. It said, oh, no, we're not near that yet. But it could happen. We saw it happen once. This is the exact same position.
Yeah,
exact same. Yeah, we're thinking of the same thing here, Wes. It's literally 5-1 again, and Johnson and Wales was just one round away from bringing it back. Maybe they'll be able to do it on Clubhouse, but they don't really seem as strong as they were on Clubhouse as they were Villa, because even in Villa, they were so much closer to winning a lot of those rounds that were ended up losses for them. So I don't know. I might be favoring Buffalo all of a sudden now, Wes.
Well, looking at it, you're right. The attacks on Villa, while they didn't win, they were at least closer. That was the only good round on attack that I can really credit Johnson Wells with. I really didn't see much else on the other attacks that I felt satisfied with. They didn't get the opening kills many of the times. They didn't have the good droning going for them. They didn't work together in good cohesion in general. And that last round really flipped it around. They showed that they certainly have it in them to do that. Now, they get to go on their defense here. They could potentially be favored here. But I'm just going to wait and see, right? Let's see how this first round plays out, and then we can have a little bit more of an awareness on exactly what level is their defense on. Is it going to be close to what we saw in Villa? Because if it is, they very well have that chance to bring it back. But if they especially lose this first round here on their first defensive round, that could just spell disaster.
That garage wall remaining soft, that's going to give Locky a lot of sight lines to gather for himself with that R4C. Maybe picking up an early frag on a Meow. He might just have too many angles to worry about. Those Xyrus going off in the background as well. Another sight line to be gathered for Buffalo Bravo. They almost have a lockdown completely in towards this Rafters area on the side of Garage. There are two players trying to deny it, though. So as long as Johnson Wills ends up winning their gunfights, they still have a fighting chance to deny match point for Buffalo Bravo. But only time will tell, as there's still about 2 minutes on the clock for both players or both teams to work with.
Now, there's a slight concern, if I saw it correctly, which is that they did reinforce both of those walls right there that we're looking at to the left there, up top into the CC area. Now, that means they can't really rotate very well. They'd have to jump over that window, and that's a really dangerous thing to do. We're going to see an engagement, though. Meow getting very aggressive, does a lot of damage, but not able to take out the sledge. He's on to about a quarter of HP, but if these attackers can recognize this, they could rotate, try and take, and know that they only have the window cell to look towards the wall that's opened up on CC, and they could capitalize on that and make him punished for not having to rotate there.
Johnson and Wales still have control of Raptors, and the fact that there's no rotation hole will only be a big issue once we see the main wall push come out. Those ADS is eating up a couple of stun grenades. Nice shot by Duck, though. That's going to be one player off the side of Raptors. They only have to find one more, and like you mentioned, it's a kill box essentially in that room, as he has nowhere to retreat from, but he's going to just hold down this area on the map. He picks up one before a refrag comes out by Locky. Now with 3-on-3, unless Sakura can get revived, but that will be the case, brought back alive and into the fight once more. A 3-on-4 now, make it 4-on-2, as Duck with an amazing shot on the coin flips brings it back into the favor so heavily for Buffalo. The plant almost coming down. Grenade kill by Duck. He's absolutely carrying this 7th round, and we're in a 1v4 all up to Ted, and he will get annihilated by Locky across the ways from the Raptors window, and that will, Wes, bring us into match point.
I had mentioned if they lose this first round, they're in disaster. Now they're on their back foot. There's no buffer anymore. You lose one more round, it's done, it's over. And that was just really good from Duck, I want to say. But again, the aggression didn't pay off. If Meow had hit the kills, right, or hit the shot, he had the peak on Duck. He knocked him down to a quarter HP. But this is what happens when you can't secure the kill. You leave someone alive, they have even just a sliver of HP. Sometimes it's enough. In Duck's case, it certainly was. He got a triple kill, I believe, maybe even a quad that round. What a great job coming up from them. Their attacks already looked a lot better than what we had seen on the other side of things. What are Johnson Wells going to do here, John, to somehow make this comeback if they can?
I don't know. I have no clue, Wes. They've got to win 5 rounds in a row. And even then, they're not the winners of this matchup. That's going to just bring them into overtime. After that, they've got to win 2 more rounds after that. They basically have to win 7 rounds in a row to actually win this best of 3. They might not have that much gas left in their tank to do that, but at least they have a very great setup for this basement floor. It might not matter, though, because Buffalo's lineup for this bottom floor site is pretty strong. Again, the double hard destruction, double soft destruction as well, with the ace, or pardon, not the ace, the Ash and the sledge, and also Yana to, again, keep that drone economy alive and well throughout almost the entire round. And those frag grenades are also a nice touch as well to her kit. She has definitely become a very viable pick, as she's been around in the competitive pool for a couple seasons now. She's cemented herself as a great pick for a lot of teams when attacking on almost any map, to be honest.
John, I'm sorry, this is going a little bit different way than what we were just talking about, so I apologize for segueing here a little bit. But I was watching Pro League earlier, and there's something that the Smoke did that really bothered me that I had seen a pro player do earlier even, and it was the Smoke player on the red stairs. They could have rotated it away when they saw that the ADS was going to be burned by flashes coming in. They should have had to rotate into cash. But the other thing is they wasted Smoke Babes throwing it down below on red stairs. That means there's nothing left to deny the plant. And it actually really came back to haunt them in the pro league game. In this case, the grenade killed him anyway, but it's just one of those things. It's like, okay, you're in a 2vx situation here, and you're already, the only thing you have to deny, you don't have control of CC. The only thing you have is the Smoke Babes, and you're wasting them by throwing them down where you could just win that gunfight instead. And so just one more thing to highlight of where some blunders are coming through for Johnson and Wales.
Yeah, no, it's a great talking point. It's really asserting that Johnson and Wales are making a couple of minute mistakes that you wouldn't really think of unless you've actually delved into this game as much as maybe like me or Wes has, for example, or like another commentator / comp player. And then it really does speak for itself as to why Johnson and Wales are losing time and time again. It's just a mountain of these minor mistakes that end up leading to their demise. And I can't really say the same for Buffalo because they are just finding so many great opportunities. What a masterful shot by Lockie through the soft flooring. He didn't even have a sight line open up. The vertical play didn't fully spot out him from underneath, but it doesn't matter. Lockie just hits his shots. Now we're in a 4-on-5, and Buffalo Bravo might just bring us home with a 2-1 victory for themselves. ADS, though, it'll eat up that grenade. He'll throw a second one, though, almost immediately. It won't find anything, but it doesn't really matter. Buffalo still has this man advantage and are beginning to collapse into the bomb site. We have players like a Dose Move, though, trying to counteract it, but he'll whiff his shots. That's a huge pick for Lockie, and that's going to give them the man count up by 2. The dirt push could come into effect along with the hatch drop. We're seeing that happen through the highlight. We're going to have Ted try to deny this push out. Coin flip, though, 2 massive frags. Luckily, though, another kill comes out by Lockie in response. A 3K for the Ash player. We're down to 15 seconds, and the plant has to come out, but it won't matter. What a comeback, or should I say redemption arc for Buffalo, as they almost clean sweep the third map on Clubhouse 7-1, only giving away a single round and bringing us to the third map.
That was really, really impressive. Now, there's something I want to highlight as a difference that really was key in that round. And what happened? Well, before, remember when they're in the same situation, but the teams were flipped? We saw that Ted had rotated into dirt, but it was too late. This was late in the round. Everyone up top had already pretty much died. They already dropped down with the diffuser and died, right? So at that point, him rotating over to dirt was just like a last chance Hail Mary. Let's just say it that way. This case, though, they get some kills to open it up. They have the hatch open. They're using the grenades to clear out the people who are playing over in that AK rack area. And then you have, it was, I believe, the Ash pushing up Lockie, and he gets that kill on the person in the AK area. That way, the angle that would be looking at that drop is no longer there. They can only play from the church area. So I just want to highlight that's the difference right there. Just a small adjustment, playing together, pushing at the same time, playing off of each other. The grenade to clear them out. They push it through dirt. Like, the cohesion was just night and day difference, and that's really what won that round, and that's what sealed the deal. So just wanted to highlight one more time just the difference in the attacks that we saw. Really good job. As you mentioned, redemption arc. They didn't look so great on that first map. They struggled on the second map a little bit, but they managed to squeak out the win. And then, so it's just watching like a complete shift from beginning to end.
The tables literally turned. I didn't have a lot of hope going into map number 2 for Buffalo Bravo, and then they brought it back. I mean, congrats to them. They honestly, they earned that. They played every single round, or almost every single round, perfectly once we got to map number 2, and it was over exemplified on Clubhouse, where they only gave away 1 round, and it didn't really stop them from winning out that third map where it mattered most. So just phenomenal work by them. You got to give credit where credit is due. But that's going to be it for us. We'll go into a short little break, get the next two teams of Oswego and UC Davis 2 in the lobby, and then we'll move that on to our other two casters of Infernosis and I believe Caro. But that's it for Fellow, myself, and also Wielku or Wes, and we hope you all have a great rest of your evening.
See ya.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Caro, and we've got ourselves a nice matchup here, Rainbow Six Siege Week 8, and we're going into Game 2, which is a very nice one. UC Davis's second team, and Oswego, who's currently on a hot streak, coming in hot here, undefeated, I believe. But beyond that, we'll talk more about that one going forward. Kari, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. How about yourself, Inferno?
I'm doing absolutely phenomenal.
It's nice. It's actually really refreshing being able to cast with you again. It's been so long. It's been absolutely horrible. No, I'm just kidding. I love everyone else. I love everyone else. That was entirely a joke. I love every other caster, but it's been a while, and it's nice to be able to cast with you again.
Glad to have it. Now, we're starting this one off here. We have the map bans up. Do you want to go a little bit in depth about what we're going to be seeing tonight?
Well, we're starting off in Oregon right now, and people like to call it Borgen, but because we always see the copy paste operators on attack and defense. Same strats on every single map. It's cookie cutter almost on every single, not only comp teams, but just comp matches in general. I haven't really seen too much coming from UC Davis. I've seen a lot come from Oswego. Obviously, they're undefeated. I've been able to cast a couple matches for them. I recognize majority of these guys' names. And I haven't really seen much from UC Davis. Do you have anything you can really inform me about them?
Oh, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of casting for UC Davis before, I believe, because I recognize Blast Area and I recognize Legacy. But pretty solid team overall. I think that they've had a little bit of unluckiness when it comes to the first week. They did lose against Butler. Scoreline all around between their three maps were a 9 to 18 round differential, so it was fairly one-sided, but they did take one map to lose it 1-2. But they've pretty handily won a lot of their other ones. I think the Arcadia game was fairly close, but Oswego coming in, they beat Arcadia 2-0 with a 15-9 differential. Not close at all, 6 rounds different. I mean, that's going to be pretty devastating to look up and go after, but bans coming for Oregon. You mentioned it's a fairly bland and boring map. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, the obvious one came out already. I was going to say the hard breach ban, or something that supports a hard breach ban to slow down those attackers as much as possible, where it was obvious that you would see the Thatcher come out and then the Jackal for that roam potential, because you do see that on Oregon. There's a lot of staircases you have to worry about, and that roam is pretty essential for this map, especially because the backside big tower wall to attic that needs to be slowed down quite a bit, and not only the attic hold by itself, but the mirror ban that was expected as well. And the last one, you probably would see like an intel ban, which is what I'm expecting. But sometimes you'll see like a Womai is expected as well to actually help speed up the pace of the attackers as well. So it's pretty much up in the air at this point.
Absolutely. Now, the Jackal ban's a little bit weird for a map like Oregon. For Coastline, Jackal is like your go-to ban. But for something like Oregon, it can be a little bit weird to see that one come through. The Mira and the Malusi ban, not strange at all. Guarantee bans. Malusi, just a phenomenal roamer. Getting rid of those Banshees, the Wub-Wubs, it's just what you're going to want to do in this situation. But seeing them kind of fear the roam potential is going to be something to keep an eye on. And maybe we're going to see why they fear it. Maybe the other team, they've done some VOD review and they're aware of what the other team is capable of. And I think anyone that's going to face against Oswego is going to have some level of fear, considering they're undefeated coming into this one. So you're going to have to pull out every single stop to try and find an answer for it. But starting off on the second floor, the Kids and Dorms main hall for this objective, a lot of focus towards that east and west push, that big tower come inside to the attic, and of course, master bedroom closet. Do you think we'll see variation? Do you think maybe we'll see Armory Hall and Big Window?
It just depends on what variables that they've been handed. It depends on how the defenders are set up, depends on what gunfights they have won, what utility have they wasted and or used properly. It just depends on if these rotates are needed and if these angles need to be watched. It just depends on the prep phase, and then that's why they send in those drones to make sure how they're setting stuff up and where they need to be attacking from. And that's why this map is pretty bland, is because the holds are from the exact same spots every single time. It's the closet wall, it's the attic wall. People hold inside attic. Someone's probably gonna be holding around the trophy or master area. It's pretty cookie cutter. But I wanted to mention real quick that, like I said before, they were afraid of the roam potential because they banned that Jackal. But they brought 2 roam deniers, and just the cutoffs in general being Gridlock and the Nomad bringing those air jabs as well. It's interesting because typically whenever I see them bring both, I expect to switch off with the 6-pick, but I think they switched off a Buck to get that Maverick so they can actually push that attic side with the Maverick while they still can. But I think they're splitting up the Nomad and the Gridlock to both hard breach push.
Very well. We do see a very standard kind of push here. You're not bringing a Nomad, like we mentioned. You're going to have the Gridlock be that, roam denial player inside of Big Tower. And You're going to bring that Maverick as well over in that direction of tower as well as an extra little bit of support. Usually you see a Zofia, you'll see Huncho usually be that person to come over. You're not actually going to see that here, which is somewhat interesting in its own account to not see that one come through. Only 2 players kind of situated inside of Big Tower. When it comes over towards Closet, no, there's the Nomad, and there goes your Maverick. There goes your entire ability to clear out that wall. Spicy Fish doing a phenomenal job of completely decimating any chance of the UC Davis side to step inside Big Tower. And now you're going to have a rotate. Your one hard breacher of X-Nayite is either going to have to run all the way around. X-Knight's going to have to take in all the way through Big Tower after he clears Walk-in Closet, or he's just going to have to full commit to Walk-in Closet.
Oh, you know Spicy Fish is happy out of his mind right now. He's like, I got that pick, and that's going to be the Maverick off the board. He doesn't have to worry about that angle anymore, but he still has to be careful as much as he can. Ooh, that peek might actually come through in the favor of the Jaeger. Oh, it definitely does, and that's going to be the gridlock off the board, and almost the ace as well, but he won't win the fight. Oh my gosh. That whole interaction right there was huge for the defensive side, but sadly Denki did fall in the process, but the damage that he did deal to the ace might be enough to actually tilt in the direction of the defending side.
Yeah, Oswego's definitely got themselves situated nicely. A pincer coming in for this armory room. However, Legacy and Knight are looking for an opportunity to take a player out. Shots attempting to go through the wall, and Blobfish will actually win out against Legacy on that outside window. If I'm Blobfish, I'm also running out to maybe escape into a bit of a safer area because you know the other player, Huncho, who's now on the outside of Games Room window, who just managed to find a pretty nice kill securing inside of the objective. You still have a 2v3, however, Oswego have definitely put themselves in a good position. Player still, that's going to be X-Knight sitting inside Master Bedroom, knows that Blobfish is in the opposing room of Armory. Huncho has rotated over as well to maybe get some support, but it's going to go the other way. Huncho finds the kill, low now, however, and now you've got yourself a 2v2, but both players on the attack. Now only one player, they'll fall. J-Boss finds the last, no health remaining for them, and no chance as Oswego clean up round 1.
I really like how they cleaned that up, because when the Valkyrie showed that aggression beforehand around that armory side, she ran out of ammo, but she did not give up on that momentum and decided to alternate to the Deagle and managed to actually pick up a kill as a result. That, I believe it was Blobfish as well, because he was going on an absolute tear around that area as well. The fact that the defenders on site realize that the aggression has been placed, the pressure has been applied, so they can just sit back and relax and wait for those visuals to come through because they know they did their damage. They know that Ace has been damaged coming from the Jaeger's death. They know that they did a lot of damage from just that Valkyrie single hold around the armory side, and that the time was being wasted as well. The Valkyrie just sat back in armory and waited for them to peek him. It was well played as like an end game, and actually well played in the beginning as well, because Spicy Fish, like I mentioned before, he was happy to get that Maverick pick because that is that heart breach gone, and he didn't even successfully open up that attic wall yet.
Be devastating. Not as many opportunities, I would say, to kind of deny hard breach when it comes to this objective down here in the basement. Your best bet is most likely going to be denying any chance of them taking that L bunker hold we see over here on that east side of that basement floor. Maybe taking some control of that VIP section of the main stairwell. Maybe taking control of that, you know, keeping control of that northern side of the map, which is why you see players on the defensive side holding inside of Pillar and kind of watching that angle. They're not fully committing. You'll see some rovers maybe decide to fully commit. It's not exactly the smartest strategy. We'll have to see whether Oswego really goes for a full turtle or if they are going to have a couple tertiary players kind of roaming around and putting some off-site presence where applicable. However, it looks to be a mostly construction-sided spawn coming from the side of UC Davis. I'm expecting players to take Big Tower. I'm expecting some players to head into Barrel Room, but from the looks of it here, nobody's actually heading to Barrel Room. They're going to try and clear out this first floor to maybe guarantee no chance of an off-site presence from the Oswego side.
Yeah, Oswego knows what they're doing. They know when to play aggressive. They know when to play defensive. They know when to sit back. So when you say, I wonder if they're going to be roaming around, wondering if they're going to be aggressive, trying to pick up those attacking kills, because they can be very impactful if they do manage to pick up these kills, because almost every single one of the attackers needs to be alive towards the end of the round, or they need to be able to get their job done to actually remain as effective as they should be, or at least their potential is. So knowing Oswego, I feel like they have that potential and they know what to do. I trust them. I know what they're gonna. I know that they can peek when they need to peek, and they have the intel, they have the comms. So, they're flawless for a reason. So I have no problem saying that they will probably be winning out this entire thing. That's my bold prediction off the beginning. I'm gonna say that right now.
I want to point this out because I think it's kind of funny, actually. Take a look over on the right side of the screen right now. Oswego, every player in their team has 1 kill. They've really spread this thin. They've really making sure everyone gets in some work here, make sure nobody's not doing in their due diligence correctly. And It's exactly what we're noticing. And take a look at the safety net that that Chef Gusteau is really going for here. Really does not want to get fragged out here. Does not want to lose out their life to a nitrocell or something of the sort. That Kite Electric Claw does make it difficult, and you can get nitrocelled out if you open up a little bit too wide of a hole in that wall with that, blowtorch in hand. I don't think it's dangerous enough as it is. They need to step down fairly quickly. A minute now left on the clock, and action will have to get underway. Huncho finding under the top of Blobfish. A 5v4 in place. A minute still now on the clock, and they need to start dropping into E-Box.
Yeah, and it's been slow so far. The defensive has been trying to play as defensive as possible. And like right here, Danky's going to be finding his kill in the process, avenging his buddy Blobfish. And they're going to be tying it back 4-4 situation with 45 seconds remaining, and that's another kill in the favor, and that's going to be the ace and the gridlock gadget's going to be taken care of. The pressure is being applied and the time is being wasted. I'm pretty sure the defenders have it down if this Jaeger stays alive for much longer.
Ooh, a refrag will come through. Damn. You're going to see that Amu will take out Danky, and that will guarantee that tie back to the 3v3 player behind the pillar. Stuck there, does get taken out by Legacy. Complexity will fall in a 3v2. J-Boss and Spicy, last one standing. Toxic Bay being tossed into the default position to stop the plant that can go down, but UC Davis do have the diffuser and have the opportunity to plant. Player laying down inside of Lunge. It's going to be Amu again, finding Spicy. Player stepping in. Legacy gets the turn as well and finds J-Boss. A headshot clean kill. UC Davis will tie this one back up here in round 2.
See, in that situation, we all kind of look at the smoke there because the interaction that he had with that gridlock laying down prone, you clearly look at that and you're like, oh, gosh, he shouldn't have peeked that. But I can't blame him. I can't blame him whatsoever. The timer was counting down. He should have, I would have peeked it too, to be honest. I would expect that gridlock would be running towards that rotate, and gridlock being a 3-armor, you'd be able to hear her. So him peeking that with that shotgun, I don't blame whatsoever. I would not get on Spicy Fish for that. And sadly, the Legion was not ready for that Nomad to push in as well. One was ready for the aggressive play, one was not ready for the aggressive play. I kind of find that funny right there. But sadly, we are going to be tying up the score. It's going to be 1-1. And like I mentioned, the defensive, they know when to go between. But this round, they did not really show that. They kind of split it up. The comms weren't really going through. I guess the intel was taken care of. And I guess they didn't really have any intel to give them in that type of situation because most of the kills were kind of offside, I believe.
So let's digest this real fast in terms of like what we really and truly just saw. One big thing to point out was the fact that we do see the ban came through from UC Davis to knock out Jackal. So they roamed to now that coming through. And then on top of that, we do see Oswego even opting to go roam. So it's kind of biting the rear. So we've got roam to now being banned by one side and the other side still doing roaming. You do the math. It's not exactly what you want. It's not what you were anticipating. And unfortunately, Oswego will unfortunately get the butt end in that last round, but it worked out for them in round 1. That presence they had off-site, especially in Armory Room, was such a threat and such a time buyer and saver for them. It really bought UC Davis in the rear. Bit UC Davis in the rear, I guess I should say. It's not exactly what you want to have, and they're going to need to find an answer for that, because right now they're bringing 2 roam denial again. Legacy and Amu. We're bringing the Gridlock and, of course, the Nomad. We are seeing a player from Oswego, Blobfish in Big Tower, looking for a chance to get a player on the swing. What are we watching here? 2 players need to dive in. One on the top floor has thrown a drone out. Information has been gathered, and Blobfish needs to get away with their life, and it doesn't look like they will. Fight going up for the top side, up on top of the rafters. Takes a bit of damage, but still stays to maybe continue to fight. Does get away, however, but good trade to force UC Davis into fighting out in that position to waste a little bit of extra time. Oswego get away scot-free with it.
Yeah, he's forcing them to get on their drones right now, which you did see the Nomad get on, so Legacy wasted no time getting on that drone, tried to get that intel as quickly as possible. Make sure Blobfish did rotate off before they make any sort of push, and then look out for roamers, even more roamers rather, before they start making an initial push. As you can see, the air jabs are going down, so well played so far. It seems to be pretty clean so far. They're pushed. They got that Kaid downstairs. They're doing their job to get those roamers out. The long range angle right here. Oh, it's not going to go off. He's going to miss it by a pixel. That little that 0.2 situation to where Danky could have picked up a very, very impactful kill. That would have been huge, but sadly he did not.
Timing, like I've always said, it's one thing I've always said. It's, the 6th man on the field and either side is Father Time. You're going to have that 6th player, and usually it's in favor of the defensive side, unlike that first pick, which Huncho will drop on a Complexity. You've got to worry about time. Now only a minute and 10 seconds left, and you've already just lost another player from Spicy Fish with a long shot angle. The SMG-11 to find out Huncho on the refrag. And now you've got 3 Toxic Babes still in Spicy Fish's utility to use, has tossed one and ready to pop inside of default, and those will buy you 30 seconds of unplantable time. You've got to remove that player. Denki will fall, but not the player you need to remove. Legacy will secure it, but you're still struggling to get the E-Box hatch right here. The bad problem with Chef Gusteau, who's not able to completely clear it out, and you need another player. You saw it before. They pushed in. Most of their players coming into that pillar side, and then one player coming in through Laundry to kind of secure, but right now you only have Chef Gusteau and X-Knight trying to make their way through. Player stepping around to the corner. He'll take the fight, and Spicy Fish falls, guaranteeing no chance of another Toxic Babe, but J-Boss will refrag out onto Amu. That's inside of that Laundry. That cuts off the player we talked about just a second ago on the flank side, but now Blawfish and J-Boss are trapped over here on the southern side. Nice shot connecting from J-Boss with a T5 all the way to pillar. Legacy falled and relegated to a death pool, and now a 2v2 situation. Blawfish rotating away, sees the player's head, does not turn to it in time, and now J-Boss on the prowl, rotating through the corridor. It's taken out from the legs of Chef Gusteau, and he'll find a second as well, securing it as Blawfish falls. UC Davis will win back-to-back on this basement objective.
Yeah, they were really consistent with those trades. I saw the attacking side pick up one, defender would answer with another one, and it was consistent until that last second situation where they got that diffuser down, and then the Maverick just popped off. Swung one angle, took care of him, peeked the other angle, and it was just done for. He did his job, took care of that hatch, dropped down, and then just cleared sight. It was really well played. There wasn't really anything I could say that went bad. The attacking side took that Kaid, that really high pressure situation around that big tower area, because those kills can be really impactful if you can that's why they brought the Gridlock and Nomad, because they both do the exact same job, and both of them have a lot of utility that they could use to actually start pushing downstairs, and one to actually hold a little bit more. And I did like the idea where they brought the Gridlock super shorty to actually go along with the Maverick on, and we're actually on the exact same site where they actually have to start pushing from attic, and hopefully Chef can actually hold that, or not really hold it, but actually take care of the reinforcement a little bit more consistent this time. And Spicy Fish is, he's gonna be looking out for another one to see if he actually slips up again, but we will see.
Yeah, I think maybe Zero could be brought in, right? You have the electrical, you didn't ban that out, right? And while the main counter you're going to do for that's using a Maverick, right, to counter that away and not worry about it. I think a Zero would have been good. I think a Zero would have been great to deal with that, because in the process, Zero also has a hard breach utility in his pocket. He can clear out the electric wall. He can also, at the same time, hard breach it out to make a nice hole, which is all you need. You don't need that full wall. You need a small rotate hole to get through that wall into that corner pocket behind the shelving or the wooden boxes that are there that have you a little bit of cover towards attic. It's really all you need. I think a Zero, and it's weird for me to say this because personally I can't stand Zero. I don't think he's a very strong operator.
All right,
I think Zero would fit in really here. He's really niche is what I'm getting at. He's not the type of operator you're going to bring into every situation, and there's a reason for that. Quite frankly, he's not that strong when it comes to normal compositions. You're not going to see a Zero in every type of play, and it's just the way that it is. You have to deal with that, but I think a Zero could do phenomenal here, and that's saying something. Already look here, though, through the wall. Spicy Fish up close and personal. Chef Gusteau doing a good job of not being able to be shot from this angle, but it's getting a little tight because they missed a little bit for the Maverick trick, and now they'll be able to clear that one out. They, like you said, the super shorty to give a little bit of space, and Spicy Fish has already lost this first mind game.
Oh yeah, but the pressure's still being applied. He has not died yet. They just got the wall open. I mean, they're still at the 2-minute countdown, so they have plenty of time to work with right now. They have no issues. Gridlock already cut off the rotate, so they're fine from behind. It seems like the Gridlock is going to be applying some pressure around the trophy and or main stairs hallway. And that's exactly what they did last time. Once they couldn't open up that rotate, they started opening up a window. It seems like there's a gunfight going on with Complexity and with whoever else. And it seems like Legacy, I don't know the exact location of him, but he has not thrown down any air jabs yet, and it's been a pretty slow push around the master side, and they are successful around the attic side, but the master side has been slow as ever, and sadly the first pick is going to be going off, and that is not what you want to see, because these attackers need to start picking up these kills, and Danky's going to be the first one coming close to be the next person to actually trade off in the name of Hunter.
Unfortunately, the X-Knight who falls to Danky, able to save himself from a death here quite swiftly, but Spicy Fish, once again, may have lost that first engagement, not going to lose a second. We'll find eventually Chef Gusteau, and now you've got a bad situation if you're UC Davis. This floor has not worked out for you, and your first consolation prize kill is going to be Amu onto Danky, but Danky was just a player kind of playing aggressive, not really any presence on the anchor, just slightly off-site and off-kilter hold, kind of an apex positioning kind of hold inside of Master Bedroom, getting aggressive with it, and you're kind of forced to bait out these ADSs. You could have used a flash bang that's in pocket to go for it, and quite frankly, while you do manage to connect to the shoulder of Spicy Fish with enough damage to clean it off, you do still have another player in Attic that's pretty close by, and Amu's trapped right now in Armory Quarter near Trophy. Legacy finding a second, a headshot kill to J-Boss, evening this one back out to a 2v2, but they need to step in and get aggressive here. One player towards the backside of the children's room trying to make a play. Complexity finds Legacy, however, and now Amu trying to step in is behind a smoke inside of dorm main hall. Needs to get the lunchbox planted down, planting in a weak spot. Nitrocell tossed, and Complexity will find the kill. Amu falls, and Oswego will win their second round here on this second floor.
Yeah, like I said, Oswego knows what they're doing. They know when to peek. They're not greedy, except for a little from Complexity, but it was to the point to where it was like 2 seconds remaining. So if he died, there's no way. It was slim to none to where he was going to be able to flick 180 degrees towards Legion and take him out. So that was perfectly justified the way he peeked that, and he clearly got the kill as a result. So that entire hold, Spicy Fish, once again, flawless on that. Sadly, his shoulder peeked out a little bit too much for the Nomad to be able to pick it up. And Nomad did manage to pick up 2 kills, but it clearly wasn't enough to be able to finish off the rest of the defenders. And Oswego themselves, like I've said before, rather, matches off the beginning, they figure out how they work. They figure out how they play their game, how they attack, how they defend. And as we reach towards the end of it, they have adapted to the point to where they know how to execute properly. And then they kind of just counter each other. They go hand in hand, and that's typically why you see people go into overtime. And we're pretty even so far, 2-2 right now. And Oswego, they know once they get into the rhythm of things, I know that they will start picking it up a lot faster.
What do you think this map is? In terms of attack or defensive side, it can go either way. Typically, most maps are considered defensive sided.
Yeah.
Oregon can kind of be both. It kind of just depends on the team playing it. What do you think?
I feel like that's a general idea for every match. It just depends on who the team is, clearly, and how they hold it, and just depends on how they adapt to it. How well do they know the map? How well, or how much rather, do they play this map? How do they know how to navigate? Do they know how to set up utility properly? Do they have strategy to actually execute properly with any sort of strat? It just depends on their awareness, depends on how much time they have played, and depends on how much time they have played on each and every one of these maps. So there's too many variables that go into this game, and that's why I love this game. It just depends on the team, depends on the people, depends on the map, depends on the strats. It's just, I love it so much.
Now, in regard to the current objective that's being held here, UC Davis has been able to find a little bit of success when it comes to the basement hold. However, here, picking up with a tertiary objective of this meeting hall and kitchen, I prefer the other one. I prefer dining and kitchen, of course, but meeting hall and kitchen does still require focus towards, either coming in from that kitchen side of small tower of west side or pushing in towards big tower like we're not used to seeing anyways. Every time we've seen a big tower push, however, UC Davis has failed to take substantial control of it if it's not towards the basement objective, and quite frankly, they didn't take substantial control of it during the basement attack because there was really no hold in there. The only player we saw was Blobfish kind of poking, every once in a while, tapping in the direction of the attacking side, but we haven't seen a real defense on this big tower unless it's going to be this second floor, first floor objective, and statistically speaking, UC Davis has failed it every time. So it doesn't bode well here. I think it will come down to whether or not Spicy Fish, who's rotated now onto a T5, SMG wheeling on the Legion, if he can hold out, because I think he'll probably still situate him up fairly simply up onto the second floor, because you do need to maintain presence and control of that second floor.
Yeah, and I find it funny because I feel like every single time I cast this map, the conversation of either meeting hall and kitchen or dining, it's a conversation almost every single time, because you see a lot of picks coming from meeting. Ooh, Honcho, that's going to be very devastating for the attacking side. That's a lot of utility if not used. And Blobfish is going on an absolute tear. Chef's going to be the next one in line. And almost another one from Legacy. Oh my god. Okay, Blobfish is going to take some damage, but every single teammate so far has been doing their part, but Spicy Fish won't be able to find one as well. So it's currently just Blobfish. The damage has been done. He should be falling back to site and play a little bit more defensive now because of the HP issue. Back to what I was saying. Meeting is now the go-to site when it comes to comp. At least what I've seen, no one really goes dining anymore. I feel like it's more of like a ranked or casual site, and clearly you don't really pick. You can't pick in casual, but you know what I mean. But there you go. There's Blobfish still going off. No remorse for human life whatsoever as Legacy gets dropped as well. 2 remaining defenders, and Blobfish is going to be on a hunt.
Absolutely, 5 kills to their name right now. Blobfish looking and hunting for 2 more. It's going to be Amu and X-Knight, the last player standing. 25 seconds on the clock, and they have finally gathered or garnered control of this second floor, but with these goo mines on the staircase and, of course, the barbed wire. Their presence has been made aware, and the player sitting inside security and no real ability to step inside of kitchen will make this near impossible to come through. Knight finding Blobfish, denying any chance of the ace, but Danky will find Amu, and it's a 1v3. X-Knight stepping forward, but will be shot in the rear, stepping through Split, heading the wrong direction, and Danky will find it. Oswego win out another round. It seems to be just that basement hole that they're struggling with, which seems odd considering that's one of the most favorite objectives. I think we might see them head over to the dining and kitchen objective just to avoid basement here.
Yeah, I find it funny because I said that Blobfish was going to be on a hunt, but he was just sitting back in the server area, held an angle, which you can respect, and he still died in the process because they had to play aggressive because the timer was counting down. And I find it funny as well because the ace was pushing in between that little split area that goes into meeting. I couldn't even see the outline of the Jaeger, so how could he figure out where the Jaeger was? For some reason, the outline just wasn't translating for me. Maybe I just missed the blue line, but when he ran inside, the Jaeger obviously got the audio call. He managed to peek it, and clearly Blobfish, the MVP of that round, cleared kill for kill for kill, and then like I said, the attacking side, once you take care of that kill, that's a lot of utility off the board. So we all gotta pat our boy Blobfish on the back, and especially their teammates. You know that their teammates are doing that right now.
Absolutely, a player popping off that exceptionally so. You got to give props to it all around. However, I think Oswego's just had a very even statistically across the board matchup. Same with UC Davis. I mean, the only player you're really seeing lag behind for both sides are going to be Chef Gusteau in complexity. Quite frankly, when you're only like one kill behind, it's really hard to consider it kind of lagging behind. J-Boss has had phenomenal showmanship in terms of actual utility usage, while Complexity's kind of been playing a little bit of an off-site presence, kind of roaming in a way. Not full stage roaming, because that's not really what it is, but, you know, using the utility of the Wamai to their advantage. But I think that J-Boss has had a lot of showmanship as a utility player, just like Complexity has, and it's definitely played a big role. And I think Chef Gusteau's lack of presence so far has been attributed to that first round where we saw them attack Big Tower, and he fell and ultimately led to them struggling, stumbling, and losing in that first round. It's not something you want to have. Oswego are putting themselves in a little bit of a better position. But if I'm UC Davis, I didn't bring a thermite here, which is an interesting decision for this western side small tower wall, because you can put a thermite on the floor and actually clear out half of it.
Yeah, but I don't blame him for choosing Ace either. I'd expect him to go any other site than here, because they did just go meeting, and then they ulted towards the dining side now. And we were just complaining, not really complaining, but mentioning that the dining area would be the suggested site. And now that they actually go there, they obviously listen to the stream or something like that. But I say that jokingly, obviously. But now this push is going to be pretty smooth. It seems like the roamers are on the wrong side. They have an understanding that they were trying to go for the vertical, but it seems like it's going to be more of a horizontal push as Legacy pushing his way through with that drone, placing those air jabs. And you know when a attacker's doing their job when they currently have no more drones and or the drones are all set up and they are completely run out of utility. So as you can see, there's going to be one prone. Yeah, Chef Gusteau does not want to repeat history right there in his little blowtorch situation where he gets gunned down while mid blowtorch. So he's going to be falling back and he's just going to wait, and they're going to be waiting for some sort of visual to actually get that first pick, and that's exactly what they're going to find. Huncho onto Danky, and this is where the aggression starts to come through, and Spicy Fish is going to be rotating around along with J-Boss to find a visual of their own.
Oswego, interesting decision to hold. Obviously have not necessarily worked on this objective specifically, this tertiary objective choice. Usually when you see dining, you're going to see it situate a player inside of showers, which you can see a lot of the players for UC Davis currently inside. You'll put a player in showers and play from there. And usually it's a Maestro holding strong and trying to get a long shot angle with the Olive in hand, and you'll be able to try to find something, but it's not what we're seeing from Oswego, and ultimately the diffuser will be planted, and it's going to go into a post-plant scenario. J-Boss finds Legacy. Chef Gusteau is down, but Huncho will find the refrag to J-Boss, and it's a 3v3.5. Player now downed out. X-Knight will be finished off by Blobfish in a 3v3. Chef Gusteau finally picked up, but it'll be a team kill from Complexity, accidentally finding his teammate and falling as Huncho finds not just a 3K, but a 4K to end us off. UC Davis will bring this one right back in, ending it off in a positive way right before the halftime switch.
I don't know if I prefer the fact that that was either an accidental or a kill that was on purpose. I don't know which one I'd prefer, because I don't know if it's more comedic of the fact that they knew that they were going to take the L that round, or if they're just like, oh, sorry, that was my bad. the push isn't really going to be, or rather the retake is not going to be happening anymore. But we're going to be switching sides now. I'm excited to see how they adapt to the attacking side now. But like I said, they've been going hand to hand, 3-3, and I expected Oswego, as they are flawless now. I expected them to actually start to adapt a lot more and be ahead at least by 1 or 2 rounds. Like I'll give them 1 or 2 rounds because UC Davis, from what I've seen, like I said before, I haven't really seen much gameplay from this team. But it's really nice to be able to see some, and they're actually competing. They're here to compete, and they are playing to the level of Oswego right now. So now I have a higher standard of this team, and it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, Oswego coming in undefeated, we kind of expect a lot from them in terms of, play style, how they play. And UC Davis, who's coming with only 1 loss, it's still impressive nonetheless, especially with the way that they have been winning. But it's just still not as handily as Oswego's been able to do coming into this one. So seeing it come 3-3 here on map 1, it's shocking, but at the same time, it's not. This is, of course, Borgen, the most boring map. It's very standard. Every team has the same basic understanding of strategy and playstyle when it comes to it. But I definitely noticed something that I had commented on when quickly jumped over to the action that was undergoing. They not really know how to defend that tertiary objective of dining in kitchen. They didn't place a player in showers. They had no control over that, and they were playing as if they were off-site presences, but they were playing towards kitchen, which if you're going to push that objective, you never push into kitchen. If you're going to do that, it's because you already know they're situated and anchoring on that dining room and not kitchen. You had no information beforehand. Oswego didn't play any information ops. They didn't play it correctly, and unfortunately, they're going to lose the round because of it. And now we're going to see if Oswego can pull off the attack, as they're going to make their way over to an objective they've already won twice before, looking to now make it 3 on their attacking side.
Yeah, I think their philosophy there was that they wanted to go for a site that was a little out of the ordinary. Because, like I said, comp teams have been playing the meeting objective rather than the dining objective, and now to see that come out, it's kind of a wild card. So I can understand. I think I can understand the thought process if that was the actual situation. And I feel like what they were thinking right there is that if we hold it like we did meeting, we probably come out with the exact same results. And they held it like meeting, and clearly the results were heavily gifted in the favor of the attacking side, and the aggression coming here from this mute could actually be dangerous. But it's also, who is that? That is a Capitao, and he has not used a single smoke and or incendiary bolt yet, so this could be a huge kill. And as I say that, that's going to be a lot of damage as well. Nitro out, but it will get taken care of. Spicy Fish picking up X-Knight, and that will be a Valkyrie off the board. That's not going to be too big of a deal because the intel is still in hand, or rather not in hand, but placed. And that's actually going to be the first time we see that intel. I was going to mention that they should be bringing more intel, especially when playing this map, because pushes can get very aggressive. And Legacy, oh my gosh, the damage coming from these incendiary bolts. Legacy is already down to around, what, 20-something, 25, 30 HP, and now dead. As I say that, Danky. The aggression right there is not really expected because there was not really, I don't know, I didn't see a drone, so, well, there's the drone there. Maybe there was a drone. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna back them and let them run their defenders off the side.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty aggressive stance coming from Oswego. Nothing that I didn't truly anticipate, and Danky will be punished for that aggression. Huncho, who's sitting back side of this children's room, will now find a second as well into Bloodfish, as Amu will find out Spicy refragged by Complexity. It's back to a 2v2. Chef Cousteau, not going to be outdone, finds J-Boss, and now it's up to Complexity in a 2v1. Situated inside of games, does have the lunchbox, but not given the time, as Huncho will secure the kill. UC Davis came back out of nowhere in that round, was looking substantially in the favor of Oswego as they took pretty substantial control of that attic-sided room, and quite exceptionally well with the, like you spoke about, incendiary bolts and aggressive from both outside window of that balcony and, of course, big tower wall. But still, great control by UC Davis to take full advantage of the wideness and variety you have, being able to step inside of children's room, being able to take control and leave games room to the other side. You don't need to necessarily control that because you do have a play where you can go towards white stairs. You can drop down hatch from children's room, rotate to white stairs, and have an angle inside of games through that wall that you bust out on that, I believe, southern side, and it does allow you some variation in terms of angles. However, completely different objective, one that Oswego struggled with exponentially so, the basement. We're going to see if UC Davis is any better at defending this one than Oswego was.
Yeah, one of the issues that you can really spot out from last round, well, they were very consistent with those incendiary bolts, and he did a lot of damage as a result. So I can understand the aggression coming through from Danky there. The only issue was he picked up the first kill, and he wanted to continue on to find the other one without any intel on site. There was a drone going through the site right there, but there was still a Jaeger there ready to take care of him, and he was not paying attention to that angle whatsoever. So I'm guessing it was either a missed drone or I honestly don't really know what to explain in that situation, besides that Danky wasn't ready for it. The aggression was a little bit too much, and he lost a life because of it. So Danky was definitely someone that they needed to actually try to win that gunfight. It would have brought it down to a 2v2 situation, and that is very different compared to a 1v2. So, and I don't know if he plays on those either. So if he had some in hand, that would be great for that 2v2 situation. Cut off those rotates, try to get that diffuser down and wait for those audio calls, give the support to each other. And if Danky was alive near the end of the round, and then just try to just play as defensive as possible, even when you're on attack, just try to stick together so you can actually start unloading your strats onto the defenders. And like I said, it's the beginning. They need to start getting their adaptation in. They need to start figuring out what they need to do to actually take care of these defenders, try to flush them off site, who's playing aggressive, who's not. So I can't really blame them, but we will see them start to adapt later on in the round. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Oswego will bring to their adaptation of the attacking side for this one. Of course, they failed on their defensive side twice, so they know it works to a degree, at least against themselves, because it's obviously what they just had to be faced off against. But it looks like Oswego's opting to kind of do a little bit of a roam clear, and looks like they have 2 players present towards the southern side of the map, and a minute has already been bought here by the UC Davis side, so an exceptionally well job done in that regard. Oswego need to start either making their choice about where they're going to push exactly, or they need to start acting on this actual roam clear, because you've got, I believe, 2 players up top. Blobfish will be able to find one. I believe the player was inside of Meeting Hall. Will take out Huncho Panda, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You need to start acting on the information you have. You've got these drones and the information gathered. Act on it. Finish off the opposition. Do not let them stay alive for much longer. They'll just be another thorn in your side if you let them stand a little too long. We may actually have an engagement could drop off here. J-Boss, who's sitting inside of the main lobby, has an opportunity to peek towards that laundry staircase, and there was a player holding a tight angle at the bottom. Could be an interesting one-on-one engagement.
yeah, and like you said, you need to start pushing forward with those drones. Apply that pressure, because the defenders are made to apply pressure to you, and that is unfortunate timing. He just got on the angle as soon as. Yeah, I was gonna say AMU is not too happy about that, and especially with that shotgun on that angle. Probably wasn't the best decision, but who knows what that SAS shotgun can do. I love that thing. I think I mentioned that a couple times in my career of casting, but. Like you said, you got to start applying pressure, because the job of the defenders is to apply pressure. So if you return with the exact same amount of pressure, oh, just pre-fire it, please. You would have got him. Oh, he gets him anyway. It's fine. We're all good. Danky picked up one as well. Oh my gosh, that was way too fast. I expected way more. I just expected the defenders to sit back a little bit, wait for some intel, maybe win a gunfight. I don't know. Okay. It was like a 3v4, was it? It just dropped down to a 0v4.
No, flawless round.
Yeah. Oh, it was a flawless round. Yeah, you're right.
Oswego.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, you like the IQ wasted no time pushing through those roamers. There was one roamer that Blobfish came into any contact whatsoever. The drone kept going through, and they all met up around the main entrance area. And then I believe it was J-Boss started peeking down that main area, and then took care of AMU, the mute with the long range shotgun, and then just started to push their way through. J-Boss picked another one onto the rotate, and then whoever peeked that hallway, the pillar hallway on the left, was absolutely deleted, and then the final one was just unknown. So it was flawless round. It said flawless round. So that you can't give nothing but props to Oswego, because this is where they start adapting. This is where they start picking up. They have an understanding of how aggressive they play, how the roamers are set up. The droning was beautifully played. So the intel going through, if it stays consistent, they will be on top throughout this entire matchup.
Absolutely, and I think the player to keep an eye on for, however, UC Davis opted to go back to the basement. Keep an eye on Huncho Panda, the player that had gotten taken out first, and really what set the pace for that round. I mentioned, and they acted on it in the middle of my sentence, the caster's curse, and really it's kind of a blessing apparently to them, calling out a lot of things already. Oswego acted upon it, got out their roamer they knew was situated elsewhere, cleaned it up, took control of the situation, and ultimately acted swiftly after the fact, and it guaranteed them not just a win in the round, but a flawless one nonetheless. And that's mentally draining. The mentality of the UC Davis side is going to be down bad, as they do say these days. And Oswego definitely getting themselves a bit of a pacemaker round to guarantee that. But Huncho Panda dropping 11 kills so far. 11, 2, and 6. Phenomenal showmanship from them so far. You need Oswego to continue to find those kills, because if Huncho is left uncontested, they're going to continue to do what they've been doing the entire time, devastating your side. No one's really found an answer to that, and it's really required you to act, serendipitously and really come in all at the same time to really try and take full control. And if he's not going to let you do it again, you're going to have to find a new explanation and a new answer to this one.
Yeah, I feel like I've been very biased for one side. I've said that Oswego, like I've always talked in the perspective of Oswego. I'm like, these guys need to do this. They need to start figuring this out. How are they going to adapt? I feel like I've just been on one side so far. We're gonna go into the eyes of UC Davis for a little bit now. I'm gonna split it up a little bit more now. But that being said, I think they have a little bit of an understanding of how aggressive they play. So clearly they're tied up. They have an understanding that they're going to be playing aggressive, like right here. Danky, oh, the timing right there. If Danky actually does get this pixel, that is going to be pillar taken down, and they can just start pushing through from here. Because once Danky gets that momentum, he does not let up on it. And I'm pretty sure the defenders are even aware of that. And right here, the peak is already set up, but if he peeks the left side of the pillar, he will get that kill. But no, he's gonna fall off. Oh my god. If that Valkyrie was to lose that gunfight, they all need to just figure out some sort of hold, play defensive, hold an angle, wait for the audio calls to come out to actually deal with Danky playing with that aggression. And I don't think he had no support of Rome, but it seems like the other side is going to be the push, the main push rather.
Nothing too odd to see a push coming from Laundry. We saw the side of UC Davis opt to the same thing, and Oswego's gone back to back, then find it. Danky and Blawfish fighting on to the end. Huncho will fall. Blawfish with a second on top of Legacy, and a 2v5, a 3 as he finds another Blawfish onto X-Knight, and Chef Cousteau looking for the opportunity to end this one off. Will, in fact, be unable to. Danky finds it, and it's going to go yet another flawless round. Oswego back to back here in this basement. Neither side capable of defending this one. And I think Oswego's managed to say, hey, not only are we a little bit better at defending it because we didn't get flawless, but we're also much better at attacking it because we did flawless. So UC Davis, the mentality is probably not so hot, but they do finally get to head right back up to the second floor, which has only been won by the attacking side, the defensive side. No attacking team has ever had the advantage going into this.
What I say about them adapting? What I say about Oswego coming out on top? Yeah, is this the point where they start picking it up and then figuring out how to actually break down their defensive plays? I think I said that at one point. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think I did.
You're always wrong. I mean, where are you, so?
Yeah, but either way, Oswego obviously picking up a second flawless round. I mean, I'm fanboying now for these guys. So hopefully we can actually. Hopefully, UC Davis can actually keep it up. So hopefully they cannot bring it to that match point, bring it to overtime. I want to see this matchup go till the end, like round 3. I want to see overtime each and every single match. I want to see these guys bring it to that last second situation. I want these boys' hearts pumping. I want them shaking in their boots while they're playing these games because, you know, that's what you come here to watch. You want to see that close and very, I can't find the word for this, more. Just tense. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. I froze there for a second. But yeah, just more tense situations where you want those viewers up and ready and just ready to watch. They want them at the edge of their seat while they're watching these type of games.
Absolutely. I think the intensity is kind of a thing you want to keep into account. Let's digest what we've seen the last 2 times on that basement hold. We talked about the split push. Tiny K can control in more than one direction, and obviously there was a huge amount of control taken towards Laundry's side, and Oswego did a phenomenal job. I cannot understate that about how swiftly they were able to walk in, literally, and devastate the opposition of UC Davis. No chance for them to hold in. Player on that, I believe it is technically the southern side of Laundry, gets turned into, shot out. Blobfish goes, no, we aren't done just yet, and continues that spree, stepping into that outside pocket. Of course, stepping then inside of the other objective, the B-side objective, and then continuing the dominant reign. Nothing that the side of UC Davis could do was an answer. Oswego back-to-back rounds with the same exact push. They don't need to change a thing, and they knew exactly that, and that's what complacency kind of breeds. Do not play the same objective twice, even if you think you can get it the next time, because you grow complacent. Oswego did the same thing on their defensive side, and they said, we aren't going to go for it again. We know it's not going to work. Instead, we'll pick a tertiary objective. We'll go to the last possible objective you think we'll go to, just not to go to that objective, because you're thrashing us on it. And I think that Oswego had a little bit better of a mind game in that account. UC Davis, they're going to get an opportunity to kind of pick up what objective they want to go to next. And I'm kind of worried they're going to pick basement again.
Yeah, most likely, but like we saw before in the past. Oh, that's going to be... You see, he was down repelled. The animation stuck him there. He totally could have picked up a kill, and the kite was still laying there, but with that HP that J-Boss has, he might want to lay off as soon as he can before the pre-fire comes out. But yes, I entirely agree with you. The basement might come out. It just depends on what their mindset is, because if they actually want to start cleaning up their play, like I mentioned before, I'm using the word adapt, word of the day, adapt. If they've adapted enough to be able to think that they can actually hold that basement site, then more power to them. They should go for it. But if they're want to take it safe, play a site that they're more comfortable playing, especially against these attackers, then I don't mind either or. I wouldn't blame them either side. But Knight is actually be the first one to get taken out. Legacy is going to be answering straight onto Danky. That's going to be two very aggressive players right off the bat. And then speaking of aggression, J-Boss already in sight, even with a very low HP, and it's going to be tied up right now, 3-3.
Yeah, Blobfish able to find out Amu, and he will fall in return off of Huncho, securing it in a bad situation. Chef Gusteau missing shots that should not have been missed, and Spicy will be able to clean it up. They're not going to miss their opportunity, and Legacy will fall as well from the inside of the children's room. And a return to the backside of the bunk bed. Spicy on a spree, finding them all to end that one off, and a devastating loss for UC Davis. Needing to find an answer, unable to do that. Oswego, knowing what works best for them. Swift action and swift devastation. UC Davis now, don't pick the same objective twice. Check out the kitchen and meeting. I'll check out.
And they're going again.
Why? Do not breed that level of complacency. Oswego is going to take it back to back if you don't at least change something in the end.
Yeah, Spicy Fish was not wasting any time. I mean, I checked this man's Moss. This dude went frag for frag, peek another angle. All right, there he is. I don't know. Just my boy Spicy is just on an absolute tear right now, and we gotta give props to that homie right there, Blobfish. I find it funny. Both the fish boys, both the aquatic homies, are just pulling up with frag for frag. Their holds have been beautiful, or at least Blobfish's hold. No, it was Spicy Fish. Yeah, it was Spicy Fish on defense as well. His hold when it came to Attic, when that smoke. Smoke when it came to the attic hold was absolutely beautifully held. And Blobfish, yes, he added a little part to it as well, because he's actually double digits right now in kills. Spicy Fish is right behind him, and Danky's already double kills as well. So this really goes to show, just by looking at the fragging ability for both teams compared to UC Davis. You have Huncho currently at 12 kills right now. He's the only one double digits, and the only one close is Legacy. Currently 3 kills away from hitting that double digits, and we're on match point as well, so it pretty much just speaks for itself. I mean, the hold was very aggressive. Like, everything that you saw from the attacking side was aggressive, and a lot of gunfights should have been in the favor of the defending side, but they're just better, you know?
They just click heads a little bit easier, right?
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to. I want to point out that Huncho has gone 3 rounds without getting a kill, finally able to find one last round, was able to go up from the 11 they were on previously, and quite frankly, that's not good to see. Huncho has finally been denied by Oswego. They found the answer. And that's exactly what I spoke about. They did exactly what we've said. I think you aren't joking about them listening to the cast. I think you are actually correct. I think they've got somebody telling them, hey, these casters know what they're talking about, which quite frankly I do. But we're giving advice to both sides. We're trying to help it out. Even in a VOD review, we won't want these teams to turn it off, because quite frankly, that's the biggest compliment anyone can be told as a caster. I listen to your VODs during VOD review with the volume on, right?
Oh, yeah.
I want you guys to hear this advice because I want everyone to improve. I want the level of play to be consistent and to have progression throughout it. And I think that Oswego don't even need to have that. They adapted along the way, and UC Davis hasn't. They've grown complacent, and while it works in the first half, it's not working in this one. And quite frankly, the only positive thing I can really give in the last 2 rounds is they were able to buy about 45 seconds of time before Oswego comes in and absolutely thrashes you.
Yeah, honestly, you couldn't have said it any better, because UC Davis, yes, like I mentioned before, at the beginning, that's where they start getting used to their type of play. You can understand why they go hand in hand for their wins there. But this is the end. This is end game of the entire map. You've got to start picking up. You have to start picking apart their play to be able to consistently not only hold but attack. You should have picked it up on attack, and you should have picked it up on defense, which they did pretty good on attack. I don't want to down them on it, because they were going hand in hand. And we're going into a gunfight right now because the aggression from Oswego is very consistent as well. Speaking of consistency, Oswego, very consistent with their aggression. They get that intel out where they need it. They get the positioning of the defenders locked down. It seems like they're going to be going hard for the anchors. They're not going to mess with any sort of anchors, or not anchors, but roamers. And that being said, they're going to be focusing a push around the attic side, and like I said, the aggression is going to be coming out soon. Once they pick up that first pick, they are good to go. They're ready to pick up kills, and there's the first one, J-Boss into Legacy.
Yeah, it looks like they're opting to go up white stairs instead, trying to get a sight lane across to maybe to the children's room, and they've also got a little bit of a presence towards the attic side, maybe towards Trophy a little bit. I think they may have people on that outside balcony kind of opting to go in. No, it's attic all the way, stepping in, Blobfish, Danky finding as well as Chef Gusteau, and X-Knight will fall. Danky goes down, but it's not going to matter. Complexity onto Amu, and the last player standing of Huncho needs to find not just 1, but 5. Finds onto Spicy, but J-Boss won't let it matter, ending this one off in favor of Oswego. They'll take round 11 and will secure this game, or this map, I should say, pretty favorably. I believe it is a, 7-4 to end that one off. Indeed it is. Oswego, like I said, they favor the attack, which is an interesting thing to say because Rainbow Six Siege is a defensive-sided game. It is a defender-sided game. There's only Coastline, really, that's attacker-sided. You can maybe argue Cafe can be, but really and truly it's not, right? It's strange to see that Oswego says, hey, we're okay on defense, we thrash on attack. All of them are fraggers. All of them are gunners. Even Complexity, who you see is lagging behind on the scoreboard, is a utility that they used consistently, and you need to normalize utility players as support players. That's what they are. They don't need a scoreboard to go ahead of the game. You need them. They don't need you, honestly. I mean, like, they can one-man army it. You can't get into the objective without them. You know, what are you going to do? Like, just complain. That's what you'll do. Keep them alive. That's what your job as a roam denial is, not to frag out. That's your entry's job. Your job is to keep your hard breachers alive, and I think they did a phenomenal job about that. Complexity, good utility usage all around the map. Oswego, phenomenal job of acting on the situation and really just tearing apart any of those individual players that were a little bit too aggressive or a little bit too out of place on the UC Davis side. But that's going to be map 1. We're going to be heading over to my least favorite map in human existence, Cafe Dostoyevsky. And the next one, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here in between. My name's been Infernosis, joined here by Carl. We'll see you guys here in just about 5 short minutes.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by Carr, who's had a pretty exceptional job today. I'm really proud of him. But we've got ourselves, speaking of proud, we've got Oswego coming in on a massive comeback after the tied 3-3 half on map 1 of Oregon. Now we're going to head over to the worst map ever made, Cafe Dostoyevsky. And I don't say that in any rude way. I mean, it's just quite frankly is. And I'm not looking forward to it, but I am also looking forward to it. UC Davis kept the defensive side of Oswego to a tie half, and Oswego managed to come back into their attacking half, only allowing one round and ending that one off in a 7-4 fashion. I think we could see another one coming through, but Cafe is a much different pacing and a much different map than Oregon. What's your take here?
We have very contrasting opinions. I don't love Cafe. I don't love it, but I dabble with it. I like it. I'm not a huge fan,
you're
but I do like it. I'm not. I wouldn't say that, but I don't mind Cafe. I can say that much. But Cafe, more of a vertical map, definitely. You do expect a lot of C4 play, more pulse play. You expect people running up and down the floors, a lot of roam potential. So Oswego was the one. Actually, I believe it was UC Davis that brought the gridlock and nomad combo. So if they do stick it with this round or this map, they will be thriving as well, and it's probably going to be kind of a little staple bans. We do see a Thatcher. I don't think we're going to see a Thermite, or not a Thermite. What's it called? Jackal. Sorry. Jackal is. I do expect them to ban the Jackal here rather than Oregon, because this is the roam potential map, and this is where they need to start clearing it floor for floor. And that's where I expect a Jackal ban or a Jackal use. So if they don't ban, I'm going to be confused, and there comes the confusion. There's the other hard breach ban coming through.
There comes the confusion.
Here comes the confusion. It hit hard because Maverick and Thatcher, two hard breach operators on a map that the only hard breach area you can really see is inside Cigar and
Cigar Wall
I believe,
to White Stairs.
Yeah, Cigar to White Stairs, and then there's also Bakery. And then the Maestro Can, that's the intel that I expect, and the last one's probably just going to be a mirror and Malusi, a copy-paste of what they did last game.
I'm predicting a Kaid. When you ban out Maverick, you kind of want to ban
That's
out
fair.
Kaid as well.
That is
Because
fair.
like neither side wants to deal with that individually, but no, it's going to be Malusi. So Kaid's going to be annoying as all get out here. I mean, this is going to be quite a nuisance. We already know that players did prefer to use Kaid on both sides of the board. They both opted to do that. It's going to be interesting to see what they're capable of when that's going to be left on the board and there's no Maverick to directly counter that, and especially not a Thatcher. Nobody's leaving Thatcher out in this meta whatsoever. But like you said, the main walls you'll see hard breachers on is going to be that Cigar Lounge wall and, of course, into Bakery. But the big difference here is, and it's that one big thing which is confusing me why Maverick was the one banned and not an Ace like the go-to meta ban is, you don't want to drop down to clear that out. You're going to want to toss a Selma down and go for it. Habanas can get impacted out and kind of be dealt with, so not a lot of people will bring those out, and they're kind of louder and slower. You want to bring Selmas to do that job, and now that's all you have, really and truly. So we do see the Ace getting picked up once again by Complexity. Maybe this was a choice ban, because Complexity is the most comfortable on the AK-12 wielding Ace. Maybe that was the reason why it's happening. Maybe that's why Oswego went for the Maverick ban instead of the Ace ban. But I think Complexity could have dealt with either. I genuinely think that Complexity is a strong enough support player, utility player, to rock both and do well with both in terms of utility usage. I mean, their stat line wasn't the most exceptional, but I don't think that's important in R6. I think support lives matter too. I mean, that was a big deal. We had a ton of players that got removed from Pro League because their stat sheets weren't that impressive, because the current meta is just run and gun.
Yeah, going back to the topic of that Maverick, I understand your point of view on it, of having the Ace. The Ace is obviously the go-to, especially in a map like this where I said the roam potential is high and the walls that are being covered and trying to be opened up are going to have a lot of activity, not only on the attacking side, but the defending side as well. There's not a single wall besides the bottom White Stairs garage wall that is on the outside of the map. So if this was on Clubhouse, if this was on Consulate, I can understand banning the Maverick, because they have defense. They have the outside. You need to run out to deal with that Maverick and or shoot them through the Maverick hole, which is typically being supported nonetheless. So that being said, banning the Maverick they should be playing Maverick on the site anyway. I can't really understand that. And bringing that Ace to actually take care of that top red stairs wall. That's another wall I was about to mention. I entirely forgot about that one. Top red stairs wall is where I will see Complexity throw down his Selmas as much as he can. And I don't know. I mean, I guess it's VOD review. It's their strats. I cannot comment on anything and question too much, but that's just my own personal preference in what I've seen so far.
I don't think you're incorrect in any fashion. When you want to drop down that hatch, you want safety behind it, and there's a couple players, or should I say operators, that can deny that little bit of a safety net, and I think one of those big ones is a pulse. You have a nitro cell, you have the ability to see through the wall, you have such good utility in regards to player denial of falling through, and it's another one of those things. You see yokai drones, you see echoes be played on the defensive side, because you can take a yokai, jump it through skylight on this third floor, and see if a sledge, your go-to player usually clear out those hatches, is going to be up there, and you can detonate a C4 and kill them from there. I've seen it before. It's probably the most hype out beat besides maybe finals or semifinal moments. It's just that cool of a moment. And it's just something that I love to see in terms of strategy. Danky looking away at a bad time, but Blobfish on the save, saving the life here. But it's not going to matter. Danky falls anyways to X-Knights. And now moved back into a situation to watch that cigar lounge door, looking for an opportunity to find yet another. No nitro cell available to them. Has been ripped and dipped, I believe. The position has been given away. Stepping away a little bit now. Player stepping through as Amu will find Blobfish. X-Knight onto Spicy Fish. The Fish dynamic duo will fall floundering out of this round as J-Boss gets the refrag onto Amu. And a 3v2. UC Davis with a player advantage, but that player inside's not going to last much longer. J-Boss onto Jeff Gusteau, and X-Knight's been down. It's up to Huncho v Complexity, and Huncho's going to find it in the end. UC Davis spectacularly finish off round 1 and deny Oswego on an attacking round.
Dude, that Valkyrie got my heart pumping there for a second. That flick that he had on that Ash, whew, that's something to comment on. And then obviously Hunch, what was his name again? It was Hunt. I can't think. It was there you go, Huncho. Yeah, it was Huncho. I don't know why I thought it was something else. I had to double check for you there. But Huncho, yeah, his peak as that Jaeger, he waited back for the angles to actually come towards him, the attackers to come towards him. The timer was counting down. They needed to make a push. They needed to take advantage of the situation of Knight being down in front of the main bar area, and Jaeger peeking around the top white stairs, took care of the Zofia, peeked directly into the AK wielding Ace, and then it was just a clear from there. Almost every single one of the defenders have played it flawlessly, and just now realizing this, last round they brought a Mira, and this time they brought it again, and I'm surprised how consistent they were in actually dealing with that Mira. There isn't really much of an issue. I don't think we really saw much of an interaction between both sides around those Mira windows. So to see them actually just like, I don't want to say that they're
well, an interesting situation as Carr's internet has apparently ceased to function, and he's stuck in a moment. We'll wait for his internet to come back in. I do like the point he was making, and Car, I think you're back. You want to finish off the last second of that?
Yeah, I was talking about the Mira hold with the nitro cell. That
yes.
I would assume that she was to be using the nitro cell. And I'm speaking of nitro cells. I just looked at the lineup of the defensive side. They have 4 nitro cells ready for the use. I don't think they're going to be
no pulse either. Like
yeah, they don't even have a pulse. I'd expect a pulse, but they're not going to be giving the attacking side a break, especially vertically. I expect maybe around the preparation window side. I can see a nitro cell getting thrown over that area. So with that Mira being set up and currently using the last Mira as we speak, that setup needs to be set up correctly. They need to actually utilize these windows because they can lock areas down for the entirety of a round if played correctly. If that pressure is being applied and they're not just losing their lives left and right as defenders, then they'll be able to just lock them out and then just peek and pre-fire when they see fit. And seeing these nitro cells on board, those mirrors are definitely going to be deadly. They should have at least 2 nitro cells, but behind that mirror window, wait for the callouts, wait for the intel to go through, because they do have a Valkyrie open for callouts. They have the pings. They can just Z-ping and then just like, all right, he's right here. Throw direction. Bam, that's a free kill. So yeah, with my internet coming back down, I can start slowing down a little bit more just in case. I'm going to send it over to you just in case it actually goes out.
I was sorry. I'm laughing really hard actually at the fact that I saw Spicy Fish, I believe it was. No, it was Blobfish. Just leaping through the skylight window. No regard, just yeeting themselves over the top. Did not have a care in the world, despite their teammate watching and waiting and looking in for the opportunity for drones. Just jumping over really tickled my funny bone, but we are seeing that, unilateral, that, third to second to first floor kind of play. They're trying to play a little bit more safe, but like we've spoken about, the massive amount of nitro cells on the side of the defensive presence could be fairly devastating for them. And while there is no sledge, which is an interesting choice, I think, in this type of situation, there is a lot of breaching charges that can be placed, and of course impacts as well. You've got the lifeline impacts in the hands of J-Boss for that Sophia. I think that there is still a lot of verticality that can be brought into presence, but I don't think it's enough to warrant 4 Nitro Cells on the side of UC Davis, especially not without a pulse to back it up. It's not what you want to see, and I'm kind of questioning them for this. They had a spectacular finish to round 1 here, but round 2, not necessarily starting off strong. Still no picks for either side here. 45 seconds do remain. We're going to see some X-Kairos pellets being placed on the outside wall towards this red stair wall inside of the kitchen. It'll be Chef Gusteau ever to find one onto J-Boss. Blobfish finding a refrag now onto X-Knight, tying it back up to a 4v4, but not for long. Danky onto Chef Gusteau. Blobfish falls to Amu, and another one goes. Spicy Fish, the dish duo. One will fall and the other will pick up, but Complexity, the utility player, not able to get enough off, falls to Huncho with his second kill falling as well to Spicy. Danky on the refrag, back and forth. It's now Amu v Danky. And Amu's looking worse for wear, but there's not much time left. It's going to have to be a step out coming through to pick right back up. Oswego have the advantage, but they turn the wrong way, and Danky finds the kill. Amu not expecting that direction. A guarantor round as Oswego will take round 2.
Oh, there's so much to unpack with that. Gosh, they waited till like the last minute to start pushing downstairs. They didn't have a single pick. They had like, what, 40 seconds remaining before they started going down that red staircase. And they still took the time to open up that red hallway hard breach to get into sight. So they took it slow. I like the confidence that they had. They took a breather. They weren't panicking. They were like, okay, I can just get this wall. We have plenty of time. We can work with them. We'll get the frags that we see fit. If they're playing too aggressive, then we will take care of those kills. The support is coming through. We can trade. That's exactly what happened. The trades that went through, it went hand for hand, kill for kill, kill for kill, and then it was left to Amu and Danky obviously did come out on top because the rotate that he did go through with was obviously what they needed to come through. Even though Amu had that, like 10 HP to deal with the entire situation, either way, the play was beautiful and he would have won even with 100 HP. But with that being said, the aggression, and like you said, they don't have a sledge. Without that sledge, the purpose of taking that vertical is to try to lock out the site and try to isolate them in certain areas that they feel a little bit more comfortable than just sitting under a hole in the ceiling, right? So them not bringing that sledge, it can actually be kind of harming to their play because they want to actually add some pressure to the defensive side before actually pushing downstairs, because they want to isolate them into corners. They want to push them into areas that they're uncomfortable playing and then just try to take them out from there with the intel that they use. So without that sledge, they can't do it as much. Yes, they do have breaching charges like you mentioned, so they can freely do that wherever they want. They currently have 3 sets on 3 different operators of breaching charges, so yeah, I feel like that they probably will utilize them as much as they can, so I don't really have an issue with it, but I do suggest the sledge because I feel personally is a little bit more consistent with it.
Yeah, consistency is key. And I think it's, man, I'm really confused by the lack of a sledge pick. I also am a little bit confused. I like the decision of bringing a Fuse into play. I think the Russian duet of Kapkan and Fuse are phenomenal on this map. I genuinely think Cafe is one of the few maps where a Kapkan can thoroughly thrash with a large amount of presence, not just in terms of the 9x19 being such a good weapon, but Nitro Cell in pocket, and of course, the utility of being so many doors, being able to spread those out, can have a lot of versatility that will be pretty devastating towards the attacking side, but it's the same thing with the Fuse. When those hockey pucks be launched into the objective, it do be getting kind of hard to get out though, and I think that it could be comboed with a Lion. I think that if they had brought a Lion into play, it would have been even more devastating for them to go through with it. While the Lion has suffered plenty of nerfs throughout their career, and almost as many as we have seen the Scorpion Evo receive for Ella, but nonetheless, I think a combination of those two would have been a little bit more fruitful for Oswego, but I think they do have what it takes. They won it without needing the Fuse previously, and now they're confident enough to bring this one out here and really catch UC Davis off guard.
Yeah, like you mentioned, with that Lion and Fuse combo, that would actually be a force to be reckoned with, because, yeah, ping that Lion scan, and then you'll have a better understanding of who's in what site and who is actually trying to hold specific areas of that site. I do like that idea. I never really thought of that before, so...
Lock them in place.
Yeah, right? Yeah, don't want to move, and even if they do move,
if they do move, you shoot them.
Yeah, but yeah,
the
no! One, that's depressing right there. But like I was gonna mention in the past, I like the awareness coming from the right here. The vertical is actually coming out really consistent, proving me wrong right here. They don't need a sledge. They're calm, collected. They can play together. They play in unison. So I do like to see this type of play come out and proving me wrong. But they're completely aware that they do not like to roam. they have drones going through, yes, but like you saw, Blobfish wasted no time just to run straight back down onto site, and Danky's going to be taken down as a result. Chef is going to be the person to take down the first attacker, and Danky hopefully plays down those air jabs before coming to these last 30 seconds of the round.
Yeah, time is not looking hot. You do lose Danky, that is your Nomad, but they should have already placed the air jabs at this point in time. Not a huge devastating loss for them, but they need to start acting about to go inside. The hockey pucks have been removed, and now you've also removed the player himself. Spicy Fish's legacy will connect on the backside of the kitchen cooking room. And a second one will fall. J-Boss with the MP7 to the head from Chef Gusteau. Huncho with the 416C, and X9 to finish it off as well. It worked to find one. It didn't work to find any more. Not exactly what they needed, and I personally think at Oswego, they changed up what they did entirely. It's just UC Davis's original strategy worked better for that attack than it did for the first one. I think that if Oswego had also been complacent in their strategy, it would have worked again. But, you know, lo and behold, it's not entirely what happens. It does fall in the other direction, and quite frankly, we're going to see how much further it falls. The next objective we're going back to now, the third floor, this bar and cocktail lounge. Oswego failed this previously, to not have a very good chance going into it. A couple refrags, it did come to the 1v1, got a little bit close, but when you're putting complexity against Huncho, well, my money's on Huncho 9 times out of 10 because complexity is a phenomenal utility player. It's just not that go-to fragger you're looking for.
Yeah, and I feel like personally attacked right now. UC Davis just is like smacking me in the face, because at the beginning of this entire thing, before we went into the ban phase, I said that Cafe is a vertical map. It's a roam heavy map, but they're playing defense almost directly. Yeah, they're anchoring the entire time. So I'm just like, come on, guys, you gotta like call me out like that. You gotta like just.
You're getting Caster Curse. I was getting Caster last map. You're getting Caster Curse.
Yeah, it's painful, right? But yeah, either way, they've been playing pretty consistent with as well. When it came to the top floor, the attackers cleared third floor, second floor with ease. Blobfish really wasted no time on that whatsoever, and didn't really find anyone because they all played anchor. So it's been working out because they would bring it down to the last second situation, but the vertical play already went through, applying that pressure, and that was not really a good situation for the defenders. Danky, it was brought down to Danky and Amu, and with those two remaining defenders, and Amu already with the damage alone, it should have been in the favor of the defending side, because the timer coming down, they didn't have a single pick yet. The defender should have won. And then we come down to the other one, the defenders actually did win that one because of the hold that they had. So the consistency I see right now is more on the favor of Davis. Less wins, but just more how they're holding site, because they're focusing on the anchors, and the attackers are wasting much more time because they're like, something's wrong here. Why are there no anchors here? There has to be someone somewhere. We have to find them before we make an initial push, and that's not what they're doing whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that consistency can be good. Staying consistent, and there's a difference between consistency and complacency. They may both start with C's, but so does Cookie, and those are nowhere near alike. You gotta stay consistent. You have to consistently frag. You have to consistently find those picks. You have to consistently play at a high level, but you can't be complacent when you do it. UC Davis consistently playing their defensive strategy to a T on that, kitchen hold on that first floor. Oswego, who was trying to change it up, which won them the time before, didn't win him that this time, and they'll only gain one round advantage, or sorry, now disadvantage. They'll only gain one round inside of that kitchen, which could have swiftly become two if it had gotten a little bit out of hand, but no, we're going to go all the way back up to the third floor. We're not going to see that library room hold. We're not going to see fireplace. We're not going to see any opportunity on that second floor. Instead, back up to the third, and I think this is a good decision. I think third is just your go-to. You're not expected to win on the second floor. You're not expected to win every time you go to the kitchen, but you are pretty expected to win on this third floor. And I think that Oswego, who's already struggled already, are going to need to find an answer. Already 2 minutes of time bought, and they're just now breaking inside a cigar lounge to step inside. Not where you want to be, but that bar has been opened up entirely. Player caught behind, firing, shockingly missing every bullet. On the side of UC Davis, two players kind of low. Legacy sitting at about 79 HP. Chef Gusteau sitting at about 3. But it'll be Amu for the side of UC Davis who will fall first. Blobfish connecting with a shot. A spray coming through as Chef finds a kill into J-Boss. Tries to find another, but Canis Blobfish a refrag. But X-Knight from behind the bar finds a kill into Complexity. A 3v3 situation. Huncho brings it back to a 3v2 by finding Spicy. And it'll be X-Knight from behind the bar again to find another. 3 players left for UC Davis, and it's not looking hot. Huncho once again finishing it off the third floor in style as Blobfish will fall, and UC Davis finding another win on the third floor.
Oswego, man, they gotta start cleaning it up. They gotta start cleaning up their play. Like I said, they're taking way too much time to figure out what they need to do. And clearly the pressure that the defensive side is applying just through anchors is what they need. Blobfish was trying to take more of a vertical play, their area, see if you could grab a pick. But the position that they had wouldn't they had to bring it down to that last second push. And clearly, with the improvised plays coming from the attacking side, that's not going to work out very well for them. So them just running in, expecting to win gunfights just by peeking, there's going to be that Valkyrie like you saw behind Bar, holding that angle. And if she did not miss any of those shots, then that would have been I'm pretty sure it was an ace. Who was it? I'm pretty sure it was an ace. Down and out of the game already. And that would have been a player down. And then that Valkyrie can play safe, hold back, and wait for another peek to just come into whatever angle she's holding. So the entire idea of them playing very slowly and not taking that time to get on site is going to be devastating for their attacking side. And hopefully once we do reach that half and we switch sides, they will start cleaning up on defense, because obviously it's a very different play style. You got to hold the site, not attack it. So hopefully we do see a cleanup there, and hopefully the Chef and UC Davis, all the boys over there, can play as consistently as they do on attack as they do on defense.
We are seeing Fireplace and Reading Room being held right here. Interesting decision to go for the tertiary. Obviously, they can't head back to the kitchen, right? They can't. They have to pick up this one. They have to go for it. And I don't think that's a terrible decision, but I'm interested to see how they're holding this one out. Obviously, footholds are usually made between the wall of Reading and Fireplace to maybe kind of guarantee an outlet of look and be able to see through and catch any players that step inside from Train and go try to step through the Fireplace itself to get a chance to even put the lunchbox down even on the table in that room. It is a dining room, really and truly. But the lunchbox will have to be planted, and that's usually your go-to room. But I've seen a couple teams that specialize in swift action that just bust open the walls, usually a castle barricade that's inside of that Reading Room wall, onto the, I believe, northern side, directly below Danky right here and a little bit to his east. You do have that doorway, usually castle barricaded, but I've seen teams just drop it, sledge it out, or breaching charge it out, and immediately plant inside pocket behind one of the actual bookshelves that are there, that main default plant inside. And I've seen teams win off of that. I think if there's one team I'm expecting to do that here, it's going to be Oswego, but they're not opting to do the same level of aggressiveness that they brought to Oregon. Maybe they're feeling the pressure of being 2 rounds behind, and they're starting to act like their age, I guess you could say, and trying to play a little bit more smart and tactically to try and guarantee something. But first pick to go, J-Boss will secure it with a pistol in hand. Chef Cousteau will fall, and now that Bandit is out, so no Bandit trick will be able to come to fruition from this defensive side.
Yeah, if there's a time for them to actually start listening to the casters, it should be now, and it seems like they actually did start to pick it up a little bit more. The Chef played a little bit too aggressive on whatever angle he was holding, and Honcho getting flashed from a very long distance away, and that's going to be a free kill as well. Danky playing as aggressive as always. Oh, and transition straight into Blobfish, and that is an absolute killer, and another one's lining up for another kill, and he almost does enough damage to actually take him out. It's going to be a back and forth situation, but Complexity sadly is going to be ending his tear. He's going to be tying it back up to a 3v3 situation.
Difficult spot to be in. Obviously, a great job by Honcho to try and bring them back into it, but J-Boss will not be outdone, able to find a kill and head on back out. Amu will have fallen, and it's a swift 2v3, and control of this third floor has been entirely gained by the Oswego side. Now they need to decide when to drop and how to drop. One player seems to be near the train side, one player in Reading Road to the X-Knight, who will connect with a nitro cell down from below into J-Boss, but Spicy Fish has the information, the location of the player of X-Knight because of this, and they'll peek around, but he's turned the wrong way, and X-Knight will capitalize on that play, guaranteeing the kill, and now the shot from the inside of Train will go the other direction as Legacy will finish off his legacy in this round. Complexity falling. And Oswego, who managed to surmount a little bit of a comeback after Honcho really coming in swinging quite literally, unable to capitalize and finish that one off in their direction. UC Davis, spectacular back-to-back round finishes here. They've taken 3 rounds here back-to-back uncontested, and they're going to go back to the one they've already won previously, kitchen service and kitchen cooking.
Yeah, and like you said, Honcho, my boy, Jaeger, oh my gosh. Like, that was the decider of that entire round because he picked up those 2 very aggressive kills. One of them was even Danky. Danky's been playing very aggressive, and I'd expect him to pick up at least 1 kill during that entire clutch situation because that would have brought it down to what, like a 2v4 situation if he didn't get those 2 kills. So that being said, if he didn't get those 2 kills, it would have left it, it was left in the favor of well, it wasn't really a favor at all. They were matched up. It was a 2v2 situation. And then clearly, the defensive side came out on top. Like you said, they're flawless so far. UC Davis on top of Oswego this round. And instead of it was like last match, Oregon clearly is their map compared to Cafe. The stick, I love seeing the unorthodox plays to keep everyone on site. We're going to be doing the exact same thing again with the kitchen, because if they do repeat the exact same play and Oswego still cannot counter it, that just goes to show that this is their map. This shows that UC Davis, this is their map. This is where they frag out on. This is where they can adapt to most plays. And if Oswego, what?
This wasn't their map choice.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
The weird thing.
That's the weird thing, and they're still coming out on top. Oswego cannot figure out their full anchor play. I mean, the vertical's coming through, but they can't win those gunfights on site besides one other time with a Nomad. And yes, the play was really well done by Danke, but either way, they should have lost that run nonetheless.
Absolutely. Oswego, I said this so much during Oregon, I don't like to repeat myself usually, at least. I do like to hear my own voice, but
Fair enough.
Oswego need to find a solution to the problem that UC Davis has brought up, which is they need to adapt. They need to reliably change what they're doing, and nothing that they've tried, what I've noticed, 2 or 3 different strategies all around. None of them have really worked. Oswego had a strat that worked once. They changed it, and it's not worked since then. They even tried it the round after that, and it just hasn't been working for them. UC Davis has had their number. I think we're going to head to a map 3, quite frankly, because UC Davis, while this is a pretty substantially defensive-sided map, UC Davis is competent enough to take 1 or 2 rounds on the defensive side, and that's all they're going to need if they can secure this one here. It'll be pretty close, and they're already off to a good start. Huncho Panda onto the top of Blawfish, a nice headshot kill with a 416C. Will guarantee a 1-man disadvantage, and that's a devastating one to lose. You no longer have the electric intel that you can gather from Blawfish, and that IQ player not out for the count.
Yeah, the aggression definitely bit Blobfish in the behind there, because Hunch hitting, that's actually going to be the kill to give him that double-digit stat line. J-Boss is going to follow up with another one onto Chef. Well, yeah, that's going to be a trade, rather. Chef is going to be the trade into Blobfish, the other German operator. But Hunch is still alive and ready to frag out. If they leave him alive, then that is going to be an interesting hold. Not hold, but push into that red hallway and into kitchen itself. So if Hunch is still alive, then it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But with Blobfish, like I said, the aggression bit him in the behind. He should have played back with those drones. Oh, he tanky as well. The other aggressive player going to be taken down by the anchor. Like you said, anchor, like I said before, anchor's going to be coming out. Amio, pick up another one. It's going to be a trade back and forth to a 2v3.
Bad situation to be in, a 3v2. Not looking like a good situation for Oswego. We've already talked about UC Davis having the lead. They started off with the first kill that came through to deny Blawfish out, and once again, looking in a poor position. Player that wants to peek outside of that kitchen service side doorway, looking for an opportunity to do so. Could have actually connected. I believe it was Amir who was there, looking for a kill with the Vector, but Spicy Fish now heading inside a bakery, looking for an opportunity for a kill. Does get some shots going against the opposition of X-Knight, but none will get a kill in this position. Players, 2 of them sitting inside of this kitchen room as he takes a step towards Prep. He does not make it matter. Amu finds another finding 2, I believe, to secure a 4K for themselves there. Absolute devastation for the Oswego side. Nothing they could do on their attacking side was answered. Nothing they could do. UC Davis now have a chance to secure and finish this one out, only needing 2 rounds to win it and bring us to map 3.
Do I need to say anything else? The only thing I really need to say there is that your boy Hunch, that roam potential, came off, got the first kill, fell back when he needed to, beautifully played. He knew when he needed to apply that pressure, when he needed to play aggressive, and then Amu played aggressive as the anchor on Mira. Didn't even utilize the mirrors. Just peeked, got kills, and came out on top. That Vector is a force to be reckoned with. And I don't think we really saw anything else from it besides just them peeking that angle. J-Boss just sat back. Or it wasn't J-Boss, it was Ammo. Sorry, I forgot we had to switch sides here. Just had to sit back, peek the angles when it came to the red hallway, picked up 2 as a result, and then sat back, went over to the other side of the kitchen, sat behind the bar and just waited for them to come to him. The seconds were counting down. They needed to make a push. They needed to take those picks off. And first one came down. I believe it was Blawfish. The Blawfish was the one playing as the Fuse, and then I think it was Zofia that did follow up afterwards, so that had to have been devastating. The call out could not come out in time because it was Spicy Fish. Okay, so the 2 fish keep mixing me up. I mean,
yeah, don't worry, I
understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make the story make sense. So
yeah, okay. Yeah, you did it too. So we're on the same level here.
I do it. the floundering duo of these fishes is pretty interesting to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
I think that UC Davis have what it takes. Obviously, we're going to the 3rd floor. This one's pretty standard to start off here. And the first thing that I see, and I'm immediately in love with, there's 2 things. 1, a Capital. Asphyxiation bolts, the smokes, the fire bolts, everything that he brings to the table, even a hard breach, is substantial on this map. In fact, I would put Capital as S tier when it comes to Cafe Dostoyevsky. There's almost no one that outdoes him. The only ones that can come close is going to be a Sledge, because the clear of the hatch, the ability of having nades, and the Sledgehammer in general, for not just the 3rd floor, which is shocking to see a Sledgehammer is useful there, but also the 2nd and 1st floor objectives. Sledge is just S tier, phenomenal all around. So the fact that UC Davis is bringing out everything that is meta and works for and is meta for a reason is already a good start to see. And if you're going to see a Sledge come out, if I'm Oswego, I'm bringing an Echo to Yokai Drone, catch him off, and throw a Nitro Cell, right? Like, obviously they didn't opt to do that, and they don't really have a direct answer for it. The only thing they really have is a mute jammer to maybe, you know, cut off this red stair hard breach towards into Cigar Lounge, but beyond that, Oswego don't necessarily have the most wildest strategies. Obviously, there's no Maestro, it has been banned out, and now there's no Mayan play because Huncho, rappelling out of this outside edge toward this white stairs, will be able to find one towards the actual barroom itself, and always looking for a hunt as well. Player holding strong inside, looking for a chance. They'll spray towards that window, but nothing will connect. Oswego a man down and desperate in this situation.
I love how you were talking about how Huncho has all this utility to his disposal, and he could be saving it up and ready for the, as I actually do say, that utility is used and is going to do a little bit of damage to J-Boss, but not enough to actually take care of him. And as a result, Huncho is going to be falling off that angle. But like I said, he played aggressive. He played really aggressive on that white stairs as soon as you brought up how good his utility is and what Sledge actually does bring to the table. Oh, ammo with that shotgun kill from Spicy Fish is gonna be huge, but I think he did place down just enough of his air jabs to actually make a big difference when it comes to those flanks. But with a minute counting down, still 4v4, kind of repeating itself when it came to the attacking side, slowing it down and try to take those picks from the defending side, but still a little bit more consistent than what Oswego has been doing on attack. So I would love to see this round kind of just end out with these 50 seconds counting down.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the clock, not much time to be had. That 6th player on the field can work for either side, and it typically works against the attackers. But I think one of the big things that's really made defense so difficult is the fact that Maestro's not able to be played, has been banned out, and the player usually would have situated over there is not going to be able to have it. A phenomenal nade from Huncho, finding J-Boss out. You're going to lose that Mirror player, who I believe actually had a Nitro Cell as well. And that's going to be devastating. Player towards white stairs. Will smokes will also come out. A lot of sight now coming from UC Davis, but Spicy Fish will stop the bleeding just shortly. Huncho falling. Not given the opportunity again, but a Toxic Babe, and Chef's Tot in the middle. Very low now, sitting below at about 20 HP, looking for a chance to get a kill, but Diffuser's been planted, and it's a 3v3 post-plant scenario. UC Davis able to find one, but refrag this Blobfish will take out Legacy. Danky onto X9 in a 1v2. It's Chef in a 1v2 trying his darndest to find it. Sitting inside kitchen, denies the plant, and now he's stuck inside of washrooms, able to escape just shortly, narrowly with their life in stride. In a 1v1, player pushing towards Cigar, just trying to stay away long enough to make sure there's no chance. Player coming around. Is there time though? It doesn't look like there is. Needs to get over to it, and no, I don't think there's enough time. It's not looking like it, and no, it in fact is not. UC Davis will in fact take this one, and they'll make it up to match point.
I don't blame you for that question if that was enough time. It was 0.9 seconds. So if that gunfight went down a
was
little,
it like 8 seconds exactly?
Yeah,
to
point like
defuse? He
0.8
got on
or
it
like
at like 7.2 or something. It was nuts time, so close.
oh yeah, that's one of those situations that you're just like, God, if I pushed it just a little bit more aggressive, if I took that gunfight, that probably would have been the round in my favor if I won that gunfight, obviously. But yeah, God, that's just one of those things that you look back off in VODs. You're like, I could have won that round. That could have been all of it right there. But like I said, UC Davis obviously probably going to be coming out on top in that situation, like they did. Match point. We're going to be going. I'm bold prediction here. Call me crazy, but I think we might be going 1-1 in the maps right here. Because some bold comebacks coming from Oswego here, if so. But is that going to be a switch on the mirror there? It could be going against the mirror pick. Okay.
Interesting.
I can understand it. I can understand it to an extent. Maybe make the attackers try to pick towards the Habana, maybe try to go off their typical pick for this site, try to deal with those mirror windows as soon as they can. I can understand that. Try to bring the utility and like kind of just go off the path of what they're actually bringing, like J-Boss. He's going to be bringing those ADSs, and I don't think they're aware that I think they were probably guessed they're going to bring an ADS. I mean, yes, they do have the Womai on the board, but those ADSs are pretty much needed. You can't really just go just Wamai because of how, I don't want to say how inconsistent it is, but just it doesn't do the job like an ADS does.
I think one of the big reasons for bringing out J-Boss onto, we already know is a phenomenal fragger. I think one of the reasons why you're bringing J-Boss out onto the Jaeger with the 416C is exactly that, the 416C. You don't have the Alda, you don't have Maestro available to you to really set the pacemaker on this third floor. Instead, opt for the 416C, another one of the best weapons on the defensive side, arguably top 3. A lot of people will argue it's third, second, first, you know, in comparison to the K1A, in comparison to the Alda. A lot of guns in pocket. I know Fellow the Caster, who casted the last game, loves the Alda. I know for a fact he's in love with that, and I do agree. The Alda is a phenomenal weapon. It was a very smart decision for the Maestro to be banned, but it was banned by Oswego, and it's really bit them in the rear. I mean, to be honest, it hasn't really worked out in their favor, and it's kind of hurt that when it comes to this third floor, they would have survived if they had that presence inside of that what's it called, Cocktail Bar 2, CB2. But we do see one pick already going off the top. We'll see Amu will fall, which guarantees Oswego a little bit of a breathing room, as they don't have to worry about that roam denial, and they can have a little bit more of a roaming presence if they so wanted. But this third floor and Oswego in general don't really look like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Hunter is going to be peeking the exact same angle he did last time, but he's not going to be lucky trying to find that frag. And last time, I actually do want to mention, because it did remind me of what Hunter did in that previous angle, well, same angle previous round. I find it funny because when he went up to that angle, he was fully aware that there was a shotgun directly below the white stairs window. He went up, he baited it. Oh, Spicy Fish, speaking of the shotgun going down, Huncho's actually going to be taking advantage of the situation and taking care of Spicy Fish. That's going to be a lot of utility already down. That Toxic Babe off the board, and Blobfish and whoever else is below that laundry hatch is going to be ready for that push down window. But like I was saying, Huncho, he actually went up to the window, meleeed the window, tried to get a bait out from that shotgun, and that's exactly what happened. He peeked it with authority, and then he tried to find that kill onto Huncho, but he obviously wasn't successful because it was a bait. He tried to knife it out, and then he was going to pre-fire it afterwards, but he fell down prone afterwards. And after all that type of mind tricks that were coming out of that situation, the shotgun did fall anyway. But currently on this run right now, minute counting down. It seems like history's repeating itself once again. Well, I was going to say 4v4, but now it's a 3v4. J-Boss is going to be dropped really early, and a nitro cell wasted already, so it's not looking too hot. But now, as I say that, going back into the favor of the defenders, there's still a down man, could be revived, but in this current situation, it is a man drone.
Interesting decision. Huncho just kind of spraying and praying, quite literally, not just needs to escape with their life and does so successfully. Chef will clean up the kill into J-Boss because you forced that player from below to step away and no longer be in the position to play from below of that Cigar Lounge entry, and now you have a way to step inside of your UC Davis. We do see a Firebolt being held out. It's going to be switched over to a Smoke, looking to clear out that 90 hold, and it's exactly what you're trying to do if you are UC Davis. But time is not on your side. 15-second shots go down. Legacy will fall to Danky, securing the diffuser to be dropped, and Huncho is holding strong over by White Stairs. They need to step inside. Huncho finds one, refract by Blobfish, guaranteeing the triple kill. Could be the quad, but Chef Cousteau needs to step forward and find not just one, but two, and has to start the plant. Stepping forward, Blobfish is just going to have to look in, melees it out, and does in fact guarantee the 4K.
Yeah, it's just going to be adding more time to the match. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I'm pretty sure the opposition of Oswego is going to be winning this. That obviously the whole situation was well played. The defenders played as safe as they possibly could. Or UC Davis, correction. UC Davis tried to take care of the defenders as much as possible, and they played as safe as they possibly could. And like you saw there, that Valkyrie was on that roam situation, fell back, waited until the angles were peaked, and the holds were obviously successful because Blobfish was the last one remaining. Well, actually not the last one remaining, but she was one of the last operators remaining. There's another defender remaining. I completely forgot who it was. And she managed to push up the white staircase and run around and just finish off that diffuser because the time went down to 0. The IQ had to stick in. And at that point, it was pretty much just an L. I mean, there's not really much you can do there besides just hold it out and or just save the KD, but I guess you gotta stick it. Pros don't fake, you know. So you just gotta stick. You gotta stick to the brand.
Pros don't
fake, even if it's
don't
0-0
be a
all the
loser.
time, right?
Buy a diffuser. Are we gonna steal some more lines from CS:GO, even if they don't make sense? Or are we just gonna take more lines? I mean, honestly. I mean, it's true. Pros can't fake. We've seen some pros fake it, but like honestly,
It's
at the same time, you just can't fake it in that situation. You can't. It's two players. You're not going to spray down and find both. Sticking it's your only chance, and even at that point, you just took so long to get there and get situated. Oswego just had to wait you out. Father Time, the 6th player in the field of Oswego, you've had 6v5 the entire game leading up to halftime, and finally it's being a 5v6. UC Davis tasting a little bit of their own medicine as Father Time will run the clock in the other direction for them, and it's going to bite them pretty hard. I think they need to find an answer for that. Oswego didn't manage to find an answer. They finally do find their second ever round here, and it's looking like this, and I wish this was an exaggeration, and I'm going to double check it just really swiftly while we're going through this. I don't think that Oswego's ever lost a map here in the NECC. From what I can see here, 2-0 Arcadia, 2-0 Northern Essex, 2-0 Buena Vista, 2-0 Concordia, Wisconsin, 2-0 CMU2.
Wow.
Never have they ever lost a map, and never have they ever really been too far behind. I think one of the biggest deficits I see is maybe an 8-round deficit of them in their favor, right? I mean, their shortest deficit across is 4 rounds. They're 4 rounds behind now on map 2. I mean, it's pretty impressive for UC Davis to come through with this one and be in such a substantial way. They're definitely putting Oswego on the back burners.
I mean, according to those statistics, you know that they have to come back now. I mean, like, it's just pretty much inevitable at this point. No, UC Davis. Never mind. I'm no longer. Yeah, I saw that. All right.
Just snaps. Just no,
yeah. No one could see the visual, but it was beautiful. I don't think much people can do it to the mic, but
We just point out.
But either way, yeah. Jokingly, I was gonna say UC Davis is pretty much going to be losing this. Oswego's going to be coming back. The 4 rounds are going to be going straight to OT. And as I say that, Huncho not going to be letting up whatsoever. Going to be pushing with authority. Knight is going to be taking a lot of damage with that diffuser in hand. He needs to play as possible. J-Boss is the only one to fall this round so far. Blobfish finally going to be hitting that double digits. I just realized, but in return taking a lot of damage. So with this team play, they need to start playing in Houston if they want to. On top, Danky going to be picking up 2 kills, Amu and Chef. And then Sally's going to be returned. Blobfish is going to be the one to actually get returned. And Huncho on an absolute tear as well. Only 16 kills. And if he gets 4 more, if they actually start winning rounds and Oswego still starts to come back, he could actually reach 20.
Absolutely, and I think that it's not shocking. Huncho went off on map 1, continuing to do so here on map 2, and probably will also on map 3. Missed opportunity for Huncho to guarantee themselves another kill. Danky picking up the triple kill, sitting inside of Reading Room, catching the player of X-Knight off guard, and getting flanked, however. It's going to be Legacy to pick up the first one of his for this round, and we do have Huncho, who's on a double kill. We had Danky, who was on a triple kill, and Huncho could get the triple kill here in this round as well to tie up Danky, and I think he's going to have to. Legacy hasn't had the most spectacular match, only 3 kills to their name, really been kind of that assisting player and utility, and we've been talking about the entire time, mostly for Oswego and Complexity, but UC Davis really firing back and showing that they can fire on all cylinders as well. 10 seconds now on the clock. Time is running short. Asphyxiation bolts will be tossed out, an 8 connecting. Complexity looking very worse for wear, but it's not going to matter. Still alive, finding Legacy, and they need to step in and be refragged, but he can't get in time. No chance! Huncho finds the 3K, but can't find any more, and Oswego will win another defensive round.
Was the Sledge entirely aware of what the timer was? It was 20 seconds remaining, and I guess I can understand opening up that vertical to apply that last second pressure, but he needed to get down there as soon as he could, because with those seconds counting down, yes, he did pick up that Kaid, and he should have been there to actually pick up that smoke as well, but the smoke obviously had to play as defensive as possible, sit back, just lay down prone, wait for him to come to you, and just wait for try to extend that timer for him to actually get into a gunfight with you as long as you can. And that's exactly what he did. Beautifully played. And Oswego coming back. Now 3 more rounds behind, so I don't think we'll have any issue whatsoever going into overtime now. So I'm just going to make an assumption already. So with that overtime counting down, I believe that...
You're really just wanting this. You want this overtime. You're really fighting for it here.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I am starving. I kind of don't want the overtime. I want to go get something to eat. It's entirely a joke. I want to go just get something, but I do want to see
the 5-minute break we'll get between the maps. You can pick up a snack.
I can pick up a snack 100%. But seeing, I do want to see Oswego come on top. They're flawless. Don't end it now. It needs to come back now. I don't want to see, yes, I want to see flawless in general, but from maps is what I want to see. I want them to see them come back overtime. I want to see them to go 2-0 on here as well. I want them completely flawless, not just flawless between teams. I want them flawless between maps. That's what I want to see.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that Oswego will definitely have to pull out all stops. I think that if they want any chance to even make it into overtime, it's going to be pretty tough battle. Obviously, I think the Maestro, which I think would have just been a phenomenal person for, and I want to say this here, I think it would have been a great person for Complexity to pick up. right? I think Complexity would have been a great utility player on that. Because they're obviously preferring that MP5K, they're obviously wanting to have some sort of utility usage, and I think that the active uses of those pancakes could be fairly useful, but at the same time, I think that a little bit better to have the Evil Eyes coming through. It would have been a little bit nicer, a little less niche, I would say, instead of opting for that, but a pretty standard push. You do have one of those hatches. The hatches over towards the red stairs will be breached out with a normal round and then turned around immediately. The next one sledged out above the actual awning side of that bar room, and a lot of versatility. You don't even really need Huncho at that point to go up there with the sledge. Maybe just trying to get a couple extra points for himself up on top of the roof to maybe, I don't know, help his scoreline. I don't think he really needs any help here. Dropping 17 kills pretty substantially puts you at the top.
Oh yeah, and we got a little bit of a point of view from Huncho right there. Like, I love to see that. He went straight for his utility usage. He used a sledgehammer, wasted no utility. Oh no, stay alive, please! I want you to hit the 20 as you can. Okay, he's still going to be up, but either way, Chef's going to be taking a lot of damage as well, and the aggression coming from the attacking side is expected because they need to help Huncho as soon as they can. That top fragger is exactly what they need, and Blobfish going to be holding back that angle. Is going to be taken care of. Knight, that killing the Blobfish is exactly what they need. The Nitro Cell probably was not needed, and that's probably why the reason they were killed, but Legacy is going to be taken down by Denki. Knight's going to be taken down by J-Boss as well. Really flawless so far, but sadly, Knight's going to fall to Denki once again. And Diffuser down. It's going to be hold. All the defenders are probably going to be coming up there to support Denki, probably in the next few seconds. No.
And that White Stairs presence coming from Denki. Denki is really pulling out everything to try and keep his team in this. So we go desperately want to stay into it. J-Boss and Blobfish, they'll have fallen first. And those are your two information operators that you lose. The Mozzie you don't want to lose at all in terms of you want to be able to have those move around and have those drones and, you know, move them into good positions. But the Valkyrie, they're usually tossed at the beginning. It's not too devastating of a loss. You do lose the MPX, which is a phenomenal defensive-sided weapon. Not with the 1.5 like it is on Warden, but still a good weapon nonetheless. But it is going to be that 416C, which will connect to more than just one. Denki on a bit of a tear, but as we saw previously, Spicy Fish had a good angle here, shooting across to the player stepping down from White, and it looks like they're kind of preferring that as well. They're clearing the floor out above Fireplace, looking for an opportunity. Spicy's looking towards the actual Fireplace connection between there and Train. Denki still holding the bottom of White Stairs, looking for a chance. Not much time for the side of UC Davis to step forward. Nitrocell tossed as we go looking for an opportunity. Not able to get anywhere close to it going off, but they have footholds going through, trying to spray SMG-11. Not able to connect the distance a little bit too much, but Complexity looking for a chance as well. Chef looking for the plant. It's going to be Denki who falls from behind. They're not watching it. Turn the other way. Finding Amu, guaranteeing the triple. Now finding the 4K as he finds Chef. And that's all Denki keeping Oswego in this game.
Can my caster curse kick in? Oh, please. So they could, God, like the one time I get a caster blessing is when I say, oh yeah, they're going to overtime. That's the only time. Come on. Okay, I obviously bold assumption at that point, but they're consistently winning. They have adapted. They know how they're playing. Defense is clearly their side on this map, so that I can have an understanding of why they are actually picking this map. So that going through. Obviously, the push had to come from the train area. They had I don't think they had really any intel whatsoever to actually deal with that White Stairs push. So the idea to go for the Red Stairs alternative, go down there, push through mining into train and try to get a plant down. But sadly, the mute, whoever was playing the mute, was completely aware of the situation. I don't think it was Denki, but he did just switch off the mute onto the bandit. But either way, I think Denki was the Jaeger. Yeah, he was the Jaeger. That's my bad. But whoever was the mute, he was holding a prone angle because he was entirely aware. The timing was perfect for the defending side because he peeked straight into that little fireplace area and he realized, oh, look, there's someone there ready for a push. That's probably going to be the last two remaining. That's probably going to be Diffuser as well, and their plan is to defuse as soon as they can because they had like 6 whole seconds to get onto site, plant it, and obviously they had to stick it. So that flank from upstairs was clearly the good play, and whoever did the flank, I'm pretty sure it was Denki, was really the awareness. Yeah, the awareness of that situation for him. The call out came from mining. They're pushing him from train into fireplace. He went straight for the White Stairs, went straight upstairs to the hatch, dropped, picked up 2 kills as a result. That's what I like to see Denki. He's currently at 12 kills, and he deserves every single one of those kills because his consistency, his awareness, the team's callouts are computing in his head, and it's not just going in one year, coming out the next. It's coming in. He's locking it into his head and then using it and trying to utilize it for the end game.
You can get as much information as humanly possible, but if you fail to act on it, then really you just failed, right?
Exactly.
You can only be told exactly everything and then fail to act upon it. I mean, it's one of my go-to lines when I'm playing Valorant or CSGO. It's like, I can only tell you exactly where they are. I can't play the game for you. I'm pretty toxic when it comes to those games. I apologize, but it's just the way I am. R6, I'm a really nice guy. I don't know what it is. It just like flips for me. But maybe it's the game mode, the game style, who knows. But obviously, they have it. They had the information. They had Mozzie and a Valkyrie, so maybe that was information that they actively had. I don't know how many drones they actually had hacked and had gathered to that point. I don't think they actually had any, if I'm going to be honest with you, but I do think that there still was substantial information that was had, and they definitely acted upon it. Denki on a phenomenal flank, dropping down, catching the player Valmuz off guard with a phenomenal shot into the rear. Honcho did fall elsewhere, but it was Chef Gusteau to finish that one off, as it was yet another shot coming from Denki, and that one was pretty swiftly cleaned up, and it didn't look like Oswego had the chance because of the distance that was there, but still managing to find it, and they're trying to find another one back-to-back, and they're going to have to still at match point, and they're still trying to take control of these cocktail bars. I think he's outside of cocktail 3, looking for an opportunity to peek across over to the actual bar itself. Maybe to look to the backside of Freezer. Nothing coming up. This 90 hold is going to be the point that's going to be the most difficult for them to step forward into.
Yeah, and okay, I was gonna say the progression that UC Davis is making this round. Oh my gosh, Chef is also going to be picking up a kill. Okay, we're good. We got a trade-off. But I was about to mention the progression that they're making is really well done. They're already picking up on the site. They have a minute remaining. The frags are looking pretty promising. As I say that, Amu, Denki, taking down Amu as well. Denki going on an absolute tear as well. He's not going to be letting up. He's going to be holding off those angles, ready to take care of it. But the progression was there. Now it's not. They completely halted in place, but they do have 50 seconds to work with. And that counting down, I believe the action's about to start breaking out as well. Pre-fires are coming out from Chef, so yeah, that coming down 40 seconds, 4v3 situation in the favor of the defending side.
Time is running low, 35 seconds on the clock. Denki taking a little bit of damage from the player outside of the actual skyline, looking for a chance to tag some out and maybe give themselves that tactical edge they need, but not enough. And you do still have 2 impacts and 1 Nitro Stell and 1 less player. Chef Gusteau able to find out Blobfish, guaranteeing once again that J-Bosch and Blobfish will be the first 2 to fall for the Oswego side. But if it goes back to the other direction, it's going to be back and forth, and it's looking like Oswego could have another chance. UC Davis trying to go for this last 30-second meta, and it just has not worked out for them at all. Plant coming out from X-Knight, planting in a pretty default position. Toxic Babe has been tossed. He's not actually in it, but the Nitro Cell will deny it, and Oswego don't even need to kill them all. We'll only need to kill 1, and they'll secure yet another round. UC Davis, listen to me right now. It's not going to matter because you won't be able to hear it, and if Oswego win another one, you won't be able to hear it before it actually makes a difference, but listen to me now. 30-second meta is not the play. Get that out of your head. You don't want to rely on the last 30 seconds because statistically speaking right now, you've lost every single time in the last 10 seconds off of small things where you're forced to stick the plant and can't actually fight it out, and Oswego just comes in and just devastates you because you can't even turn to fight them.
Yeah, of course. I completely agree with you, but I want to question you real quick. Complexity. Now I know exactly what you're talking about now. Did you see what Complexity did on that last 30-second situation?
I did not. What did he do?
He was sitting back behind Pixel, and he did not the aggression that what you're talking about. He doesn't really do well in frags, but he knows what to do in certain situations. His awareness, his game sense is all there. He knows what he needs to be doing in certain situations. He knows that the timer was counting down. He trusts his teammates to get those frags because clearly they've been fragging out. Correct. Blobfish is up there. Denki's up there. J-Boss and Spicy still add on as well. Complexity is obviously at the bottom because he is sitting back. He is that utility, like you mentioned before. He is that anchor. He does what he needs to do. He doesn't worry about kills. He doesn't worry about greed. He sits back and waits for those last second situations. And what he was doing there, sitting behind Pixel, he didn't get greedy whatsoever, staying consistent with his attitude. He sat back behind that shield, and you know what I mean? He stole the attention of 2 separate operators for that whole remainder of the 30 seconds. There was people peeking into Cigar, and they were both watching. At least one of them, I think one was watching for like a good 2 seconds, and then the other one continued to watch it. I'm pretty sure it was the Ace. The Ace was just sitting there watching the shield angle, and then the other one fell off and tried to help out. Actually, no, Ace was the one that was playing the diffuser. I'm not entirely sure who was watching that angle, and maybe even the Captail Legacy or whoever. But either way, the whole situation was beautifully played by Complexity. Sat back, didn't need to peek anything, and then the attackers, obviously, their priorities were twisted a lot, and that Ace was not too happy about it, I guarantee it.
Absolutely. It's exactly what you want to see. Everything coming up for you if you are Oswego, and you absolutely thrashed. I mean, like you said, I've been raving about Complexity the entire time. His scoreline isn't showing anything, and I'm not going to name him as, MVP at the moment. I'm not going to give it that, but the utility usage, the timing, the actual play style, great all around, buying time inside that 90 hole to Cigar Lounge. We've talked about that consistently. It's exactly what you want to have. You don't want to give up any space in that room, and that's the reason why 30-second meta kind of takes a hold. I don't think UC Davis is actively trying to go for the 30-second meta. I think he's just unfortunately falling into it because of the situation at hand, because Oswego's doing such a good job of denying, and Oswego's surmounting a comeback. Time now at 1 minute and 45 seconds. And Oswego still full man roster, same as UC Davis, but UC Davis haven't even really had the wiggle room to step in, and Danky will secure yet another chance for them not to be able to step in as they finish off Legacy.
Yeah, you not surprised whatsoever. Danky's gonna be playing aggressive. Oh no, okay, there's gonna be a refrag, but then in return, Knight. That's gonna be the hard reacher off the table, and that is a huge kill. That is gonna be the roam. That's gonna be taking care of that Huncho. He's not gonna be letting up. He wants that 20 kill. One more kill till he hits it. Could this be it right here? If this Mozzie falls back, he's fully aware that that's Huncho. So he should be aware that, okay, I gotta step back or I will be losing my life right now, because this man is on an absolute tear throughout this entire game, not just this round, but this entire game. And I wouldn't be surprised if he got onto one now. But that being said, taking down Knight right there, that is going to be the ace off the table before they even got down to the actual reading objective. I believe it's mining. My correction. It is a mining objective, and those hard breachers can actually be pretty useful depending on what the situation is where these defenders are actually set up. But that being said, losing that hard breach can be devastating nonetheless. So seeing Huncho, I'm going to be guessing playing pretty aggressive. He wants that final kill to hit that 20 mark. But yeah, that being said, 30 seconds remaining. They're playing as slow as always. Hopefully this does go to that OT so we can see that final little matchup, and our boy Oswego can actually just finish this off and just sweep him off the table, you know?
UC Davis has been a match point for so long. I mean, like...
Yeah, right.
I mean, not looking good if you are UC Davis to get to this point. Obviously, it's a weird objective choice. You opted to go for a strange one by going inside a mine. I remember you are going to see UC Davis actually go for the plan to get down if they finish off the player inside. And now you got a player lying down. I don't know how J-Boss didn't actually see that. Still trying to break the wall nonetheless. But Diffuse was implanted. Blobfish finds under Chef. And now J-Boss finds Amu. And now a 1v2. J-Boss and Blobfish versus Huncho. And this is exactly what you want to see. If one player to try and clutch it, it's Huncho finding J-Boss. A 1v1 now in play on the Diffuser. Is it a fake? Stepping around the corner. They'll hop off. Tosses a nade as a relegation to try and keep them away and off of the point. But still another nade in pocket. Rush does seem to come through. He'll toss a nade to keep them off it. But he can go above and click it out. Will he drop the floor? He has a sightline. Finds the kill! Huncho take UC Davis into map 3!
He is insane. He's just insane. I think I found my MVP. Is it too late to call that?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh my gosh. I was sitting here. I'm just thinking to myself. I literally said, I don't know if you guys heard me. I said, this is it right here. This is the decider. Huncho. Not only has he been waiting for that 20 mark, but not only is this his 20 mark kill, but he has to actually pick up 2 kills actually to win the round. Not only did he pick up the first one, he played perfectly. He fell back. He played as defensive as possible because he knew he was faking that. They probably had intel on site to actually tell him that as well. So when he went upstairs, realized that he was still defusing, opened up that vertical, got a perfect line of sight. Mozzie obviously didn't fall off it because that whole situation was completely surreal to him, and then done. There's nothing really much to say about it besides Huncho just went on an absolute tear. I said not only this match, but probably this round as well. I got my caster's blessing. I got it. There you go.
That's it. I'm just going to say this right here because I think it has to be said, actually. I think that the fact that you see Huncho dropping 21 kills in a 2v1 clutch at the very last minute. Like I said, if there's one player you want in that situation, it's Huncho if you are UC Davis. They threw a 4 or 5 round comeback that came through with Oswego doing everything they could to surmount it, and UC Davis still managed it in the last possible round to do so without going into overtime. Figure it out. 7-5 scoreline. Exceptionally close. Phenomenal game. Well, we're heading over to map 3 now, which will in fact be, for map 3 will be Villa, a very fun map. I actually really enjoy this map a lot, and I think it's going to have a good time. There's a lot of strategy that can be done, and I think there's going to be a lot that can happen. So, nonetheless, first map going in favor of Oswego. 7-4, 7-5 second map, Cafe Dostoyevsky, and that's one of the most or least boring maps of Cafe I've ever had the pleasure of casting. Phenomenal all around. Huncho having to drop 21. Danky not dropping enough kills to give himself the opportunity. Did drop 15, but not enough to guarantee the win. So my name's been Infernosis, joined here by Carr. We'll see you guys just in 5 short minutes as we meet up on Villa for map 3.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here in Week 8. We've got a phenomenal matchup for you guys. UC Davis's blue team, their secondary team, versus Oswego, who, before last map, had not just never lost a game, but have never lost or been down a map. UC Davis's second team taking that up on them, and quite spectacularly as well. Almost able to surmount a comeback was Oswego, but unfortunately, we're not able to. But we are back here once again. I am Infernosis, joined here by my co-caster Carr, and we are unbelievably excited to get started here on map 3 for Villa. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah, so am I. I love Villa. I think that's the only map that we can agree on besides Borgen a little bit. But when it comes to Villa, it kind of works similar, in my opinion, to Cafe with the roam potential, because there's a lot of it. And like there's the back staircase when it comes to Astro. There's the red staircase and there's the main staircase. Those are very they're very far apart, and the roam potential is obviously there because of how far apart they are. And that being said, this is less vertical and more horizontal. When it comes to Cafe, there's 3 floors. Like similar to, for example, Clubhouse. They have 3 floors: one basement, one first floor, and one third floor. But the basement on Villa isn't used in comp that much.
Yeah.
It's never touched in comp unless you're roaming and you have to hit like a really long roam. That's the only time it will be touched. So when it comes to this is more of a horizontal roam game when it comes to this map. And then, yeah, when it comes to the bans, there you go. There's your hard breach. Like I just said, roam. A lot of it. I expect that Jackal, like they did the first time on Oregon. This is where Cafe and Villa are the times I see Jackal, and this is exactly where you want to see Jackal, like we saw right there. Perfect. And then probably an Intel, probably a Malusi, probably Mira. It's been staple so far, so that's what I'm waiting for.
I was about to roast you when it wasn't Jackal, because I didn't expect it to be Jackal. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, Jackal is pretty strong. I think that's kind of a decision by UC Davis, just because they don't like Jackal, right?
Yeah, understand.
Even though I'm pretty sure it was Oswego who banned them in map 1. So
yeah,
no, they banned Maverick on map 2, which I thought was weird. I think Oswego was the people who banned.
I'm not entirely sure, but one of them banned, one of them doesn't. Clearly, this time around, they don't like him either. And there's the Mira, like I said, there's the Malusi Mira, and then there's that Intel operator on the board. That's pretty much the staple. The Intel came off. That's the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie was pretty impactful when it came to that Cafe map. Yeah, there was a lot of situations where that Intel was going through, and it was devastating for the enemy team because of how much Intel and the communication between these teams and how consistent it is. So seeing that Valkyrie go, that's not surprising. And there's also a lot of the people are utilizing the mirror windows a lot last game as well. So seeing that go off the board, not surprised whatsoever. But what I do want to see, and I'm also not surprised to see, is the Nomad. Nomad, stick that. Easy. Ace. When it comes to the Ace, there's no outside walls whatsoever, similar to Cafe. There's no outside walls to deal with, so you shouldn't be bringing a Maverick right here. This is where you don't want to ban the Maverick, because there's not going to be a lot of Maverick play whatsoever when it comes to the inside of the building, taking care of those hard breachers. That's going to be the quick throw a hard breach, get back to gun and type operator. Nomad to close off those rotates, and then obviously the Habana to be that backup hard breach support. So
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I think one of the big things about this map is going to be the Maestro. We talked about it. Maestro is phenomenal in Cafe, was banned out for that same reason, and they're going to opt to get rid of the Valkyries, which I think is probably better in terms of information, but better in terms of actually being good on the map is going to be Maestro. I mean, I don't like to say that Maestro is a better operator in entirely sense. I just favor Maestro, even though I don't play him over Valkyrie. I prefer playing Valkyrie over Maestro.
I agree with you on that.
Sitting inside a hunting vault, which we've got a pretty good look at right here, sitting right there. You'll stick a Maestro in there 10 times out of 10. That'll be J-Boss kind of situated pretty tightly to try and find themselves into a good position, already taking a seat in, kind of behind it. You'll see them behind bar as well, inside of that A room for the games room. And well, a lot of plants you'll see typically situated inside of aviation, inside a default behind the vault door. You'll also see inside behind the actual, I don't know exactly what it's called, the board table set, the, Earth design table. I don't really know what you want to call that, but I mean, it can be planted. There's 2 default positions for that room for aviation, and I think that a Maestro better counters both of those than a Valkyrie does. So honestly, I think if you're worried about one, and I would be more worried about the Maestro. You've already banned him once. Why not ban him a second time?
Yeah, I entirely agree with you. I feel like Maestro is just the better pick. Not only are his gadgets invincible, they're obviously not. You can't just throw them around the place like you can a Valkyrie cam. They're very restricted. I can say that much. But when it comes to the Maestro cam, it's indestructible until you obviously find a sledge or some sort of soft breach, and that's a waste of utility. That's one of the main reasons why people run that cam. It wastes the utility, gives the intel when it's needed, and not only that, but it also has that ability where you can zap stuff right in front of it. So if placed correctly, it could be utilized to counter some sort of hard breach if they don't have the intel or the awareness of the fact that, hey, there's a Maestro cam right there. So like I said, when it comes to the ace, it's just to throw the hard breach device and get back to gunning. If he screws that up, and if they don't have an idea that there's a Maestro cam there, then the Maestro cam can just deny it just through that. So that's probably what they're hoping for. Depending on where this Maestro cam is placed, I did not entirely see where the second one was placed. I believe you said the other one was placed around the vault area, correct?
No, you typically see the Evil Eye placed here inside of Classical Hall. It's at 90, right, to, the northwest of Danky. And then the other one you'll typically see probably placed inside of Study. Probably,
Yeah,
if not
around
there, you'll see it towards Red Stairs, top of Red Stairs.
Yeah, that's what's expected.
Bad situation. Huncho already getting tagged out a little bit with the player sitting inside of 90, and that's going to be, information that's being able to be gathered from UC Davis, but they can't necessarily act on it. Blobfish will find the first kill, not of just this round, but this map as a whole, onto the head of Legacy. Now relegated to a death. They're going to try and spray across. Huncho trying to connect to the player over there once again inside that Classical Hall 90. Nothing coming up for them. And now not only their player down, but Huncho is sitting at about 48 HP. And it's not looking hot for them. Downed once again. Now sitting below at about 20. Danky doing a good job of just tagging it out. And Huncho will in fact go down from Blobfish, who will secure their double kill from below. Difficult situation. 3v5. Still trying to come up from that staircase inside that main center stairwell. And Danky's still on a watchful eye for it. Players still trying to find the decision to rotate around. We do not see any presence coming from the opposing side. There, finally, is Chef Gusteau will find and take out Danky. And there's the presence we need to see in the pincer towards Study. Walls have been reinforced, and not just reinforced, but shocked. And they need to decide how they're going to push inside to get Plant down towards Aviation. They're trying to go inside a bar, but it's not going to work in this side. Chef Gusteau stepping in, trying to find one. Not going to matter. Amu finds one. Refract now by Blobfish, and a triple kill set up for him. A deny to the quad as J-Boss will take it, and Spicy will also deny it onto X-Knight. So we already start off round one with a triple kill coming from Blobfish. Oswego coming out strong here in round one.
I love, like, every single time, Oswego, they play their roles consistently. They, like, not only well, but they play it consistently well. Because when it came to complexity, like you said, utilizes utility, plays safe, tries to play the best of his ability, waste that time, just sit back and wait for it. When it came to Blobfish in that situation, he played his roam game flawlessly. He sat back, he took care of that Nomad, and applied that pressure where it needed to be applied. Because now that was an attacker sitting back, waiting for another peek, waiting for the aggression to come out from Blobfish. But what actually happened was he sat back and waited for them to come to him. And once that happened, he picked up another kill, resulting in 2 kills at the attacker inside, and they needed to make a push inside as soon as they could, because obviously the counter was counting down. The defenders took more kills than they needed. Well, to actually count it down to all the way down to 1, where the ace actually had to get the plant down. He tried to stick it, but the situation that he was in was an inevitable death. So, yeah, it was. You got to give props to Oswego. That was a beautifully played round, and hopefully it sets the standard for the remainder of this. So, because I do want to see Oswego come on top. They do deserve it. Just because one map down, I want to see them win this entire game between this team.
Now, I want to point out that I think one of the big things and really categorize their ability to win rounds in the first place was their ability to deny Huncho Panda from getting very many kills. Obviously relegated them to 0, a big donut there in the first round, and they win the round because of that pretty handily as well. You don't want to put down on any player for the UC Davis side, just none are as capable fraggers as Huncho. Huncho has had a spectacular game and is continuing to, have that spree going forward. And when you look over at the side of Oswego, it's really Danky and Blob that have really been those players coming through, and it's mostly been Danky, who has also been relegated to a donut in the first round, but Blob is able to find 3. But back to Huncho, 21 kills on Cafe. Dropped a 21 bomb on Cafe. And I've seen higher kill games. I've seen no higher kill games that are less impactful or more impactful. I mean, the impactful kills that were coming from Huncho that not only secured the win, but also stopped a team that had never been defeated before on even a single map here in the NECC, was able to do that quite handily. So pretty impressive from UC Davis, and insanely impressive from Huncho.
Yeah, that just goes to show how Huncho can just pick apart their plan, utilizing that, hey, I can adapt to your play. I can just play aggressive here, and then don't play as aggressive here, and he can go between with ease. Like, he doesn't have any issue going in between. Like, he isn't stubborn. He doesn't just try to go for kills. He isn't greedy. He knows where he needs to peek off the intel and comms that he's given. So I love to see that so far, and I do realize that Huncho is now taking a step back, and he's now droning ahead now instead of actually being the fragger. Ammo is actually doing that job for him right now. I think what they're doing right now is just waiting, trying to adapt to their current play. And once they once they start adapting and then getting into how they play, how they play on this map, the aggression that they actually do show, then Huncho will probably start picking it up and then start picking apart their defensive side as much as he possibly can.
Hopefully he can pick apart the pickled peppers, right? You know, coming through into that one. Amu will secure the first kill in the round. Immediately, though, J-Boss will find one onto X-Knight, and J-Boss finds a second, securing the kill into Amu, who had gotten the first previously onto Spicy Fish. So the revenge has been gathered, and Legacy as well will be Nitro Celled from below. I believe that actually came from the pockets of Danky, so now you've got the information of Blobfish. They have the information. Maybe they don't know the player is down, but that body's not moving. Nitro Cell ripped. It's going to be damped. It actually doesn't connect. If they dropped it on a Legacy who was being revived and is back up, it would have not just gotten one, but two. So failure to act, or the complacency to act, may bite Oswego in the rear, but continuing forward to 3v4, stepping now, having full control of this second floor. They need to drop down and actually get some frags into the objective. It's interesting to see that the tertiary objective, I know we haven't really talked about that too much, this tertiary objective of kitchen and dining is another one that's weird to see pretty early on. Chef Gusteau cooking up his own recipe of Danky on the floor. A 3v3, don't laugh at my puns, a 3v3 situation. Now in plays, they're going to drop inside of Laundry. Legacy looking for an opportunity for a kill. We'll have to melee out the bar. Blobfish falling now to Chef Gusteau. Yet another Chef specialty coming through, but a shot coming through as well. J-Boss finding his triple, and a player of Chef has been down. Huncho comes in, finds Complexity, has to stick the plant, and J-Boss knows it, finds the kill, but Complexity stole the ace, but a 4K will be found for J-Boss.
I mean, hey man, I don't care what you tell me. Complexity deserved that kill anyway. It's ace stolen or not, Complexity deserves something on the leaderboard. Like I'm not trying to downplay the fact that he is not really on the side of the fragging, but either way, he does deserve it. And
it's been the story the entire time. We know that Complexity isn't the fragging
you guys
player,
understand why I'm saying this at this point. Yeah, but history repeated itself again. They brought it down to that 0-0 timer where I believe it was the ace once again, had to get that plant down, but had to stick it, could not move whatsoever, and the kill obviously went to the favor of the defending side. Oswego, pretty consistent so far. I don't think they have really lost too much when it came to the man advantage. I think they've been pretty consistent on staying on top and peeking angles when they see fit, falling back. They definitely had a good little timeout, like that 5-minute break that we took. That's exactly what they needed. They needed a discussion, realize that this is how they're playing, take a step back. Huncho, I don't know if you remember me stating this, but Huncho was actually droning for Amu that time. Like you'd expect Huncho to go in because he was on an absolute tear last game. So you expect him to be like, all right, let's just transfer it over to this game, you know? But no, he was sitting back droning, supporting, and helping Amu move forward and try to get some out of whatever utility off. So that's what I love to see. This man is just, he's everything, all in one. He's all around, you know?
The absolute picture-perfect player. Obviously, supporting Amu was a pretty big boost to your side to have that extra little bit of help. And I think that when you rely on something like that, which was Amu was the Habana of the round previously, and you know, it's probably what you want to do. You want to have your entry maybe spot out so that the hard reacher can really act upon it, and maybe you want to keep Huncho alive just a little bit longer. It ended up not really working out in the end, however. UC Davis do take yet another loss, and Oswego starting off very strong on their defense, 2 rounds back-to-back. And the last time we saw this, I believe, in terms of 2 rounds on the defensive side back-to-back was all the way on map 1. I don't know. It was pretty back and forth when it came to the hold on. No, wait, no, their second half of the defensive. I'm dumb. No, we saw them do 4 rounds back-to-back on map 2 on Cafe, but on map 1, it was kind of the 2 rounds, and then it would go the other way for UC Davis. And then it was like 3 rounds, and then, you know, UC Davis. It was kind of split somewhat evenly across. I want to see that again here. I want to see UC Davis kind of go back and forth. I think that's where the fun is happening. I think that's where the action can happen when it's back and forth, a close game, and it's tight. That's where you're going to have a more enjoyable experience, not just as a viewer, but if you're a player as well. You want to improve. Both of these teams have phenomenal standings in it. It's a make-it-or-break-it game, but honestly, I don't think either side's going to struggle to make it into the playoffs. Yeah,
I entirely agree with you. These teams are both played beautifully, actually. I don't really know how to really describe it besides just they've been consistent. There's obviously some spots where like I'll take some notes, but there hasn't been too much of an issue. They bring it down, like you said, actually. They've been pretty even. They went hand for hand, round for round, kill for kill. I mean, there's times where, yes, they will come out on top at some rounds where it'll be flawless, like you saw. I believe it was Oswego going flawless for flawless when it came to the Cafe map. And yeah, there's times where there's going to be some issues. No one's perfect. That's just expected, right? And one of the things is that Huncho, that break, he had a fire. He was on fire last round. If he just ignites that flame one more time, just for the remainder of this map, then Oswego has something to worry about.
Absolutely. I would be worried if I am UC Davis, however. Obviously, no kills have dropped. 2 minutes has been bought off the clock, so Oswego starting off fairly strong. And you do have somewhat of a control of Astronomy. You know there's a player back there. You have Bathroom, you have Master Bedroom, you have Master Bathroom as well. You have that window outside of Astronomy repelling on that northern side. It needs to be acted upon. Player from below to be Chef Cousteau trying to, you know, spice things up from below, and it will guarantee you a position inside. The clear out shield, or Huncho will attempt it, shockingly misses, and now a shot that could have gone the other direction. Huncho shockingly not dead here as we saw the crossfire come around. It'll go the other way. Chef now able to kick up the refrag. Danky will fall, and that was your top player for Oswego the round previously, now going the other way, and you have to step onto the objective quickly. This trophy side is going to be your main stay push. I mean, I don't think Stature is going to be inside of it unless you're going to play it inside of that default, but you absolutely could. Chef on a rampage, finding a second here. A quick turn by Huncho finds Spicy into the ammo, and Chef once again. Chef on a rampage here, showing that they may not have been the best player in the last 2 maps, but cooking up everything in this one.
It was Chef going off, but we saw a little bit of old Honcho there as well, because he started peeking. The aggression came out as well. They realized, you mentioned before, the 30-second situations are not ideal, and they need to take a step back away from the time that they have. But like you saw right there, it was another like last second, 30-second situation, and I did like to see the consistency and aggression coming from Honcho, and then Chef followed up with a little aggression of his own. But that's what I like to see. He met it in the middle though. He wasn't like full sprinting into and giving a call out off of his death. Back waiting for the aggression to come from the defending side. Obviously they're panicking. They can't just hold one single angle. They have to apply some sort of pressure to keep the attacking side back at least a little bit, because the angle is obviously going to be open at one point, and it's inevitable that they are going to get into a gun. But seeing come through, because there's someone sitting up very close to that reinforcement when it came to the Astro side, and then I think the smoke was playing a very close angle, and then Huncho just the quick like flick reaction time onto that reinforcement. So I do like to see a little bit more of his energy coming back, but it's not entirely there yet. So we will be waiting, because this map is definitely, you need to work with your team, because like I said, roam potential and the quarters are kind of a little bit more compact than what Honcho running around the map when it came to Cafe. He was free. He was ready to do that. He could do that freely, and he could pick up kills as he saw fit. But in this one, he needs to play with.
Absolutely. I think that it needs to be a little bit of pacing issues. Obviously, Oswego denied of a 3rd round back-to-back, and it was a phenomenal job by UC Davis, and it's exactly what I talked about at the beginning of the round. I wanted a more back-and-forth action. I wanted it to go both directions. I wanted UC Davis. I wanted a rerun of Map 1. Well, obviously, I may not say I want Oswego to win. I want it to go either way. Honestly, I think UC Davis taking one map already puts them in a huge boon, and I think if they manage to take this map as well, that is phenomenal and really puts their name out there once again. But either side could win this at this point, and I wouldn't be upset either way. But back and forth is the way you want it to be. You want an entertaining match. You don't want it to be a one-sided round, and Oswego, they're starting off strong, obviously now been slowed down. The pace has been set and now has been returned in the other direction. UC Davis now on a 1-round win streak, looking to extend that to a 2nd, still trying to take control of this master bedroom. And Oswego, who opted not to usually play the same objective twice, they did do that when it came to the basement hold on map 1. They weren't very common to do that on their defense previously, but maybe it's because they were just winning too much. They're going to pick the same objective twice, which I know, at least you know that I know. I don't like that idea very much. 2 frags dropping. Blawfish, who gets one at Huncho, will be refagged by Amu, but the damage has been done, and Huncho has fallen. X-Knight now onto Danky, a 4v3. Action coming in swiftly, no longer in the presence of a 30-second meta. UC Davis have control of the tertiary objective of Trophy and Statuary, but as we know, it's in fact over in Aviation and Games, but Rome has been denied, and control has been gathered at this northern side.
Yeah, the aggression coming from the C, and that's where you want to see. But now they need to start working about breaking up actual defense when it comes to the site itself. So that being said, now that they've gotten that done, they need to get their drones in, get that intel off. Once they get that intel off, start working off frags. They need that entry fragger to get to it. Huncho's clearly dead right now, so he cannot do that. Move to the next one, Chef Cousteau. Utilize that utility as much as you can before you start getting into gunfights. Clearly, he probably shouldn't be the line of defense, but he clearly has been fragging out, and the person that I do expect to do so, once Legacy gets down that last air jab, he should be the one to actually start moving his way into sight with whatever drone that they give him, whatever intel and comms they give him as well. But with 45 seconds counting down, not a single kill yet with this little last situation, even with the roamers off the board. So pings are going off. They're waiting to take care of that hard breach, and that's probably the angle that they're going to need to actually take care of this 30-second situation.
Time is not on their side. That, like we've talked about the whole time, the 5th player on the field, Father Time, trying to do their best to, you know, put a thorn in the side of UC Davis, and they've done a pretty good job of coming in swiftly, and Oswego kind of failing to stop it, and they're going to get 1 kill. Complexity on the board again, fighting onto Amus, and J-Boss with the Alto finds Legacy. Complexity now downed, but not out. But Chef's in there, dodges the Mossberg, but still falls in the end. Spicy will complete it, and a 1v3 as X-Knight runs around, needs to step in, not just to secure, but also to maybe get the plant down, but it's not going to matter. And it wasn't the Mossberg in hand to clean it up. It was, in fact, J-Boss with the Alta in hand. I think he actually sprayed through the wall here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I mean, honestly, like, but a phenomenal defensive hold. Oswego will take round 4, and it'll be up in a 3-1 lead. But round 5, 2 rounds until the half, and then UC Davis get to try their hand at defense.
Yeah, I like what the Ace did there. Opened up those little angles when it came to that 90 hallway, leading towards the main hallway as well, or main stairs rather. So seeing him open up that angle is going to allow those defenders to scatter about, figure out different angles to actually hold, because they can't just cluster up into one corner, because that won't be too good if an actual spray down does occur. So one of the situations that actually did get me a little hype there was the Buck shotgun versus the Mossberg shotgun. That was actually, that got me a little hype there because of how it was a close range prone situation. I was hoping that the Buck won the situation because the Mossberg is expected to actually come out on top, but well, obviously it did, but I did want to see the Buck come out on top there. But once that angle was opened up, they obviously, what you did see was, as I mentioned, the Maestro did scatter to a different angle. The kill didn't go through. It was a little like half-second situation to where the reaction time needed to be on point to be able to take care of them. And with that scatter, with them being scattered about, the intel needed to go in to actually get a better idea of where they're holding. But that obviously didn't come through, so the gunfights were very difficult to deal with. They were very close range situations, and that's not what you want to do with that Mossberg in hand in the hands of Spicy Fish.
I mean, obviously, devastation. I mean, that's when you get buckshot to the face, it's gonna hurt, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think there's a better way to get hurt than dodging too, having like, oh, this is my moment. I'm about to cook up another spicy meal, a spicy play, and then just dying anyways, right? I mean, it was a shotgun and shotgun battle, the Skeleton Key versus the Mossberg, and I mean, the Mossberg not only is it higher up on the alphabet, but it's also just better. So I mean, the M versus S, he's gonna win that one out, and we're going to see it go in that direction. Oswego, 2 rounds ahead now. UC Davis did manage to find one, needing to find another, and they're going to head right back. But instead of putting a lot of presence towards that master bedroom side and towards the master bathroom we had seen previously, instead opting to take full control of the southern side of the map and really take control of study and push inward from there. No real pincer being made. They're relying on the map itself to be the pincer, but Huncho, relying on pure skill and aim in that moment, finds J-Boss at this classical 90 and will guarantee them a 1-man advantage, and J-Boss is the last man you want to lose out on. Not only is he top fragging, but he's also a Legion with utility that charges over time.
Oh yeah, and having Huncho play as aggressive as he was before, there's that flame I was talking about. He's coming back into his rhythm of things. He's actually understanding of how they are playing the aggression to an extent. They know where to come in and out of gunfights, so seeing Hancho actually kick into it, now he does have a drone to actually follow him through this time instead of just his eyes. That's going to be danky. That's going to be another very important fragger off the board, but currently this round he's going to have 0 kills, sadly, so not too much this round, but hopefully he does pick it up later on. But that's going to be another fragger, and that pressure has been applied. Chef ran straight off that angle, so that roamer could possibly still be holding that angle as I'm speaking right now. So that is one defender possibly off the site and ready, and everyone else is just ready to start making their way onto the actual site with that defender completely just separated.
So we go in a pretty good position. I mean, in the fact that they're anchoring still. I mean, they did lose the Legion, they did lose the Air. You do still have 3 Toxic Babes, and you've bought 2 minutes. 2 minutes is fine. You've lost 2 players, but I will take that trade. Unfortunately, you needed to at least find 1 kill to make it a little bit more fair, but you have been unable to do that. Instead, Huncho has taken a lot of damage, and you've lost yet another. A 5v2 as Amu will find Complexity. It's a pretty complex situation now for Oswego as they have to defend this one out. Spicy Fish with the SMG-11 trying to stay in. Blobfish finding 2 with the MP7, Huncho and Legacy, and finally the Toxic Babes will be ripped out, tossed, and detonated. X-Knight taking a little bit of damage. Spicy now tossing on yet another, but the plate is going down in the doorway. It's not going to be stopped in time. X-Knight will not even be effective with a Toxic Babe until the last moment, and Blobfish will overextend. Spicy now with the SMG-11 into Amu, but X-Knight will find it in the end. UC Davis taking round 5, now still back to the 1-round deficit, and we're going to see if this is yet another tie game at the halftime if UC Davis can bring it back.
Oh yeah, and like I mentioned before, that bandit was still looking for that buck that was traveling around the staircase, like either red or main staircase. He was just wandering around waiting for that audio call to come out, waiting for some sort of intel. But what Buck did, the chef Gusto, the homie, ran out and ran straight to Master because that was going to be their focus push after taking care of those roamers. Because in that situation, the idea of those defenders, the idea of the push is going to be coming from the opposite side of the map, from the inside. So if they're going to be splitting up that push and actually, as soon as they get to that master window, try to push as quickly as they can with the intel that they have. That being said, that entire push is going to be split up to an extent because their idea is it's going to be coming from inside, but it actually does come from the outside, coming into master, pushed in, got the diffuser off. My boy Knight actually managed to get outside the window before anything else happened, and sadly, I believe it was Spicy Fish that he could not actually see anything while inside the smoke babe, and in that situation, you cannot win that gunfight, even with a shotgun. The Mossberg, yes, it's a god tier weapon, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to be winning a gunfight when you're standing inside of a smoke canister.
Are you denying the Mossberg?
Oh, I love it. I talk about the SDS shotguns all the time. Yeah, I mean, you probably because we haven't cast for a while. I literally mention it in almost every single one of my Borgen matches. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, but I want to point this out here. Don't hate on my Mossberg, all right? Listen, I don't rock it either. I don't know why I'm defending it. I really don't know. I don't even rock the Mossberg when I play both, all right? I do bring the SMG-11, but I usually do bring the MP5. Like, I'm not worried about it. Or the FMG, right? Because I actually like the FMG-9, even though it is a terrible weapon. But starting off strong, Oswego opting to go back to the kitchen and dining objective. They do once again have a 4 Nitro Cell pocket build with the Pulse as a little bit of a supporting player, as information needs to be, gathered or garnered, I guess you could say. And I think that's going to be something. And if you want to talk about someone garnering something, it's going to be Chef. They didn't have as much of a high presence in the maps previously, but now really showing up, not just top fragging, but top fragging in the map. 8 kills, 1 assist, and 3 deaths. Spectacular showing so far. Almost still looking in with the IQ. Does see that the Pulse actually spots that out here. Doesn't take the shot, however, which is a little upsetting.
I think, well, because he lost him in that situation. He was shooting, and oh yeah, that is not good. Blobfish just completely taking care of the counter to his pulse gadget. When he was holding up the pulse gadget, of course he could scan it, but then he put it away, losing sight of it. Bullets started coming through. He couldn't just pull out the gadget again to actually see where he's shooting from. He couldn't do that. It would just be a guessing game at that point. So, that's gonna be Nitro Cells coming out. Oh, perfect timing once again, question mark? Yes, it did.
Oh my god.
This consistency. This is why you bring the Pulse. You can actually point it out, throw these Nitro Cells in perfect spots, but the only reason why it's a lot more consistent on this side is because the roof that you have to worry about, or the ceiling you have to worry about, is directly in sight compared to somewhere like Cafe, where the site is the floor that you have to worry about, and you can't really have every single defender downstairs in that situation. But yeah, that you cannot go against that. With the attackers that you currently have, you just have to win gunfights and try to get the best setup and the best until you can get to try to win the defensive players, because they're probably going to be playing slow at this point. I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Never mind, prove me wrong right here. That's the Bandit. Danky over here playing as aggressive as he possibly can.
Huncho will find a consolation prize in a complexity, removing that player from the, stat line of the opposition. But at this phase, you do still have a Nitro Cell in the hand of Spicy, and you don't want to lose Blobfish, who still has the utility of a wall breach. But it'll be Danky to find X-Knight. Spicy with the Mossberg, just a top 1-up Caro here to find Legacy, and Huncho will be found out by the UMP-wielding Blobfish. And if there's one person in that round that you're looking at to really be that pivotal player that gave the entire team the advantage into that one, it's Blobfish. The first Nitro Cell that even I went, oh, and shocked about. Like, it was such a nice throw, able to clear out just enough to toss it through. This game is so nitpicky about trying to go in through little small holes of tossing the Nitro Cells, right? It can be difficult. It'll clip to the wall and get stuck there, and it's so aggravating to see that, and nails it perfectly. Absolute pristine
Clearly wasn't an issue.
Clearly was not an issue, correct? And I think that was a huge thing for their side. Also, the Nitro Cell, which I was about to say that's poorly tossed, but the player walked right back into it and then gets right on top, just stands on it, just not even aware, just stands on it, is like, I'm waiting for my moment. And sure enough, Rocket Man takes off, and he'll be launched a few feet into the air and ultimately lose all of his HP. But Oswego, they're going to secure themselves a 2-round advantage at the halftime switch, and Now we've got a 2-4 scoreline. UC Davis now on the defensive side, which is the favored side for this map. But Oswego, they don't care about the favored side. They lost when they had the advantage of the second half favored side, and they won when they had the second favored side on map 1 as well. They don't really care. They're just trying to play.
Oh yeah, of course. And one of the things that I wanted to mention is that with that pulse throwing that, or asking the bandit to throw the nitro cell, they have comms. They have comms, so you can just say, wait, hold on, stop. He moved off the marker, so he held it there, waited for the marker to go right back over it, and he even waited a couple seconds to say hit it again. It's either that or there's a little bit of a hesitation coming from the bandit when he said hit it again. Either way, what I saw from my point of view, he waited until he said hit it again. So when he was sitting there, he's like waiting. Okay, hold on, let's see if he moves anymore, because second, and then he could pop at the wrong time. But either way, he stuck there, he held the angle, and then he said, all right, pop it now. Boom, took care of him. That's 2 people purely off nitro cells. The IQ is taken care of because of a nitro cell, which is the exact counter to the nitro cells. And that being said, you can it just goes to show of how beautifully that was played. And IQ clearly was not expecting the perfect throw, like you mentioned, directly through the beams, because she probably thought that she was in a safe spot, sitting back in the closet, like, okay, I don't have to worry about nitro cells here or gunshots. Clearly, that was the issue, because it was right after that situation to where she was just blown to smithereens.
I think one of the big things is it's so difficult. It's so difficult to shoot that out as an IQ as well, because you're stuck inside of it. It's a pistol, right? You can't just spray. But it also, it's super obvious, or like it's not super obvious, because it's got that dumb, circle that blocks your screen, right? Like if it's standing still or not really moving that much, then it's pretty easy to act on and really take advantage of. Not so much when it's coming at you in a direct angle and a nice arc and a phenomenal arc, and absolute devastation is the name of the game. It's exactly what's going to happen. But time has been bought. Danky will take Chef Gusteau out. We'll have to see what The Rock is cooking in the next round, because he's cooking up a fat L in this one. A 4v5 now underway, as Oswego have given themselves a one-man advantage and are continuing to try and act on this push. One man coming up these main stairs to the red stairs here. That's going to be Danky, who's already had a little bit of an advantage coming into this one. And the rest of the team for Oswego still trying to figure out where they want to entry. Some of them opting to come towards study side on veranda, but looks to be a lot of them coming up red stairs instead.
Oh yeah, and with the aggression, they actually need to start getting that intel as soon as they can. Right now, they have every single one of their attackers left. The only down person right now is a defender, being Chef, and that is their top fragger, the man that's been popping off this entire time. So taking him off the board is going to be huge. So if they get the intel, they need to utilize the fact that they just took down a heavy fragger off the board, figure out this 90-degree angle. Hopefully this Jaeger doesn't play too aggressive, but it is Huncho, so it's a force to be reckoned with. As Amus is going to be taking down Blobfish, that's going to be huge as well, but it's going to be a trade in favor of the attacking side, but now Danky's going to be down to huge.
Absolute tons of kills dropping as J-Boss finds not just one but two, stepping in quite single-handedly and finding Huncho. Finds out Spicy Fish player sitting close to the left is spraying, gets air jabbed away. They don't actually peek that, which is an interesting decision, and Complexity was placing the actual diffuser, hops off of it now. Is looking for a new place to go. Spraying through wall, trying to connect one player inside of Hunting Vault. It'll be J-Boss to clean up and find the triple kill, guaranteeing Oswego another chance to win. They're going to take up another round advantage, and it looks like the defensive side was going to have a bit of a helper there, as UC Davis was able to have the advantage of anchoring, and they also had the maestro of X-Knight, who did a phenomenal job of staying alive and getting himself a kill, not able to find the second spray through, and that really was kind of the nail in the coffin for the UC Davis side.
Yeah, the risky play by juggling that diffuser, not only from the corner, he decided to stick it for a little bit longer, but ultimately didn't, and just fell off into the vault area and decided to just pre-fire his way to victory. But it was very risky, because if that air jab was not set in place, that could have been the death from Huncho. So it would have been a death from Huncho, and that would have been bad, because not only are they separated, the attacker with the diffuser sitting down, currently an aviator, I'm pretty sure the other one was in game, so separating that diffuser from well, one's going to be dead in that situation, the last remaining one is going to be separated from the diffuser. That's not going to be good whatsoever. That situation you cannot deal with, and you just need to be able to win that gunfight through like a rotation through 90 hallway or something like that. That's going to be the absolute worst case scenario. So the fact that he decided to make that decision to just not stick the diffuser, I mean, I guess sticking it as well probably would have resulted in a death as well, but at least you had that diffuser down, and he probably had a line of sight to actually be able to hold the diffuser, and at that point it was just a gunfight to beat out the diffuser timer, and I don't really know. It could go 50-50, but in my opinion, he should have stuck it.
I think Yeah, I mean, obviously, it still works out for Oswego. I think he could have snug it, and it could have been an interesting situation, but the audio cue for that to go up would have given away the position anyways. When the air jab comes up, it's kind of like that lucky situation. I think he was going to cross anyways, but the air jab kind of just guaranteed the ability to cross, and that really just set them up for a little bit better of firefight. I think they also could have just fought him when the air jab went off, right? You don't know the exact location, but I trust in these players' abilities to really just say, hey, we can shoot them. We don't need to know their exact position after getting air jabbed. We know they're air jabbed. They're going to be on the floor. Just aim there. Take them out. We've got the reflexes to do it. Didn't do that. Instead, played smart. Played their own little game. It works out, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. But I am worried about UC Davis. 2 rounds have been gathered. Oswego on a tear right now. Coming through quite swiftly, and they're not stopping this aggression. This is map 1 reminiscence here. They're just playing aggressive, giving no chance for UC Davis to really counteract or act on it. Obviously, Villa kind of feeling like the same thing with Oregon. It's just really not looking like UC Davis is comfortable against the strategies that Oswego is bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's just one of those issues where they just don't really know how to adapt to it. The attacking side was pretty effective when it came to Oswego, when it came to Oregon. I'm pretty sure it was. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But their attack when it came to Oswego was pretty flawless. And J-Boss, the angle could be perfectly set up for either a kill in the direction of the attackers or the defenders. If that barricade is broken, then that will be a bloodbath. And this is clearly in the favor of the attacking side. A lot of damage has been dealt to Huncho right there. And even more aggression right there. Once those roamers were taken care of, once that map control as well, the air jab was set up on Astro Stairs as you saw earlier. So they're free to roam this little area. And I'm pretty sure an air jab was set down. Well, not yet. It needs to be set down on Red Stairs before they start making an initial push. But with the minute counting down, they need to start clearing. Now, actually, no, there's no roamers whatsoever. They're all anchors. Once again, they're going back to their old strategy of just sitting back and waiting for them to come to them. So this is going to be an interesting gunfight. Minute counting down, not a single death yet. The only damage is on Huncho, so we're just going to have to wait it out.
Time is going to be on the side, once again, always of the defensive side, so UC Davis have the advantage, but it is still tied in a 5v5. No one has fallen. Not a good situation if you're Oswego, because you do have a disadvantage, but you do have the ability to open up that vault wall, and Danky has now secured a kill onto Chef. Now you have a one-man advantage. As an attacking side, this can be pretty pivotal, but it'll be tied back up by Legacy onto J-Boss. Player inside vault, shot from the backside. Danky finds him, but Spicy Fish falls to Amos, but Blobfish finds Amos on the refrag. 2v3. Player of Legacy from within games is trying to get a shot across. Player is down from behind of that old default position, but Plant is going down from behind the vault, and the player of Danky is not letting it happen anyways. A 1v3. Huncho on the flank looking for an opportunity, but I believe it's being watched here. J-Boss and not J-Boss, sorry, Danky on a hold will find it, and Huncho will fall as Oswego take round 8, and they have once again broadened that lead, and it's looking like Oswego is going to take it in the end.
Not only was the support and the use of utility from Danky flawless, his hold and his support was just on top of everyone else. He sat back in that study doorway, took care of an unknowing Maestro. Maestro was down. That's obviously the Alda off out of the picture, and that's already huge within itself. We're already on match point, and not only was the Maestro dropped, he was holding an angle to peak because the Nitrocell was expected coming from a plant like that. So, because it's a full metal door that you can't shoot through, so you need some sort of gadget that can take care of the angle that you cannot hold or peek without dying. So throwing out that Nitrocell clearly was not successful because Danky was there to take care of it. The call out went out for the rotate to go around from the other side. The support was trusted. Danky supported the support from, or trusted the support coming from behind him of any sort of defender coming into Aviator. The call out was to come out. So him holding that study side was the best case scenario, and clearly was, because I'm pretty sure that was a 4K in the end, wasn't it?
I believe so, actually. No, it could have been a 3K. It might have just been a 3K, but
I think he picked up a kill before the whole situation.
Yeah, it was a very phenomenal job coming from Danky to secure that. In fact, actually, no, I can guarantee it, in fact, was a 4K coming for them, because at the beginning of round 8, Danky was at a 336 stat line, and now sitting at that 736. So a 4 kills guaranteed for Danky in that round.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, I'm looking at the stats right now. Blobfish currently at the double digits now. J-Boss right behind him, or not right behind him, but right with him. Not a single person has hit the double digits yet on UC Davis, and the closest one's now Chef. That homie's cooking some good games, good frags up as well.
You copying my
I'm copying you. Let's go. I got one in.
That's my shtick here, Karn. That's my shtick.
I got it in. I don't care. You didn't ask. But currently 2 kills below, so he's going to be able to actually follow up with a couple kills of his own. Hopefully he can, at least, to be able to come back and make this game a little bit more interesting, so Oswego doesn't just take the win for themselves, and hopefully history repeats itself. Bring it back to a 5-6 like yeah, and hopefully Huncho can come out on top.
And we do see playing from below, when they actually are bringing up the 0, will be shot out immediately, and that's not too shocking to see. And quite frankly, I think the 0 being brought out is a smart decision. I think that, I spoke about it earlier, I think 0 can be good in the right situations. Personally, I don't think he's a very good operator in the first place, but for something like this, and especially facing off against Electro Claws, it's exceptionally well done, and Legacy, in fact, is bringing out those Electro Claws, so because those 0 gadgets were taken out, you're going to have to rely on a player being a little bit uncomfortable, or unsafe, I should say, by actually going below into dining and trying to play that. You could, if you're taking on the top floor, shoot through that opening that they've made and really counteract that, or save another Electro Claw. Legacy has one in pocket, can opt to do so. It will allow for one Selma to go off from the ace, but the second one will not. So sight lines will be gained, but the ability to step through will not be. Still, a minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Trying to gain control of Astronomy. Denki spraying through the wall, but no player actually situated inside. It's instead someone holding that door right here could be. If he stands up, Denki just seconds away finds the kill, and Amu will fall, and we had that one coming from a mile away.
I'm pretty sure even viewers probably holding their breath in that situation. Huncho actually going to be able to get a frag in return. Seems like another one's going to be coming up soon. Denki's ready for the frag situation. Flashbang going out, but it doesn't matter. Blobfish is going to be coming up from behind. Minute counting down. Spicy Fish is going to add it onto the action to a 2v4 situation.
It's a difficult position to be in. Oswego, they do have the 2-man advantage, and UC Davis looking for an opportunity to stay in this plant. Going down, no complexity in the doorway of the master bedroom. Not going to matter. Denki with another one, finding onto Knight, and he'll find the next as well. Securing the kill and securing the map. Oswego will win it all in a 2-1 overall victory. Only losing their first ever map on Cafe Dostoyevsky. And a great game to behold throughout it. I'm quite honestly shocked it even came to that point. But the biggest thing to keep an eye on right here, UC Davis. They took a team that was undefeated and very handily undefeated. Not a single map taken away from them. And UC Davis were able to say, hey, we're still in this. And I mean, obviously we're expecting Huncho to be that standout player, but Chef on map 3, really just on the attack was everything for them. Just they couldn't find the answer on defense. Huncho, which is usually the answer on the defense, just wasn't it. And unfortunately, they're going to lose that one quite handily.
Yeah, it's the one team that can't do what Oswego can do. Come back with that huge difference. But Oswego did it pretty perfectly. Got those 2 flawless rounds. Went on with it to the end until the 6-5 situation. They should have won it. It was a 1v2 situation, but obviously Honcho, you can't beat that man in a 1v2 situation except on this map, sadly. We did not see much of that. But yeah, throughout all of it, it was pretty 50-50. I can't say that one team played worse than the other one. Obviously, the winner is going to be Oswego, so Oswego obviously overall did better. But the plays that came out, it was pretty much overall the gunfights. Gunfights were the ones that need to be won, and you can't really do anything about that besides just get your aim down, practice, and you got to figure out it's timing as well. Just depends on when people are peeking angles, when the other side's peeking angles as well. So it's all variables, it's all timing. So I just want to say that the plays that I saw, and then the plays that it came through, I didn't really have an issue with.
It was a very, very fun game to behold. I want to bring the question up to you here, Carr. We have to name an MVP for this game. Who are you naming and why?
Oh, gosh. It's been 50-50. Not really 50-50. It's been almost everyone so far. The only person I can really see when it came to UC was Honcho. Honcho, I could say for that team specifically, and overall when it came to that cafe map, he was on top, and that clutch situation is exactly what they needed. But obviously on Vela, he kind of went against that. So I'm kind of half and half on that. But what I did see on Cafe, I do want to say that I want to give him the MVP. And then when it came to Oswego, if anything, Spicy Fish, Blobfish, we had everyone playing out of their minds. So I don't want to say that they were all pretty even too. So there's no one that was like really on top of the other one. But I can definitely say that Honcho overall was on top of everyone. 20 kills or 21 kills in one singular game on Cafe. That's all I can really say about it.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I think that despite them losing it out of the end and the last one being pretty one-sided, but a 7-2 victory against them, defeat against them, I still think that it's a pleasure to behold that. We obviously have one of the greatest clips now of NECC. I think it was a great moment for that map. I think it was probably one of the most hype we have here, especially for the season in general. But I'm really looking forward to what we have. Huncho, Panda, my vote for MVP, if I'm going to have to put in a player for the Oswego side, even though all of them played spectacular, I'll give it a complexity just for the memes at this point, just because the utility was phenomenal, the play style was phenomenal, and it worked out. But Ultimately, Oswego will win Map 1 on Oregon 7-4, lose to UC Davis 2 on Cafe Dostoyevsky 7-5, with Huncho taking it in 21 kills in stride and a clutch to win it all, and will ultimately Oswego win on Villa 7-2 as well. My name's been Infernosis, joined here by Carr, and we will see you guys next week for some more R6 action.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.